studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd down and 8 from the Bengal 11. Jackson takes the snap. Pocket collapsing. He escapes, runs to the left, fires to the end zone. Touchdown! Rashad Bateman, his first of the year, and the Ravens extend their lead.
And that is the call on Baltimore Radio. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. You're just so close. You're oh so close to the extended portion of days off with Thanksgiving right around the corner next week. Glad you're waking up with us to start your weekend. Sean Sharif, RJ Chop, we got Peyton and Ryan, and we're live on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube.
Welcome to the last work day of the year. Nothing gets accomplished from Thanksgiving week on the rest of the year. Nobody gets hired. Hopefully nobody gets fired, Peyton. Nobody really puts any extra motivating work in. I mean, half the people, schools are out next week. They're out 2 weeks later than that, after they're 3 weeks later, I guess. I mean, hardly anything gets done between now and the rest of the year. So saddle up, put in all your work today, all your efforts, because this is truly the last day of the year where anybody can really expect any kind of effort out of you.
Just another reason why we have such a much harder job than most, sitting on our asses, talking sports. We can't take a day out. We can't tone it down.
No, we can't. We got to come into work. Can't work from home. Can't WFH.
That's right.
Can't do that. That's work from home, WFH.
I got it. Never heard it. 34-20. Ravens beat the Bengals. Poor Al Michaels. This was supposed to be it. This was supposed to be the game. Heavyweight fight, AFC North. Must win for Cincinnati. Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and then all hell breaks loose as Baltimore improves to 8-3. First, we get the injury to Mark Andrews. Then we get Lamar Jackson down on his back there on the sidelines. And then Joe Burrow gone from the game with a right wrist injury and a conspiracy theory and videos to go along with it. So Mark Andrews, Lamar banged up, and Joe Burrow ends up leaving this game. What was the Joe Burrow video talk before this one?
So there was a video out there that showed him with what appeared to be a brace on his hand/wrist.
Getting off the bus.
And the Bengals took it down. My initial suspicion was...
The Bengals part of Bally?
No.
Okay.
Good reference, though.
They're not with them.
My initial suspicion was, oops, they forgot to put that on the injury report. And that's a big no-no.
Yeah, they just forgot.
Yeah, the NFL doesn't take too kindly to you forgetting to put them on the injury report because of Las Vegas. So that's my assumption. And then it makes sense when Zach Taylor says, I didn't know anything about his injury after the game. It's the first time hearing about it. Of course it is, Coach, because if you knew about his wrist injury and he's wearing a brace and you didn't put it on the injury report, you are in trouble. So that's the conspiracy theory right there.
And he dabs up Lamar with the left hand after the game, and you saw everything with the warm-up throw on the sideline. A great job, Amazon, getting that warm-up throw. It was worse than Max Scherzer trying to complete a pitch after getting roughed up in the playoffs. He crouches down to his knees, says, daggone it, throws his fist in frustration, and heads back to the locker room. He's done for the second half.
Yeah, this game, we talk about the fact that Al Michaels can't catch a break. The AFC champion was just decided. The Kansas City Chiefs wrapped up the AFC last night.
Oh.
Burrow hurt.
Well, what are we saying about this Burrow injury? Or are you just talking about Cincy being 5-5 and now Burrow
5-5, Burrow hurt, Mark Andrews out for the year. Likely.
He is out for the year.
Yeah, you're not gonna. The Ravens can't win the AFC without Mark. I don't think without Mark Andrews. He's a massive part of Lamar. I don't see that happen. I think the Chiefs just wrapped it up. Not that they weren't going to win anyway, but there's a good one of Buffalo or Cincinnati is probably going to miss. They're both 5-5.
Yeah,
I think 10-7 is probably the AFC floor. Do we see less than 10-7 getting in? I don't know. I think it's gonna be tough. You'll be lucky if you do. So I think one of those two teams might be out.
I thought the Mark Andrews thing was much worse. I know ankle gone for the year. That's really, really bad. I thought this was a Tua type incident. If you watch this live, I thought this was a head, not an ankle. He went down and then his arms shot up, and it took me back to Tua's fingers kind of like tingling and the hands moving in a weird way. Lamar Jackson immediately took off his helmet, and he knew something bad, really, really bad had happened. And I breathed a huge sigh of relief when they came back from commercial break and Andrews was actually walking off the field. He was actually limping off the field, but it was not a head injury. But that's what I thought, man, because his hands went up and his fingers were kind of wiling out. But Andrews is done for the season. Lamar, what was that? He was able to come back into the game, but right wrist for Joe Burrow. And now let's see how much the league punishes the Bengals for what actually took place. I did not know if you were going to make it in this morning after your post last night.
Yeah, we made what's today? Today's Friday, so Wednesday we made I like giso. You like a good giso? Like a good giso? I had just heard about that about 6 months ago. Because when I go to a Mexican restaurant, I get fajitas, nachos, maybe a relleno.
Queso.
What's that?
Queso.
Oh, I gotta get queso, Peyton. Gotta get queso. Yeah. But then Sarah's like, dude, try this queso. I'm like, all right, fine. So we made carne guisada the other night. All right.
I love it. I love the culture coming out right now.
I have no idea what it is. I really don't know.
So what is the dish?
It's like
what's the name of it?
Carne guisada.
Okay.
So it's got like a
so it's not carne asada.
No.
It's carne guisada.
It's like a stew. It's kind of like a stewy kind of thing, right?
Okay.
It's got your
it looked good.
Vegetable. Yeah, it was good. It was really good. It was great the first night. And then we put this
was
container.
after chicken pot pie night.
It was a couple nights later. Yep. So we put the cover on. We put it into like a Pyrex bowl. Put the cover on it, but leave the cover just a little bit cracked. Let it cool off. Because I didn't want to. It was boiling hot. I didn't want to pick it up and put it in the fridge. Well, Sarah wakes up the next morning and it's still on the counter. We had forgot to put it in the fridge, so it was sitting there. Had a cover for 12 hours. So now the question was, what do we do? Do we just throw all this away, or do we risk it and put it in the fridge? And I asked on social media yesterday what to do, and it was pretty split. People were like, dude, throw it away. Don't even bother.
2 hours, the bacteria is starting to set in.
It's the old 40 to 140. If it's in temperatures above 40 degrees or less than 140, foodborne illnesses, all that crap. But a lot of people said if it was covered, you might be able to get away with it. And it was covered. So we boiled it last night.
Okay. This was the part I was dying laughing at in my bed when I saw this. I don't know if that tactic applies here.
We have no idea. All right? We have no idea either. We were risking it.
Like, if the meat turns, I don't believe that boiling brings it back.
The boiling
once
would
it's
not
turned,
have...
Once it's rounded once it's rounded third, boiling does not allow it to go back to second.
Yeah, it wasn't... It was more of everything else that was in the dish with the liquid. The boiler was gonna help.
Like boiling it, maybe like you drop a piece of chicken on the ground.
Yep.
I'm picking it up. I'm boiling it. I'm getting all that stuff off. I don't know if it stops it from going bad.
I don't think it does. I don't think it does.
Now, when I saw you heating it, like, we're boiling this off.
Boiling this off, baby.
I was laughing. I was dying to myself.
So a lot of people said before that if it's pork or chicken, it's bad.
Right.
But beef you might be able to get away with because people don't steakhouses want like mold on their beef?
Well, yeah, dry aging.
So, and then they're like, if it's dairy, obviously no. So we didn't have any dairy in there. We didn't have any pork. We didn't have any chicken. So and then we had this last night. I mean, it had to be 8:00 that we had 9:00 that we had this.
Yeah, Peyton, I thought you were going to be co-hosting.
So, I think. Knock on Corian, we're okay. I mean,
But you did bring in something.
oh, I brought in an extra pair of shorts just in case. Just in case I have an
He
accident.
does have backup shorts in his bag.
Because I'm wearing kind of white shorts, white gym shorts right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
Maybe we should ask McCarthy this at 6:30 to start off. Like,
Yeah.
what's your food saving philosophy? And how long can it sit on the counter? You know, I've said, cheese pizza, you're not going to get sick. I know it's cheese. I know it's dairy. Bobby brought back the Philadelphia pizza in his grimy bag with his grimy hands touching it. And I ate like 2 bites of that. Fine. I didn't eat the entire thing, but proud of you. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I've always said food expiration dates are overrated until it finally gets you.
Until it gets you. Food or medicine? Does anybody listen to medicine expiration dates?
No.
You just double up the dosage.
Absolutely. Just double the dosage. All right, we'll go inside the star at 6. Mike McCarthy, we'll have to apologize to him for missing the birthday. He'll be on live with us at 6:30. The MVPs have been decided. We got the next All-Star game as well. And the plane lady, crazy plane lady, is trying to make RJ Choppy look crazy himself. Next.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation, it is a Football Friday. We're on
Good morning, Metroplex Friday edition of Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. For the first time in the 92-year history of the MVP award, both guys went unanimous. Shohei Otani and Ronald Acuna are your most valuable players.
Yeah, the Acuna one actually did surprise me that he was unanimous because there was a lot of late Mookie Betts pushes. Which I didn't understand, but Mookie became the favorite in Vegas later in the year, like in September at some point. So that it surprised me that he's unanimous. I agree with it. I'd have voted Ronald. I thought Ronald had a better year, but there was a lot of late Mookie Betts push.
I thought Seager had a better opportunity to beat Shohei than Mookie had to beat Acuna.
Yeah,
that's how far I thought Ronald Acuna was gonna run away with it.
I thought so. I thought so too. And then when I saw that Mookie Betts was right there, I was like, "What?" So, but I'm glad that Vegas was way off on that one.
Shohei received all 30 first place votes, even though he did not pitch for most of the last 2 months. He becomes the first player to win the award unanimously on 2 occasions. He did it in 2021 as well. Corey Seager came in second, and Marcus Semien finished in third. Does it seem like Marcus Semien had the third best year in the American League? If I just told you that, bam, Marcus Semien is going to finish third in MVP voting, would you have thought that for his year? It didn't feel like that to me.
No.
I mean, he did lead the league in hits.
Yep, that's true. It didn't feel like that. I think that's maybe because he was overshadowed by Seager. Like that's a big one. But it didn't feel like that just watching every single night.
29 home runs, 100 runs batted in. He hit 276. He stole 14 bases. His OPS was an 826. His WAR was a 7.4. Woo. 7.4 for the WAR.
That's very good. That's very good. And that's probably the reason. That's probably a big reason right there. WAR is something that you don't necessarily see on a stat sheet because you're not looking for it every night. And this is why, that's one of the reasons I really enjoy analytics is that it kind of looks at parts of the game you might not see on a day-to-day basis. The impact that each player has on a day-to-day basis can't just be used in the hit column. So, it's if that's the case, it's fair.
Mookie's WAR was an 8.4.
Yeah, Mookie had a good year, man.
39 home runs. He had 14 stolen bases. He hit 307.
That's a heck of a year.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a year. But Ronald Acuna, I thought, deserved it absolutely. And then, I have no problem with Shohei winning, even though they were a bad team. I think we're way past that. Cal won it on the last place team. A-Rod here won it on the last place team.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with Garrett Cole winning the Cy Young and Blake Snell winning the Cy Young on teams that massively underachieved. They didn't take it away from their seasons.
The All-Star game is going to end up going to Atlanta. We're getting the next one in Arlington, and then after that, the league announced yesterday, MLB All-Star game in Hotlanta.
And this is a couple years that they took it away from Atlanta. You remember last year, in April of last year, of 22, it was they gave it to Colorado. It was supposed to be in Atlanta, but there was an issue with a law they had on the books. That was a big issue that a lot of companies had problems with, and Major League Baseball was like, well, we're just going to take the All-Star game away. And they went right back. I mean, basically 18 months later, they said, okay, we're going to give it back to Atlanta. So there was a lot of people that were like, okay, are you jumping the gun here by removing it and then going back too quickly before anything really got resolved? So it was very odd that they've done both decisions. Both decisions were met with a little bit of criticism.
Meanwhile, Rob Manfred, baseball commissioner, saying that yesterday with the news becoming final that the Athletics are going to Las Vegas, it is a terrible, terrible day for Oakland fans.
I know this is a terrible day for fans in Oakland. I understand that, and that's why we've always had a policy of doing everything humanly possible to avoid a relocation, and I truly believe we did that in this case.
Look, it does suck that they're leaving Oakland, but Oakland has nobody to blame but themselves. And I wouldn't give John Fisher a dime either if I was Oakland, the owner of the A's. I wouldn't give Fisher any money either. But if someone else is going to give him money, you can't complain about it. And Vegas is going to give him money to leave. I don't know why they're giving baseball such an issue. Everybody's left Oakland. The Raiders have left Oakland twice. The Warriors just left Oakland. Everybody has left. The USFL left. The ABA left. They became the Virginia Squires. Like, everybody's left.
Look, I don't give a crap about the city or their fans. I'm worried how much this is going to change the athletic spending.
Well, I mean,
that's the worry. Yeah, you might get Shohei out of the division. Like, what does this do to the Oakland athletic spending? Will the owner still remain cheap? How many other revenue streams will he incorporate here to put back into the team now that he's going to a new hotspot? That's what I'm worried about.
I mean, the thought would be is that he's going to have a lot more money to spend. Does he care? Does he care about winning? I think his family is Gap.
Oh,
I think he was Gap. I'll go look on that one. But he's got money. He's got money beyond belief. Donald Fisher is his father. Let's see. Yeah, I think he was. Levi Strauss. Yeah, started his own business renovating hotels. He leased rental space. So like,
okay, we don't need the whole
Banana
family.
Republic.
We don't need the whole business background.
So he's got money.
Yesterday, the crazy plane lady trying to make RJ Choppy look crazy, as we said that RJ was working on a connection and a hookup to get Tiffany Gomez in studio since she lives in Dallas. And crazy plane lady responded, followed the fan account, and then responded and said, wait, who is this person I'm talking to? AKA RJ's connection. News to me, with laughing emojis afterwards. How do you feel about
back there is not real?
How do you feel about crazy plane lady trying to put you on the spot?
See, I didn't understand the whole how this was my problem here, because I'm not the one that said they were talking to each other.
Yeah, you did.
I said
you said that exactly.
Go play the clip that Ryan put out. I said this guy's talking to her. But hang on. And then you said talking, like spitting game. Like, no, they're just chatting. Right. Just chatting doesn't mean dating. It means you're having conversation with people. You slid into DMs and they're talking. It's not listen, this makes perfect sense. She is a woman, so she doesn't understand language.
Oh!
We have this happen all the time. No, it's normal. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Now,
so you're just coming at it from her disputing that they're like talking.
Yes.
Okay.
'Cause I never used air quotes.
Okay.
Was there?
You're taking it to like a dating point versus like, I'm not talking to anyone about coming on the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying they're dating. I'm saying they were talking about the show.
Right.
Yeah. It's okay. I get it. Because I got.
Well, you suggest that he was trying to.
He's trying.
Get up.
Oh,
yeah.
he's trying.
Yeah.
He's trying.
Yeah.
She's not reciprocating.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe she is.
I took her initial answer as, I'm not talking to anyone about coming on this show, but she put it in quotes. So you're saying that she's really saying, wait, you're suggesting that we're talking.
Yeah, I'm not. I didn't use air quotes. Go watch the video. No air quotes.
Yeah.
But I did have communication with her people yesterday.
Okay. You did.
I did. Yes, I did. And I was right. My buddy's sister is running PR for her.
Wow.
So that's who I'm going to communicate with.
Uh-huh.
And
What's
we
the
have
status?
We have two. Let's see. It says, hope to have an answer for you early tomorrow.
Being today.
Today,
tomorrow, Gavin Dawson, or
tomorrow, Gavin Dawson.
Or just both.
Today, tomorrow.
Okay.
We have 2 dates in mind in terms of when to come on. Do you want to know the dates?
Yeah.
Okay. Option 1 is not next Thursday, but the week after. Okay. In studio. Option 2 is right after Jerry Jones on Tuesday. Next week.
Well, that's out. Oh, well, I can bump Meat Church Matt Pittman.
Oh, yeah.
And then next Thursday is Cowboys game day.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter? Yeah, you're right.
We'll put them on 1080. For Plane Lady. We'll put the Cowboys on 1080. Let's go inside the star. Get you ready for Carolina. The Shohei won a short-term deal. Would that be better or worse for us? And Mike McCarthy around the corner at 6:30. Friday edition. Off to a very, very fast start with Sean and RJ.
DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys are favored by 10.5 points over the Carolina Panthers. You're going to hear the game Sunday on this radio station. In case you are new to us, this is Sean and RJ going 12 years strong, and this is the home of Dallas Cowboys football. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Also the home of Mike McCarthy every Friday at 6:30. 10.5 point spread. The over-under is 42.5.
Tough with this one. Very difficult.
Is 42 low for a 10-point spread?
Not if you think one team can't score.
Right.
Remember the Cowboys last week were a 17.5 point favorite, and the over-under was 40.5.
Now, you bet last week and won that on a humongous spread. How you feeling about this?
Not as good because the Cowboys are not as dominant on the road as they are at home.
Yeah.
But, I mean, double-digit favorites in the NFL generally win at about a 60% clip, and they cover. I mean, they win at a much higher clip than that. They cover at a 60% clip. So the smart bet would be to take the Cowboys. I don't know. This team, though, they don't dominate away from home as they do at home. And that to me is troubling.
And Carolina, like going back and forth with the play caller. I wonder if that's something to ask McCarthy, because that happened in Green Bay.
Yeah.
He gave up the play calling, then he took it back. How do you prepare? Like, which play caller do you prepare for, and how much different is it? Does it create more of a headache? So Coach McCarthy will join us at 6:30. Cowboys have a new nose tackle. Carl Davis being added to the practice squad. 19 career starts in 72 games. He was a Ravens third-round pick. Spent the last 3 years with the Patriots. So let's recap what happened inside the Star yesterday at the Ford Center in Frisco. Dak Prescott on the offense, progressing and growing. Obviously, I love the motions. I don't want to say necessarily being in the shotgun, but I love the ball in my hands, being able to spread it out, throw it to the guys in space. It's been fun. Obviously, I've talked about it before, but just feeling in sync with the reads, the guys understanding the footwork, everything is just really coming together. Micah Parsons was asked about his frustration, not having a big game in the stat sheet. He said, I always say I got next week. People act like I'm dead today and gone tomorrow. I get a great opportunity. I think that was one of 3 games where I didn't have a sack. The production is there. My presence is felt. It's getting to the point where these quarterbacks are taking one read and running outside of the pocket, scared for their lives. So I don't think it's about production-wise. We're doing a great job. Coach Q doing a phenomenal job finding ways to get one-on-one and things like that. I guess time will tell when we keep playing better teams. So that's Micah on the frustration, walking out of the locker room, not talking to reporters after his team won by 32. There were some people who thought he looked kind of half-assed during the game. I mean, it was an absolute beatdown. I saw it for a second during that one New York Giants drive where DeVito threw the touchdown pass. But, I mean, I'm not worried about Micah at all. He's a little bit moody.
No. Yeah, that's a bad look that he doesn't talk. Or that he didn't talk, I should say. It's a bad look.
But that he was so upset that he would leave.
Yeah.
That's a bad look.
Like when you okay, wow, you didn't show up in the stat sheet. Okay. Not a big deal, man. Y'all won by 30.
It could be a sign of respect, too. They've kept talking about the Giants going way above and beyond versus other teams the Cowboys have played to keep Micah as a non-factor. Like, they go way above and beyond to do it. So, okay, it can be a sign of respect. So what? You're not in the stat sheet.
Yep. Not a big deal. What is a big deal is how you act. It's a much bigger deal. It's not. You won by 30, man. Nobody cares how you played. That to me is
that's look at me. This hurts me. Defensive Player of the Year. This hurts me when the Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt talk. Hopefully we just move past it. Yeah, that's right.
No one's dying, Jason.
Mike McCarthy, when asked about getting Rico more carries this Sunday, we'll see how the game goes. I'm thrilled with the way he's playing. I think we do a great job of ball distribution. So the follow-up. So no increase in usage. We'll see how the game goes. The game dictates it. I have no problem with Rico getting more carries, but my focus is Tony Pollard as far as the primary ball carrier. So there you go with Coach McCarthy on the running back splits. Now,
I'd like to see more Rico. Personally, I'd like to see more Rico.
Especially like goal to go, 3rd and 1 situations. He just runs hard. I never thought there'd be another running back we talk about that looks like he has more of a burst than Tony Pollard, but it's appeared evident with Rico Dowdle over the past few games. Cowboys are 4-0 at home. They got a plus 110 scoring margin. On the road, they're 2-3, -6. And McCarthy was asked, are there any common denominators for the road struggles, which they're at Carolina Sunday? He said, statistically, the first one is penalties. Cowboys are averaging an NFL worst 9 accepted penalties per road game versus 6 at home.
9 versus, wow. Okay. And I wonder, did it say how many of those are pre-snap? No. So, that might play a part in it, right? The pre-snap penalties, the noise on the road. But yeah, penalties will kill you, man. And the Cowboys I saw the stat the other day about the penalties with the Cowboys and the fact that they get penalized so much. They're of the teams in the top 10 in most pre-snap penalties. Only the Cowboys in Seattle would make the playoffs if they started today.
Wow.
That is death for a football team. You can't win in the NFL with pre-snap penalties because the margins are just so thin. And all of a sudden you got you're going to give the other team 1st and 5, or you're going to be 1st and 15 for you if you're on offense. It's just a killer.
And speaking of Defensive Player of the Year, the odds were sent to me from Bet Online. Who's the favorite? Defensive Player of the Year favorite.
Myles Garrett.
It is Myles Garrett, followed by
Micah Parsons.
No.
T.J. Watt.
T.J. Watt, then Micah Parsons, and then it plummets on down to Max Crosby, 28-1. Coach of the Year.
Coach of the year, Dan Campbell.
Yes. Man Campbell is the favorite, followed by?
Mike McCarthy.
No. What are you talking about?
Well, he's coming on. Maybe he's listening. Let's go with
Arthur Smith.
No.
Smith.
What are you talking about? That was dumber than McCarthy guessed.
Mike McDaniel.
No.
No?
They're struggling as of late.
Are they?
I mean,
Shanahan.
no. They just lost
D'Amico
3 in a
Ryan.
row.
D'Amico Ryan.
Yes, D'Amico Ryans. 5-2. Then Kevin O'Connell. Then Mike McDaniel, Mike Tomlin, Nick Sirianni, Shane Steichen, Kevin Stefanski, Kyle Shanahan.
Shane Steichen.
Dude, Indianapolis has been competitive. Gardner Minshew, first year doing it. Offensive Rookie of the Year. How much of a blowout for CJ? He's 1-20.
Oh, that sounds about right.
And then Jahmyr Gibbs, and then Puka, and then Bijan Barry Sanders coming in 4th place, crushing my fantasy team. And it's not as big of a runaway for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Jalen Carter is the leader, then Devin Witherspoon.
Dude, have you seen Jahmyr Gibbs' last 3 games in fantasy?
It's exploding.
God. Woo! Man.
Do you have him or the other running back there? Was it Montgomery?
I've got them both, one in each league. But on the daily fantasy, I took Gibbs this week, but he's been rolling.
Oh, you're playing daily fantasy too.
Yeah, playing with Holland. He's got this big 20-person group. Basic's in it. Big 20-person group play every week. You got to win. You got to win 2 weeks of the year to basically make your money. I'm already won.
How hurt is Joe Burrow, and does Shohei want a short-term hit-it-and-quit-it deal after winning the MVP? That's next on your home of the World Series champs, then Mike McCarthy on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
brought to you by Window Nation and by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Zay Flowers wide to the right. Gus Edwards in the backfield. Lamar to throw. Fires down the middle. It's deflected and caught. On the deflection, Nelson Aguilar. 20, 15, 10, 5. He flipped in for 6. Aguilar on the deflection. Ravens in the end zone.
Ravens radio with the call. Thursday Night Football goes to Baltimore after Joe Burrow does not play in the second half with what Carissa Thompson is calling an ankle injury. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Didn't even get my joke. Went right over your head. You're too busy typing away.
Right over my head. Right over my head. Right over my head.
All right.
My fault.
More on it during the expressway. 34-20. How hurt and how serious is this Burrow wrist?
I mean, the way he tried to throw a football last night looked pretty dang serious to me.
Because when he fell on it, like when you're trying to figure out how bad it was off the TV replay, what were you thinking? And then did it even need to be that bad based on the fact that Cincinnati clearly covered up the fact that he came into the game with a wrist issue that they did not report? He got off the bus with a wrap, basically a mini cast on his hand, so it wouldn't have taken a obvious shot on television or a fall in order to hurt it even more.
Wouldn't take it that much. And, there's ways around. I mean, I guess he could have come up with some excuse that, I just, before a game, I like to get my blood flow going, and that was a tight blood flow, one of those sleeves, those sleeves they put. There's one of those. Sure, you could probably get away with saying that. But the Bengals lied. They just lied. They lied. Zach Taylor lied. Oh, I didn't know anything about it. It's the first time I'm hearing about a bad wrist. Oh, really? You don't have a Twitter?
We don't have a Twitter. You're not in a facility with the guy who talked to the team doctor every single day. So are we back now to burying Cincinnati? Put it on the record. AFC North. Are we back to burying the Bengals, who have a record of 5-5? Here's the upcoming schedule while you think about it. Steelers in Cincy. At Jacksonville. Monday Night Football. Colts at Cincy, Vikings at Cincy. So 3 of their next 4 are at home. Then they go at Pittsburgh, at Kansas City. So they're going to get Pittsburgh twice, at Jacksonville, Indy, and Minnesota in between.
Give me how many games Burrow you think misses.
You're the doctor.
That's true, I am. Let's say he misses a week.
Okay.
All right. They're going to lose to Pittsburgh. And Jacksonville's such a wild card. So is Indy.
I'm going to say Cincy will miss the playoffs.
I think they miss. I mean, they may. I think they may win one of their next remaining games if Burrow misses a couple of weeks. I think Minnesota's a really good team. Pittsburgh on the road is going to be tough. And then obviously KC. Now, what is KC playing for? Have they already wrapped up home ice advantage the rest of the playoffs?
Home ice?
Home ice. Have they already wrapped it up?
That's 5 weeks before the end of the season.
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw the preseason here thrown in. Yeah, so that would be the second to last week of the season.
Second to last week.
Yeah.
Kansas City. And who they play after KC, does it say?
Cleveland.
Okay. Kansas City will probably look if it's the second to last week of the season. Kansas City is definitely going to play all hands on deck. They're not going to sit out guys 3 weeks. They ain't the Colts who used to do that all the time. Oh, it's week 10. We got it wrapped up. Let's just sit everybody. They're not going to do that. So it's going to be a tough stretch. I don't know how they're going to make the postseason if Joe misses more than a game.
All right, we are your home of the World Series champs and Mike McCarthy, who is coming up live in 10 minutes here on Sean and RJ. Let's see how much better off of a mood Coach is in with Bobby Belt out today, his final day of vacation after his TV appearance last night on Fox 4, which Peyton spied on and will play after Coach McCarthy. The Bally deal has a chance of ending now. There's a chance, it's being reported, that the Bally TV network deal will not make you wait until after the 2024 season to watch Rangers baseball, depending on who it would go to. So that's positive news.
It's positive news. I just want to know the logistics of what's going to happen and where they go after that. In the future. 2024 is one thing. That's the shame too. Everybody, the season after a title, dude, like the amount of people are going to want to watch every single night.
Yep.
Or maybe not every night. I mean, even that's asking a lot. But I mean, the amount of people are going to want to watch more than 1 or 2 nights a week.
Oh yeah.
Is going to be much higher than it ever has been for this organization. They won a title, and you want to be able to have as many people exposed to those games as you possibly can.
The latest Shohei rumor is that he may want a shorter-term deal.
And how about that? How about that? So there's rumblings that he may accept that due to his situation with his arm, or he could capitalize on another free agent process. So let's just say the Rangers are like, hey, Shohei, how about 2 years and, you throw an obscene number at him. You throw $120 million at him, $125 million. So you're paying him over $60 million for each of the next 2 years. You're guaranteeing prime years. Prime. The problem with the deal that he wants, 10-year deal or whatever, is that he'll be 40 years old when the thing is up. We're close to it.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be worth $45 million most likely. But next year and the year after, he's probably going to be worth 60, 70 million a year.
Yeah.
Maybe even 80. Now, if he was a pitcher both years, definitely 80. Now, who knows? So if I'm Shohei, I'm like, you know what? Because my arm's hurt, let me just sign a 2-year deal, $60 million a year, $70 million a year, whatever it is, and then I'll be able to come back as a pitcher in a free agent process in 2 seasons.
I'm trying to decide if this is better or worse for the Rangers.
The way I would see it is a short-term deal would be better because you're guaranteeing he's going to be in his prime the entire length of the contract.
Well, also, I don't have to be – my first thought is I don't have to be on the hook
for 10 years
if he's not a pitcher.
Right. You don't.
I erase – yes, if I sign up for 10 years, I have the great Shohei Otani for 10 years, and I definitely have him as a hitter. And if he survives as a pitcher –
great.
But I can get out of this if there's a third arm injury. If he's not the same, if he can't do both as he gets older, I can get out of this earlier. I think it's better for the Rangers. I almost don't understand why Shohei would want to do this.
Well,
it's like make someone commit and pay you for the dual role.
Right.
Before something possibly goes wrong.
The way I would see it from Shohei's perspective.
Unless you're getting
a free year.
Unless your market is getting docked because of the arm concerns, which I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it is, but it might be. I don't know, right? So let's just say this. Let's say Shohei signs a 10-year, $500 million deal.
Yeah.
So $50 million a year. And let's say, or no, let's make it 45 a year. Okay. So 45 a year. Now let's say he signs a 2-year deal at $130 million. So it's 65 a year.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an extra $40 million he would get over a 2-year stretch. So he would pocket that $40 million, which is 66% of the salary per year.
Yep.
And then he would be able to become a free agent again with a healthy arm. And it's a risk because maybe he is no longer ever going to be a pitcher again, and it stays at 45. Maybe he gets less years, but he's already got an extra 40. He basically stole an extra year of money. I think that's the way you could look at it.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line as Shohei wins the MVP in unanimous fashion, along with Ronald Acuna. And everyone has taken his dog video as their next Christmas card as he dog high-fived with the paw last night to celebrate.
Listen, man, he's so good. He's so good.
Like, what do you mean he's good?
Like as a player.
Oh, okay. I thought we established that. I thought you were taking this to. I thought you meant like he was great, like with his dog, or
no,
good person.
No. I have no take on that.
Okay, no take.
I have no take on that.
He's so good. All right, Shohei Christmas card. He high-fived the dog. Chavis like he's such a good player.
Such a good player. I have no take on the Christmas card.
What a follow-up. All right, let's see if we can make it up to Mike McCarthy after missing his 60th birthday last week. The head coach of America's team joins Sean and RJ next. But I get the same exact end. coach of America's team. Every Friday here with Sean and RJ, you get Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Coach. We have to start off with an apology on our end. Do you know what it's for?
What'd you do now? I can't keep up.
You know. We really messed up. We really. I felt something was off last week, and then.
Yeah. Did it show in my voice?
It did.
Yeah, I was crushed.
Dang it! Damn it! All right, we're making it up with this song here.
Bad one.
Now, we did check in with two of your favorites. I don't know if you actually like the beer. We tried to check in with ILO's in Iron City, but I couldn't get the shipment sent on over there in time. I didn't know if Tad would hog it for himself in his office.
I think he did.
Yeah. All right, well, we sent it, I
Plus,
think.
he couldn't expense it either. I don't know.
So, Coach, we officially apologize for missing the big 6-0. We feel bad about it.
That's okay. I got by without it, but I was shocked. I waited all the way to the end, and this didn't happen. So I get it. You're busy men. You got a lot on your mind.
If you were on Facebook, this would be a lot easier. Now I have to put it like in my
Facebook.
Yeah. That's how people track birthdays. They don't really know when anyone's birthday is in the world. It's in your Facebook. So I kind of
Oh, is that right?
It's kind of your fault.
Yeah, you should have Facebook.
Always is. That's part of the job.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Coach, I thought this was a great question to Dak yesterday. He said it was a great question. Is the offense in a zone, or is this the reality of what you guys are right now?
I think we're finding our stride, and I think that's something that you're always looking for as an offense, and the ability to keep getting the ball distributed. It starts up front. I think really, the thing that doesn't show up in the statistics, but is the continuity of the offensive line. I think those guys have really put in the work and are coming together now. Actually, the 5 offensive linemen were, they won the game balls for the offense, along with CD Lamb. So I think you're just seeing us kind of find our stride.
Great point. Dak had all day to throw. He obviously continues to be in a rhythm. I think we're guilty of, overlooking the offensive line continuity, and we just say, all right, the best 5 are out there. Finally, you got your full 5, and it'll be good to go. How long does that usually take with something like this? I know you want more continuity and the guys to always be healthy, but how long does it take for offensive linemen to all feel each other out on the same unit?
That's an excellent question. Because I know in the old training camp regiment, you're always looking for that offensive line to kind of come together before that third preseason game and make sure they get plenty of work. But when you go through a situation where you with injuries and you don't really have an opportunity, it's harder to get that time together. So it definitely takes multiple weeks. Just really for them to get their fits. I mean, so much happens up front.
Yeah.
And it happens fast, and it isn't like you can make a verbal call for every time you're making an adjustment. I mean, these things are, they're on the move. It's a reactionary and anticipation that it just takes reps, so it definitely takes a number of weeks.
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. Speaking of O-linemen, some of these numbers are showing that Tyron Smith is still here, and some of his numbers have been dominant. Coach, when's the last time you've had a player with this current Tyron practice setup, or is it way more common than we think, where it's like, all right, big man, just go ahead, take off the majority of the week in terms of the physical reps? When's the last time you've had that Tyron type setup?
Well, I mean, Tyron's still here working every day. I mean, he's just not involved in the padded practice and just keeping him out of the team activity just because of the type of injury and situation that he's up against. But you're talking about a man that all he knows how to do is work. I mean, he's working all the time. So, but yeah, this is a normal practice. But I've always been the head coach of a relatively very young football team. So I'm just trying to think out loud here if I've really had this situation before. But, I've seen it in, other places that I've worked. When you do have older established veterans, you definitely have to take care of them.
Coach, a lot of the numbers show, that since the bye week, you guys are passing more than expected in certain game situations. Was that planned, after the bye week to go roll that out, or is that something you just saw within the game against each individual team that you could take advantage of?
Well, I think just like every year, your first 4 or 5 weeks, it's part of that September football makeup. I mean, you have uncommon looks, especially if you're in technically a year one of an offense. So the defense doesn't really know exactly what your tendencies are and expectations, and so you do get to play with some open self-scout opportunities. So you definitely have to take care of that. But then after you get past weeks 4 and 5, and then and go back to September football, we had a number of games where we had to cut out the fourth quarter of I think 3 of the 4 games because of the type of games we were in. So I think just staying in tune with yourself, Scott, and staying aggressive and, watching the numbers. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure we're attacking the defense from the time we get on the field. And, and it's not just always just dictated based off of, a pass is attack and a run is being conservative. So I think it's just really getting the ball distributed and playing behind this offensive line.
Is the same concept with using more shifts and motions, in the last couple of weeks? The kind of just a general progression of the offense through the year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you really, it's all about our mindset of winning the pre-snap. I mean, you have an opportunity to win the pre-snap really 3 different ways that we focus on. One is, different personnel groups, rolling them in and out. We did a lot of that in the first couple games. Second one would be playing with high tempo, which we did more of that in September, and then the third one is shifts in motion. So just trying to stay within those 3 realms and watching that. And a lot of that comes down to game plan and who you're playing against and what effect you're trying to get done and who do you think you can take advantage of.
What a great football answer. 1, 2, 3 on the bulletin board from Mike McCarthy. Coach, give us a little just generic 101 teaching on motion. We've now, us football nerds,
become experts on it.
We now just think, if you don't run motion, you can't score. You're not a good offense. The more motion, you're just automatically good. Can you talk to us about the pros and cons of motion?
Well, like I just said, it's really, to me, it's one of the 3 ways to win the pre-snap, and it's just like anything. You're trying to create a leverage point, or gaining a step on a coverage element. Just trying to get ahead of the leverage game that you're going to see from the defense. So, and that's what I think the biggest thing with shifts and motions. You got to watch you don't do too much of them. That's been my history. I know early in the 2000s, actually, my first year, 2000. In New Orleans, I was like crazy over the tops with shifts and motions, and what you find out is, you can wear out your players. So I think the biggest thing is it has to mean something. It's not just. There's some people that do both. They use the window dressing of it, and they also it's to gain an advantage. So we try to be real specific on when we use it and how we use it. Because I go back to a couple of years ago, we had a game. I think it was the first game of the year down there in Tampa. And Amari Cooper had this like unbelievable GPS number, and we broke it down based, and there was so much shift in motion. So you just got to be, you got to be on top of those things, and that's what we try to do.
Did all of the quarterback greats that you've worked with prefer it, or more of a mix?
No. The veteran guys like Aaron Rodgers didn't like it, and Brett didn't like it. The reduced splits and so forth. I think the more experienced the quarterback is, this has been my experience, they prefer, the 2x2 open formations, 3x1 open formations, because they, because of their experience, they can see, they feel like they can see the coverage and anticipate the calls. I mean, they're just playing a different game at the line of scrimmage because of their experience. And, and also that, just trying to keep the pressure components further away from them. So, but that's why you just have to, you got to find that groove, and and then that's where, working with Dak is, he's pretty easy on these types of things. So, he's pretty wide, has a wide open mindset for the different types of things we like to do.
Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, Bryce Young. What was y'all's evaluation of him before the draft?
Oh, obviously had him very high. Had an outstanding career there at Alabama, and just the way he played the position. You can't argue with his production, his anticipation. He's a touch passer. I mean, he can put the ball in tight spots. So obviously felt very highly of him.
Have you changed your mind, Coach, on the smaller, high-pick quarterback, or are you still more old school with bigger stature, bigger arm?
I think today's game definitely has, you have to be open to that as far as the body type of the quarterback. But, I definitely, I'm a big believer in the quarterback body type has to give you the ability to play in the pocket and out of the pocket. So that's my preference.
So what you're saying is size matters.
Okay, come on now. The kids are listening.
Real quick, how long do you think before you can make a judgment on a player? Because people want to put this guy in the ground already.
Or a quarterback
especially.
3 years. I mean, you got to be practical about this stuff. I think anytime, there's a lot of things that go on in this game, and when you have years in this league where you're always going to have injuries. It's just a matter of how many. Injuries are part of the game. And, when you're in the first year as a quarterback or first year as a staff and, you have a lot of injuries and there's a lot that goes on with that. That's a big, big challenge. So I think you got to be realistic about any young player's body of work because, there's nothing like playing on Sundays. As long as he keeps lining up every week on Sundays, I think he'll be the player everybody thought he'd be.
Yeah, Coach, what have you seen from his actual rookie year tape with Carolina?
Well, I think how they're using him. I think that's really obviously he's primary in the gun and in the pistol, and that makes sense. But it's just like anything. They're trying to find a rhythm, and they're obviously having change in play caller, changing back. So, that's always a bit of a challenge for any quarterback. So they're just trying to find a rhythm.
Last one, Coach, an former NFL sideline reporter got in a lot of hot water yesterday for admitting that she kind of she made up some sideline updates, some halftime updates with talking to coaches during these games. Is that in-game interview the bane of your existence along with everybody else?
The bane of my existence?
The bane, besides us, is that the bane of your existence? When they come to you before kickoff, they're live, like the Greg Popovich interview, or you got to talk going off the field, or you got to give the update coming out. I mean, all you guys just probably dread that, don't you?
I'll be honest with you. I just have always looked at it as it's part of the job. The network is a partner, and I always looked at it, try to work together. So I've always tried to give the reporter, something that's real and it represents our football team. I think anytime you talk about your team, you do care how it is represented. So, yeah, it's not very long. It's just a couple minutes, and it's as you walk in or walk out. So I don't dread it. They have a job to do, and I understand that. But sometimes, they may dread it more with me because obviously who wants to talk to a coach when things aren't going very well too, is walking in and out. So but yeah, no, I always looked at it as a working relationship, and those the ladies do a phenomenal job. They're prepared, and they got their 2 or 3 questions, and it's pretty seamless. It's been my experience.
Oh, I forgot my dumb question of the day. Greg Olsen and Burkhardt are going to work your guys' game for like the freaking 15th week in a row. And while doing the game, Dak was calling an audible, and I think it was false or something, or it was some F word, and he goes, all right, this is going to be a run left, and it ended up being a run left, and we were debating is that an issue? Is that something that needs to be changed? If Greg Olsen is like, all right, I know a couple of their audible calls because we've worked their game so much. What are your thoughts on that?
I need to talk to Greg.
Oh.
Hey, that's.
I'm helping you.
Yeah, Yeah, I got to get off this phone. I got to run down and change the cadence. But no, it's part of it. We listen to the audio after every game, so we're on top of it. But
and I know it's universal, Coach, because a lot of the commentators would be like, all right, normally a letter for this or that. I was just wondering, like, the defenses have to know that as well, universally throughout the league, not just you guys.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And defenses do an incredible job with it too. So I mean, you have to be creative with it. So no, that's great information. Thanks for helping out.
There's your birthday present.
Happy birthday.
Coach, again, we apologize. We're sorry. We'll make it up for 70, all right? We'll make it up.
I don't know about that.
Can't wait for that one.
I like the way you're thinking, yeah.
Thank you, Coach. We appreciate it. Fantastic.
All right, take care, guys.
Mike McCarthy delivering the radio gold. All we need is Bobby away from it.
Away from it.
Keep Bobby away. McCarthy back here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Felt like the old days, baby.
Felt like the old days, man. I don't know what would be more rare, 13 years with one team in the NFL or 23 years in the same radio slot. That doesn't happen there very often.
Well, it does on the AM.
It's true on the AM,
right.
yeah.
Until recently with the everyone just running for the hills. Bobby Belt last night on Fox 4. They had him on, was it Sam Gannon?
Sam Gannon, yes, it was.
Sam Gannon had Bobby as a TV guest on Fox 4, and he admits something that we all knew as a Tolo and working with him.
Look, I mean, anybody who keeps up with me over at 105 Through the Fan or on Twitter or elsewhere knows I'm the president of the Dak Prescott fan club. So, yeah, I'm always going to have him, I'll say he's right there. Definitely over the last 4 weeks. Look, he's played incredible. He was not at his best early on. I think that was a symptom of just finding a rhythm in a new offense. This is a very regimented scheme that they've put into place, Mike McCarthy. It's very similar to the West Coast offense. Obviously, we know they've been calling it the Texas Coast, but it's so tied into, all right, 1, 2, 3 out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out, get the ball out. And I think it caused Dak to play a little rigid.
Okay. So that's Bobby admitting that he is a Dak head.
Yes, he is.
The president and the leader in the clubhouse.
He is, there's no doubt, he is the current president. I was the founder.
That's right.
But he is the president now.
Yes.
I have relinquished the reins.
Bobby was then asked Bobby with a food take.
Oh, no.
His least and most liked Thanksgiving food items.
Oh, God. Hang on. Bobby is going to say his least liked, because he's got to be opposite everybody in the world. His least liked is gravy, and his favorite is cranberry.
Okay, that would be opposite. All right, let's hit it, Pepe.
Ooh, see, I've never been a big fan of the cranberry sauce, or the fact that everybody they use the canned cranberry sauce as see, it's easy. You just slice it based on the way it's born. And everybody loves it. It's not for me. I'll tell you, my wife makes this really great broccoli cheese casserole that she goes all out for on Thanksgiving. So that's probably my favorite, but it's certainly way up there at the top. One of my favorite holidays. We'll be at the stadium obviously on Thursday, so we'll be celebrating on a couple different days leading up to it, but one of the best times of the year.
I don't hear any excitement in his voice.
Yeah, you should be excited.
He's so monotone.
Do you know what a win it is to go on Fox and get Sam Gannon over Mike Ducey? Do you know what a win that is? And Bobby got that win. Every time I go, I always got Ducey, which is fine, but he's no Sam Gannon.
He dressed up for it, too.
Dressed up for it?
Had his hat on. Had his nicest hat on for the television appearance, but that's Bobby putting the hate on the cranberry, and I think, he was putting the hate on the gravy. He's like, I prefer it just
dry
without. I'm like, dude, nobody
likes dry turkey.
Nobody can like dry Thanksgiving.
Right.
I don't want to eat mashed potatoes without gravy. I even got to put the gravy on the stuffing.
Amen, brother.
Come on. What are you talking about? No gravy. That's what he said to us in the commercial break, but the cranberry, it's very split, very, very split.
You know what we did the other day? We went to the store and we were getting stuff for the geisada, and Sarah had me pick up a packet of gravy. I'm like, what are we doing this for? And then she said it's for when we have leftovers from Thanksgiving next week. They're not going to give us enough gravy, so we're going to make our own. You got to have gravy.
Ooh, that's smart.
You got to have enough gravy.
You're talking about taking home the leftovers from your sister.
Uh-huh.
They're not going to give you enough gravy.
They may not give it, like last year, they didn't give us any gravy.
Right. Yeah, you don't pack it to go gravy.
So, what that means is that you've got to have your own gravy. So
Right.
we got this thing prepared now.
So you guys will eat Thanksgiving leftovers.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, no doubt.
So
I will crush the stuffing.
With the left out gasada from last night, you know what? I'm gonna have to get my girl in here to invite. We should ask LaGrande right here. She went to the break room. We may have to go ahead and bring her in and ask about what you did last night, whether that was safe. The 12-hour leave out.
12-hour leave out. It was the 12-hour leave out of the Carnegie Sada. And that was it. It was a 12-hour leave out. Had it covered. Had a lid on it. We just forgot about it. We forgot to put it in the fridge. We put it in the fridge yesterday morning. And then last night, we boiled it. We boiled it last night.
Yeah, boiling killed it.
It may not have. We don't know. We don't know if boiling killed it. But it didn't kill me yet. And we are almost – we set a timer. We set a timer on the Google. And it is – we are at 12 hours right now. And I have nothing going on down there in my stomach.
Stomach is not rumbling.
No rumbling in the stomach. No rumbling. No nausea. No heartburn. No indigestion. Nothing like that. Upset stomach, diarrhea, all that crap. I don't have anything.
All right, let's ask a possible expert. This is the lovely woman who puts up with Chicaline. She's actually here on time for work, where he comes in, 2 or 3 hours
8,
late.
9 o'clock.
What time does he come in?
Whenever he wants.
How is this possible?
He's the boss.
He's
my
the
boss, so he can do whatever he
He's
wants.
a diva.
Yeah.
He's a big time. He's a big time diva. All right, tell her what you did.
All right, so we made is it carne guisada? Have you heard of that?
Carne guisada.
There we go.
What is that?
Well, it's beef with tomato and onions.
Like a curry, like a gravy
with a sauce. It's like a sauce.
Okay,
that's it.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yes, it's really good.
All right, so we made it, and then we put it in a Pyrex container.
Okay.
All right. And then instead of putting it in the fridge, we accidentally left it on the counter all night, 12 hours. We left it on the counter for 12 hours instead of putting it in the fridge. Totally forgot about it. So last night, I wanted leftovers.
Okay.
And so did she. So we boiled it.
No.
Yes.
Do you think the boiling would kill off whatever bacteria?
No. I don't think so.
Now,
so
some
it
of the
was a big mistake then.
Yes.
Some of the Tolos were saying if it was pork or chicken, it would have been bad.
Yeah.
But this like a chuck.
It's just the all night.
Oh, 12 hours. Yeah, all night. 8 to 8. 8 to 8.
I don't know. It's hard to tell with meat.
I know. The beef.
I respect meat. Chicken or pork or beef.
I respect all kinds of meat. I absolutely respect meat.
But I wouldn't eat it.
Now, did you make this spicy?
We had jalapenos in there. Yeah.
Jalapenos. That's good.
Jalapenos, supposed to do it like that? All right.
That's good.
All right. I think
it was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Show her real quick what you brought in, just as a.
I brought in a backup pair of shorts.
Oh.
In case I have
bathroom
problems.
Yeah. Okay. But no, I don't think you're gonna have any problems.
Okay,
good.
I don't think so.
So she okayed it. Christina from
fine.
La Grande, thank you so much.
We ate worse.
You've eaten worse.
You've eaten worse.
Thank you, Christina. Sean, RJ, thank you. You have a good day as well. Mike McCarthy, fantastic. And thank y'all for checking it out every single Friday at 6:30, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. All right, we have an update on Michigan and Jim Harbaugh. How can we fix the baseball playoffs? Someone wants to take away from what our great Texas Rangers did. We'll talk about it on the Home of the Champs next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shohei and Ronald Acuna win the MVPs to no one's surprise. Corey Seager finishes in second, Marcus Semien in third as the dream season for your Texas Rangers continue. And this is your home of the World Series champs. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. Bobby out for one more day of vacation. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So just as the Rangers go on this magical, once-in-a-lifetime run with the way they won on the road, taking out all the higher seeds, knocking off the dynastic armpit in Houston, beating Arizona in 5 games. Now they want to change the playoffs?
Yeah, they're in Arlington for the owners' meetings, and that's ironic because they're trying to basically make sure that the Rangers never win the title again. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. They're trying to make sure it never happens like this again. And from that standpoint, yes, the baseball owners probably don't want 2 teams with a combined .537 winning percentage to be in the World Series, which was the lowest in history.
Ooh.
Lower than the 73 A's Mets, 2014 Royals Giants, 06 Tigers Cardinals, 97 Indians at the time, and Marlins. But it's not the Rangers' fault. It's the Diamondbacks' fault.
So how do they want to? Oh, it's the Diamondbacks' fault.
Well, they had 84 wins.
Yeah.
Rangers had 90. If you had 2 90-win teams, I mean, that's much, much different. So 2 years into the new structure, and the new structure is 12 teams make the playoffs. You have 2 teams in each league with a bye. So you've had 12 division champs, right? You have 3 in the AL, 3 in the NL over 2 years, 12 division champs. They have played a total of 15 games in the LCSs.
Wow.
7 this year by Houston, 4 last year by Houston, and 4 last year by the Yankees. And they have played just 6 World Series games. So the 12 division winners over the last 2 years, only 3 of those teams won their division series round. Is that a big deal? I mean, maybe, but what is baseball going to do about it? I saw a stat that in order for Major League Baseball to get the NBA, the higher seeded team wins 80% of the series in the NBA. For baseball to get the higher seeded team to win 80% of the series, they would have to have every series be 75 games. Okay, that's not feasible. In the NFL, for the better team to think about this, Cowboy fans, you want to talk about having bad luck, and I will die on the Cowboys have had bad luck hill. For the better team to win 80% of the playoff games, they would have to play 11 times.
This is such a tough argument because the basketball playoffs stink until the later rounds because there's no chance of an upset. That sucks.
It sucks, but it's great for the finals, right?
Yeah, and the conference finals
Yeah.
as well. Baseball should want the better teams to play on the bigger stage. I do believe the first and second round is unfair. It cannot be best of 3, best of 5. That's stupid. That is ridiculous. It's so unfair to the regular season dominance that somebody shows. It feels like college basketball kind of has the perfect mix.
Still a lot of upsets.
Because you get a lot of upsets, and then, you feel like the better teams are going to be there in the end.
There's enough good teams in college basketball.
They have the best balance. How would you say it is for the NFL? Like college football, it's been chalk with the top 4.
I think college football is the best if you want the best teams in, you'll get the best teams in. College football.
Yeah, but when they play, 4 doesn't beat 1.
No, 4 doesn't beat 1.
Doesn't happen.
Very rare.
It does not happen. But what are the other proposals? How are they trying to fix it?
Well, so some of the ways to fix it is
Has it not been passed yet? Proposals?
Oh no, there's nothing's been passed. Nothing's been passed. So some of the ideas to fix this would be go back to 4 divisions, 2 in each league. All right. Another one would be eliminate any off days. So the regular season ends on a Sunday. Right now they have Monday off. The wild card round is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then they have Friday off, and they start the next day on Saturday for the LDS. The recommendation is no off day, and you've got to give something to the better teams. So maybe the division winners only play home games in the division series.
Yeah, because now we got away with this as the cute little story, as the wild card that was falling apart at the end of the regular season. We don't want to get penalized and taken out as a big dog ALS winner. What other changes?
Okay.
Baseball is proposing that the pitch clock reduces by 2 seconds with runners on base.
Right. So I think it's 20 seconds. They would down it to 18.
Yeah.
Another thing they can do that they're considering, they're talking about, is the ghost win. The division winner starts every series up 1-0.
No.
And they do this in other sports where, like in golf with the Ryder Cup. So if you're the defending champ, you only need like 14.5 points. Whereas if you're trying to get the cup, you've got to have 15.5. So you've got to win by an extra point to get it.
Oh.
So maybe that's something like, the division winner, instead of having to win 4 games, only needs to win 3 to advance to the next round.
Okay. So you get rewarded for the regular season.
That's your reward. Or the division winner plays no road games in the division series. So the best of 5, the Rangers would have been in Baltimore for all 5 games. Okay, so that's another thing they could do. The no days off really hurts the non-division winner, because what happens is that you go Sunday and then you play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Maybe you play a doubleheader one of those days. Maybe you play 2 games in one day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then the division series starts on Thursday. So you get your pitching lined up, and they're throwing their 4th starter in game 1. And now, even if some of these are dumb, at least they're trying. This is what brainstorming is about. Throw something against the wall, see if it sticks. I don't like the in-season NBA tournament, but try something to get me to watch.
Mark Cuban apparently does not like the courts.
Doesn't like the courts. He thinks they're an eyesore. He thinks they're not very good. Lucas says that there's no difference between the out-of-bounds line. I just spit all over the thing here. I got a big, giant loogie right here on the table.
Ew!
That's disgusting. It came flying out of my mouth.
It wasn't spit. It was a loogie?
No, it was spit, but I just called it a loogie.
Okay.
So he hates the court. Luca's like, dude, you can't tell, because a lot of times you'll see the out-of-bounds will have a different color than the regular court.
Yeah.
There's no different color. Some of the courts doesn't bounce right. There's like dead spots on the floor. It's a disaster. But Cuban's like, great marketing idea. And it is. I mean, it shows me, I know when I turn that game on, hey, this is an in-season tournament game, whatever that means.
Right.
But, I mean, I give them credit. At least they're trying something.
Well,
I don't like it, but I think at least they're trying.
Devin Harris was bringing this up, wondering about the depth perception for shooters. Like how much, I'll be interested to see the shooting percentages for these games.
It's got to be, look, I'm sorry, but when they were showing that game in New Orleans, you could see the green glowing on the bottom of Luka's chin. The light was reflecting off of it. That's got to be distracting.
Let's look at some of the college football schedule for the weekend. Tomorrow, Georgia against RJ Choppy's Volunteers. The spread is only 10 in Knoxville. Arizona against Utah, matchup of top 25 teams. And then I'm looking for something else sexy here. 21 versus 25, Kansas versus K-State. Washington, Oregon State, 5 versus 11. Texas will be at Iowa State.
Man, Washington's an underdog. 2.5 points in that game. I think Oregon wins that one. I think Oregon is going to bludgeon them at the line of scrimmage. That is a nasty. Weird things happen at night in 3 places: Columbia, South Carolina, Corvallis, Oregon, which is where Oregon State plays, and watch out, Horns, at Iowa State at Ames. You got a night game this week against Iowa State. It's always tricky.
And Jim Harbaugh is going to accept the suspension?
He has accepted the suspension. He has taken his lumps, and he is dropping his appeal. Their hope is that the NCAA will go easy on them with this. That's their hope. Their hope is like, hey, we don't fight this. Maybe the NCAA will go easy on us, kind of like self-imposing a penalty.
Yeah.
Because, like, let's be fair. And also, the other reason why he's taken this punishment, it's a non-punishment. He still gets to prep his team during the week. He's not the primary play caller for either position. So what's he really doing? So if somebody else is making, whether they go for it on 4th down, cool. Like, it's not a big deal.
Speaking of college coaches with the media, Ed Cooley at Georgetown.
They were playing Rutgers, and he kind of went after some of the media members Not for asking hard questions, Sean.
Yes.
For asking soft questions.
The only way you're going to get better is by having the courage to ask a question in these type of situations. So when you guys are sitting there, don't just sit there like a lump on a log. Have a great question, grow up, and learn what it is to ask a tough question. Seriously, we owe you an answer, or you owe yourself an opportunity to grow. I say that to all of you young writers. Don't sit in here and just be in awe. This is real. Grow up, you're in the room, learn how to ask some questions. I'm out.
Wow. Does this guy have he could be a professor at UNT. They let Mac Engel's dumbass teach a class somewhere. SMU.
TCU, right?
TCU.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Ed Cooley, Journalism 101, to finally teach Peyton what to do. How about this?
Look, I was stunned when I saw this.
So this was like a lecture for like the student journalists maybe that were in there?
I would assume
paper?
so. I would assume so. I mean,
there were young media members in there. I think it was more of like a class exercise.
Man, did he? If I'm part of the Hoyas beat, oh man, I'm bringing out my bow and arrow. I'm coming
every week.
I'm coming every week for the throat.
Is it a quiver? Is that where they keep the arrows? Just get it out of there.
Should you be fired? Why can't you win a Big East game? Yeah. What do you really think of Patrick Ewing? What do you really think? Oh, why don't you wear a white towel? I would go.
Was that a John Thompson reference?
Yes, it was a John Thompson reference. So there's Ed Cooley.
Yeah, it's good for him. I mean, like it's going to come back and bite him.
Yes,
because someone's going to ask him tough questions, and he's going to clap back at him. But I mean, that's he's trying to make people grow. I respect that.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Last night was really about injuries for Thursday night football. Poor out Michaels couldn't even get a great game with the Ravens and the Bengals. 34-20, Baltimore wins. Lamar Jackson got roughed up, but he came back. Joe Burrow, trying to hide a wrist injury coming in, he leaves with the right wrist injury. Could not throw a football trying to warm up. He misses the second half. But the bad news for Baltimore, RJ thinks this eliminates them as a Super Bowl contender. John Harbaugh confirmed it from Mark Andrews.
Unfortunately, on the negative side, Mark Andrews has a very serious ankle injury. It looks like a season-ending injury. So our prayers will be with Mark. Nobody cares more about the team and being there for the guys than Mark Andrews. So it's going to be hard for him, but we're going to be there for him all the way.
Man, this guy, what a stud out of Oklahoma. Every year, if you playing fantasy, he's still probably one of the most underrated players in the entire league.
Yeah.
And, I think you raise a pretty good point about Lamar not having his main weapon. Is that going to wipe out the Ravens?
I mean, they've never done a great job of putting anything around Lamar.
Yep.
So I think it's a big loss, huge loss.
His last 2 years, he had 107 catches. Last year, 73. This year, he had 45 and 6 touchdowns.
Wow, I mean that's a big number. The 6 touchdowns is a big number. The 45 catches. I mean, he wasn't on pace for 107 or anything, but this is a big loss for them. And with Buffalo and Cincinnati both being 5-5, I mean, I think the fair assumption is that one of those two teams is going to miss the postseason, and it looks like it could be Cincinnati right now with Burrow having a wrist. I mean, how long is that thing going to impact him for?
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We always talk about quarterback tiers. Every network, every organization relies on that for topics, quarterback tiers. But we're going to ask about Super Bowl tiers. What Super Bowl tier are the Cowboys in? And why was Bobby's best friend fighting about Dak Prescott on ESPN yesterday? The Expressway is commercial-free for the next 40 minutes right after this.
After we get...
The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
We're commercial free for the next 40 minutes here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Is this supposed to rain today? Is that what we're getting?
I hope not. I got dog poop to clean up in the yard. I got to pick it up. I'm going to pick it up today.
How much crap do you pick up per day?
He goes about 3 times a day. So I don't pick it up every day. I wait till the end of the week generally. So it piles up.
90% humidity, cloudy, high of 64, low of 55. And then tomorrow, partly sunny, Sunday, rain.
You know, I was talking with Sarah about this yesterday. When did they change partly cloudy to partly sunny?
I don't know.
Because I never hear people call it partly clouded anymore.
But we're going to go like mid-60s and then 75 Monday and then high 50s next week. So just freaking please keep it cold, or a little bit colder. That's all I ask. All right, we always do quarterback tiers. Mahomes, is he on his own level? Is it Mahomes and Burrow and so-and-so? And where's Dak? But I like this better for right now. Super Bowl contender tiers, because I just went on that little bit of a rant yesterday talking about the Cowboys as an actual contender because of the quality of their team or the circumstances of the conference. So let's do the Super Bowl tiers.
Yeah, it's from ESPN. The 32 teams in the 8 playoff tiers, from obvious Super Bowl contenders to the completely hopeless teams that are looking forward to next season. This is based on ESPN's Football Power Index, future strength of schedule, past performance metrics.
Give me the name.
Future lines.
Give me the name of the top 3 categories.
Okay.
Obvious is one.
The true Super Bowl contenders. That's tier 1.
Okay.
All right. Tier 2, playoff locks.
Playoff locks. All right.
Tier 3, likely in, barring a collapse.
Okay. And this is for a Super Bowl contender.
Uh-huh.
All right. Obviously, Kansas City. Did they go in order?
They do have, let's see. They do not have, they just have them listed. They don't have them in order necessarily. There's no number next to them.
All right. How many teams are in the first category?
3.
All right. Kansas City, Philadelphia, and I'll say San Francisco.
Correct. Philadelphia's got a 99% chance of making the playoffs and an 83% chance to currently win the NFC East. Kansas City, 99% and 95% to win the West. San Fran, 98% chance to make the playoffs, 89% chance to win the NFC West.
How many teams in the second tier? Second category.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Detroit.
Yep. Detroit's got a 97% chance of postseason and 78% chance to win the North.
Baltimore.
Baltimore is in there as well.
What day did this come out?
Monday.
Monday?
Tuesday.
Let me go with Jacksonville.
Jacksonville is not.
Miami?
Miami, yes. 94% chance to make the playoffs, 74% chance to win the East.
And then one more. How about I just say, well, playoff locks, are they going to take someone from the South? I'll say the Cowboys.
It is the Cowboys. Cowboys have a 97% chance to make the postseason.
Wow.
97. Only a 17% chance to win the East. Here's what the write-up says. We've seen the Cowboys upside in a string of blowout wins against the Giants, Jets, Pats, and Rams. We've seen the downside in that Niners game, balance out the performances. They're a very good team, a potential for greatness. Entering Week 10, linebacker Micah Parsons, they call him linebacker still, had a 34% pass rush win rate, on pace for the highest ever, while CD ranks second in our wide receiver tracking metrics overall score, and Dak ranked 4th in QBR. If Dallas can put it all together, it is a legit threat to go all the way.
So I think this is fair. You know, the number 1 tier of Super Bowl contenders, Kansas City, Philadelphia, San Fran. I would agree with that. Some people may have had Baltimore in there. Are the Cowboys on the same level, basically, as Baltimore, Detroit, and the Dolphins? Yesterday, you made an exact comparison to the Miami Dolphins, Detroit, and Baltimore with the Cowboys. I think that's more than fair.
I think it's very fair. If you wanted to put Baltimore a notch ahead, I could go along with that. I think without Mark Andrews, it's a little bit more tricky.
Yeah.
I think the Cowboys are absolutely in the same breath as Miami and Detroit. I think there's very little differentiation between the three. Neither one of them can win on the road with sustained success, and neither one of them is going to lose at home. Like, and if they do lose at home, it's going to be a situation where it's like a shootout 38-35 game where nobody gets stopped.
And, dude, I'll tell you what, after those 7 teams, it feels like a free fall to the next tier. Although Jacksonville, I guess you could argue, could be in the playoff locks, but I would lean more with them being on the 3rd tier just to rub it in Mike Bassick's face a little bit more with Jackson Fraud and the jester, Trevor Lawrence. But after those 7, I got to pick between Seattle, New Orleans, Minnesota, the AFC North with ugly Pittsburgh, Deshaunless Cleveland. Cincinnati was going to be in that likely category. I guess you could have made an argument for them. Buffalo. Man, who would have thought we were talking about the Buffalo Bills on a lower tier than the Dallas Cowboys at this point in time?
I don't know how you're going to get a champion outside those 7.
Okay. I think Buffalo's the biggest flyer. And maybe a miracle of Burrow returning somehow. Buffalo and Cincinnati are your only hopes.
That's it. I mean, unless you buy into Jacksonville, and I don't. But yes. Obviously, if Josh Allen figures it out, and if Joe Burrow gets healthy, then they're obviously in, but or a big time threat. But the way it is today, with the Burrow injury and the way Josh Allen and the Bills are going, I don't know how you get a title out of any of those 7. Outside of those 7, tier 3. Minnesota has an 86% chance to make the postseason. So they're at the top of tier 3 at 6-4. Then there's Jacksonville. Cleveland is there, but now with Deshaun being out, they're not going to be there anymore. Seattle as well, but no, Seattle. I mean, does anybody think Seattle can win three road playoff games? I don't. And then tier 4, we're leaning yes. You've got New Orleans and Buffalo. Bills still have a 56% chance of making the postseason. You got Cincinnati, but then with the Burrow news and last night's game, who knows? And then on the fringe, you got Pittsburgh and Houston. The Chargers are 4-5. The Falcons are 4-6. It's outside the top 7. It's tough to find somebody.
All right, what is this Dak Prescott fight? Dak versus C.J. Stroud. This is Bobby's best friend Dan Orlovsky and Harry Douglas apparently fighting over Texas quarterbacks on ESPN.
It doesn't have to be Dak is the MVP or Dak sucks.
I just want to live in a world where it's like he's good. He's
playing really good football.
He's been
so good, though, over the last 4 weeks. He has over 1,300 yards, 12 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 2 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
And I think the way it's looked for Dak Prescott, the improvising, utilizing his legs to make sure plays are extended, I think Dak, over the last 4 weeks, I think Dak is playing the best football over the last 4 weeks.
Harry, you mean over the last 4 weeks he's playing better than C.J. Stroud?
He's playing over the last 4 weeks. Over the last 4 weeks, Dak Prescott, you're including C.J. Stroud talking about the entire season.
No.
C.J. Stroud's entire season has been better than Dak Prescott. That's what
you think he's playing better than C.J. Stroud over the last 4 weeks?
Bro, look at Dak Prescott.
Wilson over the last 4 weeks?
Look at his completion percentage, Dan. The last 4 weeks in game.
Completion percentage, Harry.
Look at the plays that he's making. What are you talking about?
He's playing good football. Do you know who has played the easiest schedule in the NFL?
No, you tell me.
Dallas Cowboys.
You sure? Because I think Atlanta and New Orleans and those teams have
the Dallas Cowboys have played 2 teams
got
with
the
winning
red bottoms
records.
on the shoes.
The San Francisco 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. They've been outscored in those games.
Did Dak play good in that game?
70-33.
I'm just asking you.
Did you? Who was
asking you? Did Dak play good in the game versus the Eagles?
Yeah, but you think it was more because unreal Dak or bad coverage on Philly?
But you can't say, hey, Dak, it's my job to make sure Philly isn't having bad coverage in the back end.
So
we can't have it both ways,
in those 2 games, 70-33. Their turnover differential is -4.
All right, turn it off. So they're so desperate for Cowboy content, they want to break down who's playing better over the last 4 weeks.
Dak or C.J. Stroud. Unfortunately for Dak, the discussion is going to continue this week because Carolina's not any good. And if he goes out there and they put 40 points up there, they're going to look at it from that perspective.
Sure.
And this is the kind of stuff he's going to have to deal with.
And the Cowboys in general.
And the Cowboys in general.
Bunch of bullies.
There are bullies, just like in Miami, the same thing. Tua's got to deal with this too. I mean, what are people saying about Tua? Well, he hasn't beaten anybody.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing you say about Dak. And Mahomes, when he lights teams up the way he has, and they're bad teams, nobody says anything because he's got a history of winning championships and making the conference championship game every year and an MVP. So he's earned that benefit of the doubt. And when Dak does it, it's like, well, we got to look at the competition. And, and look, that's the reality. Dak has brought it on himself, and so have the Cowboys by not winning. But, Mahomes is not going to get that same criticism if he beats bad teams.
Friday, Expressway, commercial free. Right here on Sean and RJ. It's commercial free every single weekday on DFW Sports Station. Right now, though, it's time to clean everything up and out from the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Okay, maybe the topic of the day, and I've been dying to talk about this for 2 hours. Carissa Thompson.
Oh, baby.
Woo! So, Carissa Thompson is the sports personality who was a sideline reporter for Fox. And what about the timing last night? She is the host of the Amazon Thursday Night Football coverage. So, Carissa Thompson went on Pardon My Take and set ablaze to the football world when she talked about her time as a sideline reporter making up stuff at the half.
And I've said this before, so I haven't been fired for saying it, but I'll say it again. I would make up the report sometimes because A, the coach wouldn't come out at halftime, or it was too late. And I was like, I didn't want to screw up the report. So I was like, I'm just going to make this up because first of all, no coach is going to get mad if I say, hey, we need to stop hurting ourselves. We need to be better on third down. We need to stop turning the ball
Pressure
over.
the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. and do a better job of getting off the field. Like, they're not going to correct me on that.
Right.
So I'm like, it's fine. I'll just make up the report.
Well, you were corrected from the NFL reporter world. Basically, every female sideline reporter spoke up, and most of them destroyed Carissa Thompson. You've given us all a bad name. You can never be trusted again. Your credibility is shot from Lisa Salters, Bonnie Bernstein. Everyone was coming out of the woodwork.
Molly McGrath at ESPN put this tweet out.
What is the woodwork, by the way? Coming out of the woodwork. What does that mean? I know what the phrase means. But what does that actually mean? Where did that come from?
Let me look it up.
Anyway, I didn't know if you knew. Back to you.
I really want to know what this means.
Out of the woodwork. Like, is that like a termite thing? They come out of the splinters? I don't know.
Emerge from obscurity to be revealed. Oh, so like it's just nothing, and then it comes out of the woodwork. It's a new, bright and shiny item. It was built, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
You were criticized them for suddenly appearing in public or revealing their opinions. So they suddenly appear. Okay, so Molly McGrath. Young reporters, this is not normal or ethical. Coaches and players trust us with sensitive information. And if they know that you're dishonest and don't take your role seriously, you've lost all trust and credibility. Now, look, ethical and moral, it sounds nice, but let's not act like the media has tons of ethics and morals. We know we don't. We are completely, at least I am, unethical and immoral. We are 1,000% in it for ourselves. And if you're in it for yourself, by definition, you probably aren't ethical or moral. If you're doing that's selfish. But I can see Carissa's stance here. Let's paint the picture. Let's say, is she with Fox?
Yes, she was. Or
Let's
maybe
say
she is
that
still. Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy is late coming out of the locker room. They're about to come to her for a report.
Yeah.
And Mike can't talk to her because he's sprinting out to the sideline because he's late coming out of the locker room. They're coming to her one way or the other.
Right.
She got to say something.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to lie.
You're not supposed to lie, but is it lying if she says, oh, no, they want to...
Give me the report. Down to you, Klachoppy.
Yeah, they need to limit the turnovers. They want to limit the turnovers in the second half and stop their running game, which is true in every situation.
It's always a true generality.
The true generality. So it's not lying because they technically do want to do that.
Well, are you going to preface it by saying I spoke with Mike McCarthy?
Well, that's a good
question. If you say
question.
I spoke, unethical. if you say, look, in talking to the Cowboys throughout the week,
or you could say,
I know that they want to, or how about this? Come up with a backup thing to report on versus the conversation with the coach. I didn't know that this was a common thing where you miss the coach or the coach is late, so then you got to go ahead and maybe come up with something else, or maybe don't go to the sideline reporter. Okay, so this thing has like 15 different angles on it.
Right.
Number one, and I got to give props to my brother, which is very, very rare. And I apply this also to what he said. He said, I don't watch pregame shows. And he's been telling me that for 10 years. He goes, pregame shows are a waste. And I follow the same exact thing. I used to watch pregame shows.
We used to host them.
Well, except for the fan one. I'm talking about Fox NFL Sunday,
Yeah, I totally
CBS.
agree.
They're fluff pieces.
Fluff pieces, man.
A bunch of bits.
Game
and who
day.
can. Yeah, like our stuff is, real, legit content and information with Eric Tiafalo and Brian Broaddus. But I just stopped watching those. And look, unless it's an injury update or a report on a fight that just happened, we all know these silent reports are worthless. We do. We all know they're a total, complete waste of time. I'm not trying to insult. Christy Scales gives fantastic information. I really do believe that. I'm not just saying that. I love Christy personally, yes. But I'm talking about when they do this at halftime and they say, oh, I'm not happy with the turnover, said this, said that. I mean, 99 times out of 100, it's a waste. But for her to say, now look, do fans really care about this? Probably not. But man, she pissed off people who work in this field. And I understand why.
Yeah, she did.
Because it does totally discredit. Last night, I was like making jokes in my head with Kaylee Hartzog in the sideline report. And the jokes are being made towards Clarissa Thompson. I just talked to Joe Burrow. He's doing great. Joe Burrow has an ankle injury per Clarissa Thompson. Like all the Clarissa. I made one, and these two idiots, these two losers who probably think they have a chance of sleeping with Clarissa Thompson are like, oh, lame joke. Ha. I'm just joking. I'm like, Clarissa Thompson made this report. I don't care.
Plus, like, a lot of these media members coming out they're doing it for job self-preservation too.
Of course.
They want to make their job seem more serious than it is.
Of course.
It is. Listen, don't ever let a media member that's covering sports. If you're covering world events, that's one thing. If you're a sports journalist, don't ever let one of them tell you that their job is more important than it actually is.
Yeah, but I do feel a little bit bad for the females in this.
We're trying to make it
same position.
It gives them a bad credit. I don't know. I mean, I never thought that this gave the women in the industry what Carissa says. I don't think that gave the women in the industry a bad name. I think it was just
it's going to make people doubt a lot of sideline reports.
Sideline reports in general. Yes, yeah. I think it gives the sideline.
Yeah, it doesn't affect Doris Burke.
Correct. It affects Tom Rinaldi.
But a sideline reporter.
It affects any sideline reporter.
Any sideline reporter.
Any sideline reporter. I don't know that it's gender specific.
Well, the majority have been women.
Correct. Yeah, they have. But like
Zach Taylor says Burrow's right thumb is an amputation candidate per Carissa Thompson. Burrow will start the second half at quarterback and throw left-handed per Carissa. I mean, that's what I was interested in last night.
So she could just say
But I guarantee you Christy Scales, like Jane Slater, I guarantee you they're probably offended by this. Really offended. That's why we wanted, two cool
Are they offended that she does it or that she said it? Because what if Christy was in the same situation coming out of the half and nobody would talk to McCarthy didn't talk to her or nobody would say anything? Like, what would she do? Would she just say I have nothing?
Right.
I don't know. Like,
don't come to me for a report.
Yeah, maybe that's what she would have done. Like, and that's my question. Like, is Molly McGrath and a lot of the other media members, are they upset with her because she did it or because she said it? Sometimes it's the dirty little secret that gets out.
That's a good question. Christy, if you're listening, you want to text and call in, hop on real quick. Slater, same thing. 87 or any sideline reporter. Could be a male as well. 877-881-1053 is the truckrecord.com text line because a lot of people got worked up over this. I was really surprised how many sports fans got worked up like over a journalism debate. They're like, are you going to take this out of context too? Are you going to overblow this as well? Play it one more time, Pepe. This is Carissa Thompson talking about making up halftime reports on Barstool.
And I've said this before, so I haven't been fired for saying it, but I'll say it again. I would make up the report sometimes because A, the coach wouldn't come out at halftime or it was too late. And I was like, I didn't want to screw up the report. So I was like, I'm just going to make this up because first of all, no coach is going to get mad if I say, hey, we need to stop hurting ourselves. We needed to be better on third down. We need to stop turning the ball
Pressure
over.
the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. and do a better job of getting off the field. Like, they're not going to correct me on that.
Right.
So I'm like, it's fine. I'll just make up the report.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Because what she's saying is right. Anyone's going to say they want to play cleaner.
Yeah.
It's what I've always said. I could make up a fake Twitter account. I could make up a burner, and I could get so many more followers than I have right now by just tweeting general stuff that couldn't be disputed. And it's just common sense stuff that people fall for. So, they want to continue to play clean. They want to clean up the turnovers. They want to limit the penalties. They want to make sure they don't commit penalties. You can get away with that. No coach is ever going to go ahead and call you on it.
They're not. I got a problem. I tell you, I got this.
Mike McCarthy will respond to this at 8:40 this morning.
The fact that this is getting a lot more airtime than the Shams Woj report that they purposely kept salaries down with some. But
I don't know that they purposely kept salaries down.
Well,
right?
I mean,
they were telling other GMs what the real offers were.
Yeah, they were telling
exchanging information.
Yeah, they were telling other GMs, hey, you don't need to go here with this guy because there's not a market for him. I mean, that to me is keeping salaries down. That to me is far more unethical.
I think
this.
it does. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Right? I mean, that's immoral and unethical. I mean, you are keeping the very people that you cover from maximizing their value for your own gain. I have a much bigger problem with Shams and Woj doing that than if they did. I mean, that's the report. Than I do with this. I mean, this is. I don't know. This is a very unserious situation. Like it's
unless
the role.
Unless you're working in the same field.
Correct. Yeah.
I just got a text here. Former Fox Sports executive in town. She set sideline reporting back 20 years. Her act is a total misrepresentation. Maybe the coaches did not trust her to begin with. So, I don't know. But the Carissa Thompson thing blew up. Pepe, what do you think? You have an opinion? That won't get you in trouble today?
Yeah, I mean, she shouldn't have said it. I mean, if it happens, it happens. But that's one of the things that, it stays behind closed doors. She can't say it out there because Barstool deleted the whole video, the whole interview with her.
What?
Because, it's not there on their Twitter account. So they knew it was going to blow up, and it did blow up in the wrong way. So, but yeah, this sets it back a lot. And it sucks that it, as a woman, because I mean, it's hard for them in general, doing sideline reports.
Carissa Thompson noted that she's discussed this before on her podcast with Aaron Andrews. Nearly 2 years ago, Carissa and Andrews both admitted to taking liberties with some of their sideline reports. But while Thompson previously alluded to paraphrasing or embellishing what coaches told her, this time she admitted to completely making up a sideline report. So now I'm really interested to hear what Christy or Jane would say. Although
if Aaron did it too, which what you said there, right? That Aaron took some liberties as well.
This is from Oval Announcing.
So if Aaron did it too, I think the people are more upset that the secret's out than of what that she actually. That's just my guess that she actually did it, and I could be way off on that, and I'm fine with that.
877-881-1053. What are the Tolos saying?
Oh man, I always had a feeling they did this on the all sideline reports. Let's see. Sports writers do the same thing. They make stuff up if they don't have enough content.
Oh, sources? Oh, you talking about people report? That's what I meant to do with a fake Twitter account. I could make up so many fake source reports.
Yeah.
And it would blow up in terms of followers. I guarantee you. So-and-so hearing interest in. So-and-so is looking at. So-and-so may take a meeting. Oh, the amount of people who lie about confirming a second source? Are you kidding me?
Yep. Let's see.
This is a great. This is the second Journalism 101 topic of the day.
Yes, it is.
After Ed Cooley at Georgetown.
They are 100% upset she outed a secret. If the information you provide is equally as valuable as completely made up information, then your job isn't valuable. Word from the locker room is. That's what she could say, right? That's what she could say if she didn't talk to anybody. Word from the locker room is. That's how she could preface it. Let's see. They're mad because it's true and they do it too. They're mad because she outed them. If she says anything she didn't directly get from the coach, she needs to clarify it's her opinion on what needs to be done. I bet they all do it, and they're all upset at her for revealing it.
Wow, so a ton of Tolos just think it's common practice, and she spoke it out loud.
Wow. She can, let's see, and the people, clearly she's a whistleblower, and it upset them all.
Wow.
Much ado about nothing. Nobody cares about this other than sideline reporters. What's Jane have to say? I thought the role in itself was bad for women. Sideline reporter is irrelevant. think there's relevance to it. I absolutely think there's relevance to it.
What's the relevance?
I mean, if there's an injury issue that they're going to report on, if there is, I think a lot of fans, if there's a bad first half, they want to know what the coach says at halftime. What was the message to the team? That's the one thing. The message, what's the message to the team? You can't give the message to the team if you didn't talk to the coach. Now, you could say, this is what they want to do in the second half. They want to stop turnovers. They want to this and that. Those are very generic, and I think you can get away with it.
Pepe said Slater's cell went to voicemail, so there must have been a...
She asleep.
Must have been a third... What's Thursday in Uptown? It used to be... Is it Primo's? Or was that Tuesday? I'm not sure which one. It looks like she was at K-State, Iowa. That's why. K-State upsetting Caitlin Clark in Iowa. She was at the game. That's why. All right, let's continue with the...
Bad first quarter by Caitlin Clark, 1 of 7.
And Angel Reese is getting benched by Kim Mulkey?
Yeah, Kim,
why? Punishment or Angel Reese isn't that good?
Oh, no, I think Angel's terrific. I think the issue is that she was not happy with her toughness in the first couple of games. It's a long season. It's probably just a message.
All right, let's teach you to lie in your job interviews. Junk Drawer here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. What is going on in the job interview?
All right, so this hiring professional says if you want to get a job, there are 3 things that you need to lie about. Okay?
Yep.
The first reason, 1, why you're leaving. If you're leaving your job because you really don't like it, because you don't get along with your boss or your colleagues, you need to lie about this. Don't focus on...
Well, definitely say I don't say I don't get along with...
Don't say you don't get along with your employees. Don't say bad things about the company. Because it makes it seem like you might be the problem.
Right.
It's the Brian Damaris, James Harden. If all your roommates are bad, it's not your roommates. It's you. Please do not tell them your boss doesn't like you. Don't tell them that everyone is really hard to work with. All they're going to hear is that you are difficult.
Mm-hmm.
What you say is, things are going great. I want to take on bigger challenges.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next one. Why you want the job. Look, everybody interviewing knows that you want the job for money and benefits.
Right.
That's you don't need to admit that that's your sole interest is picking up a paycheck. That's a big no-no. It's not a unique answer. It doesn't differentiate you from anybody, and it's a red flag. Instead, sweet talk about your mission to serve as an asset to the brand. I love the company's mission statement. I read the mission statement, and you donate 30% of your profits to environmental causes. I'm really, really big on that. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
And then
I hate that though, that you can't say
money,
massive increase in pay. I hate that. Like my pay tripled from Kansas City to here, and I couldn't hide it. I'm like, oh, you're going to pay me above $30,000? So 40, 50, 60, 70, 90, 130, blah, blah, blah. You're going to pay me something when in for the first 5-6 years working in broadcasting, you make 20. You make 20K.
At best.
At best.
I made $12,000 my first year at ESPN.
Right.
That's
103.3?
Yeah. I was doing overnights. I had to live at home, and I had a car payment. I mean, my entire salary went to my car payment. The entire salary. And then finally, what are your plans for the future? All right. And they're like, they don't care. She's like, I don't care if you're starting grad school in 6 months and you need this job as a filler. You just say, when they ask you about your plans are to knock it out of the park for the next 10 years with the company you're trying to interview with.
Great answers.
Never say... don't say, I'll go 5 years. Well, I'm going to go to grad school and I'm going to take the bar exam.
Yeah.
Or whatever. No. You were planning on being there for 10 years.
Great answers. This is fantastic. Who's this from?
This is, let's see, the New York Post had it, but it was from a hiring professional.
All right.
That did this story on.
Well done. So there you go for your Friday job interview here during the Expressway. Pepe, what you got on drones? Is that a drone?
That's right. There's a future of delivering Chick-fil-A in Florida. So this Florida-based Chick-fil-A is going to start testing out delivering food within 1 mile of a Chick-fil-A restaurant. Now, what's the good and bad that can come with with delivering the drone. The drone could get lost, the food could drop, and then they don't deliver it. I mean, sure, maybe you could cut back on some costs that way without having to pay delivery drivers, which I care about my DoorDash people. So I don't know if I enjoy it, but they're going to test it out, and you have to live within a mile of the restaurant here to do it. So
I got to warn it. This is embarrassing. This should have been in Life Hacks yesterday. I got a warning from Uber Eats about complaining too much.
Oh, really?
You leave the reviews?
No, it's like, it's not for nothing. It's like an incorrect item or something that they messed up. So like, now I will admit, it's a life hack. Like, so Uber Eats now will also do like Instacart, like grocery delivery. And when my parents were coming to town, I wanted these ribeyes from Costco. Shout out to the toll. I wanted these Wagyu ribeyes. And I ordered them for delivery. And it said it was delivered. It was not at my house. So I'm like, yo, I do not have, and they couldn't take the photo in front of my front door. It ended up being, so I reported, I never got it.
Right.
It ended up being at my neighbor's.
Well, it's not your fault.
It's not my fault. So they credited me like $150 and I ended up getting the steaks anyway, but they're still looking at that as a complaint. And I'm like, I didn't.
What? That's not a complaint.
So I also at my house, there's a gate that doesn't open that a lot of like delivery people go to. They stop at the gate instead of like the real entry gate.
Yeah.
And I try to direct them towards the real entry gate, give the gate code and everything. So one day I was outside looking for like the grocery delivery. It wasn't there. I let the company know. It says delivered. They're not here. I look around. I'm looking around. I'm like walking up the street to my neighbor's houses to see. All of a sudden, I walk back towards my house. It's sitting on top of the gate. There's like 5 grocery bags balanced on top of the gate of my home. And they left them up there. They just left them like it was my front door. So that wasn't my fault. I didn't see the bags on top of the gate. I ended up getting the groceries. They count that as a delivery against me. But like the other day, they ordered Chinese. They gave me like the wrong Chinese. And I was like, they gave the wrong one. They refunded me $10 for the dish. They're like, you're complaining too much. If it's valid, cool. If not, we're going to have to block you for a little bit. I got a block warning.
What?
I got an Uber Eats block warning.
Man. If you...
Yeah.
Hey, that's like an insurance. That's like you getting...
Should I not complain? Like, now I do it a lot of times. When it is wrong, I don't lie about it because they ask for a picture proof.
Yeah.
So like, you order a pepperoni and mushroom, they give pepperoni and onion. And I'm like, hey, you gave this.
Yeah.
Instead, I do get the refund, which I'm happy with, but they're like, you're complaining.
If someone delivers your food to the wrong address, and they get mad at you for complaining about it, that's like an insurance company, you sitting in a red light, and then you get rear-ended, and your insurance company raises your rate because you're now an unsafe driver.
It was so
It makes no sense. I did nothing wrong.
It was so embarrassing.
I'm sitting at a stoplight.
Yeah.
You did nothing wrong. You're sitting at your house. If they deliver it to your neighbor, that's not on you.
Really embarrassing.
Big problem.
I got the warning. So Chick-fil-A is going to experiment with the drone delivery. I thought the drone was going to stop the game last night.
Oh my gosh! Well, I love they're putting so many videos out of drones with like making pictures and stuff. But I'm cool with that. I just want to know how the food's going to stay hot if it's in a drone outside.
The 5 things RJ wants to see from the Cowboys against Carolina. Official picks on the home of America's team is next.
Let's get you.
by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hours. We try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Thanks for starting off your Friday with us here on Sean and RJ. This is DFW Sports Station and your home of America's team, where Sunday you're going to hear all the action with Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk in the post game. We got Pepe running the board as you get ready for those extra days off. 9 o'clock pregame, kickoff at noon on this station. You're going to hear Mike McCarthy bringing back some radio gold at 8:40 this morning. But Fridays at this time, we get your official predictions on the truckwreck.com text line and the 5 things that Ralph James wants to see.
Number 1, the Dak MVP surge to continue. Get on that train. It's time to stand stat pad. Time to stat pad. When you win the MVP, nobody cares about who you beat. We have never looked at an MVP and went back to their schedule after they've won the award and say, well, yeah, he didn't deserve it, though, because they didn't play anybody. They just care about the numbers you put up. So continue to stat pad and throw all that other stuff. Throw it to the Wolves. Number 2, Rico. Do we need more?
Gathers?
No.
Oh.
Do we need more proof of the best back of this team is right now? Yes, we do.
Yeah, a little more proof.
So let's find it. You know, a few more carries, a little bit more from Rico. And finally, I want to give it to Pollard more too. See if he actually could do something. He's under 4 yards a carry right now. He's at 3.9. They did not franchise tag him for 3.9 yards a carry. Number 3, I'd love to see Micah on the stat sheet. It'd be really, really nice.
So would he.
Yeah, that was an O for last week. Hopefully he contributes to the group project. Because they got an A last week. But he was the Micah, when you do nothing but you get an A on the group project. That was Micah last week. Number 4, Brandon Cooks and Michael Gallup. They've had big plays last week, and Cooks was masterful. More of the same. Another dominant performance against a team they should absolutely put it on. I know they don't play great on the road, but there's no reason why this game is a stitch closer than 40-10.
Well,
there's no reason.
Here's the last 5 for Carolina. They lost to Detroit 42-24. They then gave up 42 in Miami. They lost 42-21. They beat the Texans 15-13. Stroud versus Bryce. They lost to the Colts 27-13, and they lost to the Bears 16-13. Bunch of 13s, bunch of 42s.
Yeah.
In their last 5 games. They also scored just 13 against Minnesota 6 weeks ago.
All right, and number 5 is 4 straight for CD. Let's set all the records. Now's the time to be selfish for these players, these games where you could stat pad and really put up numbers. Bad teams, again, in games you're not going to lose. You play a little selfishly. I'm cool with that. Get your catches, get your yards, score some points, help out my fantasy team. I got CD this week rolling in.
All right, 5 things. Now the predictions from you on the truckwreck.com text line. What happens?
Well, truckwreck.com text line says Cowboys 45, Panthers 10. I think the score is around the same. I've got 42-17.
Ooh.
Cowboys, if you need further clarification.
So you're going to feel great about betting this like you did the Giants 17.5, or you're going to wait for the degenerate picks at 9?
I think we might wait for the degenerate picks at 9.
Okay.
I like the Cowboys because double-digit favorites cover about 60% of the time. Cowboys on the road, it is giving me a little bit of pause on the road because they don't play great away from home.
Hey.
Give me the Cowboys 30, Panthers 10. I think it's obviously a little closer. I mean, they're playing on the road, but this Panthers offense, it's nothing to be worried about. I think the Cowboys defense feast on them. The Panthers in yards per game this season, 275, that's 30th in the league. It's a bottom half offense, so not worried about the offense, and I think the Cowboys roll.
Real quick, this game opened. What was the spread when this game opened in May? So the spread that comes out in May?
7.5.
It's 4.
4?
Man, the Bryce hype was very, very real.
Wow.
You could have got this game at 4 in May.
Oh, my. He ranks 29th in the NFL in quarterback rating, 75.9. He's thrown 8 picks, 7 interceptions. They've scored over 20 points just 3 times in 9 games. Some of these notes from Nick Eben. They've not scored over 20 since October 15th. They haven't. Some of the other guys to know, J.C. Horn, if he plays, and Bobby is definitely going to have a vendetta against Adam Thielen, who I dropped way too early in fantasy. I was actually watching Bryce Young preseason football, and I saw him with this comfort level with Thielen, so I'm going to draft Thielen in fantasy. Couple weeks in, he ain't doing nothing. Old, slow, didn't come in studio and play golf with us like he promised. You're cut. Get your ass out of here. And then he freaking picked it up, and he started going on a tear. 68 catches. With 7 more catches this year, it would be the most in a single season since 2018 for him when he caught 113. He went to the Pro Bowl. He also leads the Panthers this year with 4 touchdowns. So remember, and no Adam Thielen. And then Brian Burns, their top pass rusher, 5 sacks already this season. He's coming off a career-high 12.5 last year. He has at least 7.5 sacks in each of his first 4 seasons. This year, he's at at least 1 sack in every other game. He did not record a sack last week. That means he's due on Sunday. I'm going to go 32-13. 32-13. Panthers. No. 32-13. Cowboys win. And they get a touchdown or a couple points late in garbage time, just like the Giants did.
Let's see, Cowboys 24-10. They haven't done well on the road or on grass. We shall see. The Panthers actually took the grass out. They had grass. They had some of the best grass for years. Yeah,
some of the best.
Some of the best. Now they put turf in last year. A lot of problems. People hate it. They say the turf is very, very bad too. So this is not good. The field surface they're going to be playing on. Cowboys 30-20, 48-13, 51-4. Haven't seen a 51-4. Interesting. A couple of safeties.
Origami.
Yes, I would imagine. 53-20, 51-7, 38-16, 35-17, 37-10. Okay, there we go.
Beat down. Absolute beat down. Predicted from the Tolos and all of us. All right, we got a little Thanksgiving issue. Is this from TikTok?
Yes, this is.
All right, TikTok. This is a boyfriend telling his girlfriend that he's going to be watching what is going to be the schedule, how it's going down on Thursday, Thanksgiving. Boyfriend, girlfriend from TikTok.
I'm just telling you, on Thanksgiving Day at 3:30, the Cowboys play. So we can go to Thanksgiving, we can go to lunch, have a great Thanksgiving Day lunch, but we're coming back here for the game at 3:30.
Are you being serious right now? It's Thanksgiving and you're still trying to prioritize watching football.
Absolutely I am. It's the part of the 3 F's. It's family, food, and football. That's what Thanksgiving's all about.
Yeah, and most important is family. And you are selfishly thinking of football on a day where we are supposed to be thankful.
Yeah, I'm really thankful for the Cowboys and watching football.
You're thankful for Cowboys.
Of course I am.
So you're thankful for the fact that they let you down every year and shatter every hope and dream that you repeatedly have of them winning the Super Bowl in your delusional head.
Ooh, rough ending right there. So that's him with the battle over how the schedule's going to go. Now, thankfully, because of my in-laws, mainly my father-in-law, and the mother-in-law supports us as well. They're going to revolve. They would revolve everything around the game. They would revolve everything around the game. I'm having 2 Thanksgivings, Saturday Friendsgiving. My guy Jimmy, diehard Cowboys. He would never, ever. I know in their house it's going to revolve around it. Then I'm going to my boy Goldie's. Of course, he's going to have the TV on. His family knows it's all about the NFL. This is actually a little slight problem with my mother. My mother tries to get the TV turned off.
Oh, yeah, mine does too.
All family events.
Mine does too.
She
puts on music. She puts on her Barry Manilow.
Oh, I'd be happy with that. My mom doesn't even want music on.
Oh, yeah, she gets a little AWA, those little AWA CD players.
Yeah.
Iowa, whatever the hell it was called. They put that.
And it goes up. Does it go up?
Yeah,
cool,
it does.
Slide up.
And then the Barry Manilow sings the Christmas classics.
Yes. My mom has now adjusted because that's how I put food on the table, right? They can't say anything to you about watching sports. I have to watch this game. You want me to keep making that money? That's what Bobby tells Kristen all the time. So now my mom kind of compromises the volume down, TV on. Volume down, TV on throughout the day, and then after that's just while we eat. While we eat.
While we eat, TV off, right? Or volume down.
Volume down.
Yeah, we eat when we're at my mom's.
But it is a battle. It is a battle in my house. My aunt, they're very old school. They're like, no, we're at the table. Obviously, no hat. No hat's going to be worn at this table, and we're not going to listen to the TV sound.
Yeah, our dining room is at my mom's house is in a different room, so you can't see the TV.
Yeah,
but the sound is still off.
You be proud of me. I'm having the battle back and forth with Amanda over putting TVs in the kids' rooms for the new house. My boy Billy Tolo. Billy's like, you want us to move the outlets? You want to set up TVs in the kids' room and blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, no. And I think I like her approach. Didn't you do that? No TV in the kids' room?
No TV. Yeah, I never had one as a kid. Now,
have they revolted?
Have
they been like, Dad, I want a TV in here. It's time.
So they do not have a TV in their house, in their rooms. When Sarah moved in, we had a few extra TVs.
Well,
I know, right?
I'll take those too, along with your couch. Hey, John, text me back. Yeah, I texted you some restaurant suggestions. I'm hitting you up for TVs. Come on, man. Let's go.
So
give you some props on the show.
We did put the extra TVs in their room at my house.
In your room.
In their room.
In their room.
In their room at our house. But they're only there, 4 days? They only spend like 4 nights a month there because I have them every other weekend. So it's not like they get this. They're going to sit there all day, every day for the rest of their lives.
Peyton, how's it go in your house for the football on?
It's always been Cowboys everything. Now the volume is turned down, but like the Cowboys make it so easy to like schedule Thanksgiving around their game because it's 3:30.
Yes.
So like you can either pick lunch at noon, or you get dinner around 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Exactly.
So it's like perfect timing to watch the game.
Yep.
We've always done a dinner Thanksgiving, so we're watching the game, and then you get dinner afterwards.
Yeah.
So
I always go with the early.
Yeah. Okay. My mom has this weird idea that NFL halftimes are 90 minutes long. She's like, we'll just eat at halftime. And I'm like, Ma, halftime's like 20 minutes. We're not, Creed ain't playing that long. So, but she doesn't care. She doesn't care about the game. She's like, TV is turned down. It's not in sight. And we're eating at this time, but we're at my sister's this year. So we'll see.
Mike McCarthy at 8:40 here on Sean and RJ. The crazy plane lady is trying to make RJ Choppy look crazy.
Oh.
Next on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you over to 8.
This year, number 1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The daily RJ Choppy dance on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Sean Sharif. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live with the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. As I said, you got to hear Mike McCarthy at 8:40. He was back to old Mike with no Bobby here. He was finally in a fantastic mood. We recreated that radio gold that we've had with Coach throughout the past few seasons. We have to apologize for missing the big 6-0 birthday, and he was very aware that we missed it. Very aware. 8:40, Mike McCarthy on your home of America's team. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And right after the show yesterday, we got some correspondence with Crazy Plain Lady, a.k.a. Tiffany Gomez, who RJ Choppy was working to get on the show. Yesterday during the show, RJ said that he had a buddy who was in contact with Tiffany, or representative for Tiffany. After the show, she followed the fan account, and after the show, Crazy Plain Lady tweeted back and said, "I'm not aware that I'm not talking to anyone. That's news to me," with a laugh emoji. And RJ Choppy, you caught some of the backlash.
Yeah, I was not happy with that backlash.
Carissa Thompson, fraudulent report that you gave on the show.
I was not happy with that backlash because I never said talking.
I called you RJ sketchy.
I saw that. Erroneous. I never said talking. I just said talking. I never used air quotes when I said they're talking.
Okay.
All right. They're just chatting. This is common miscommunication. What is the Dr. Phil book? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. This is common miscommunication.
So I misinterpreted this.
Between the species.
I misinterpreted this. I misread this.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know if your interpretation is correct.
Look, it's probably my fault. I'm an idiot. I'm fully aware of that.
So I think she was reacting to you saying they were talking, like potentially dating. I was reacting to her saying, I'm not talking to anyone about coming on 105 through the Fan or the show. That's how I initially took it. And I may have been wrong. She's like, I'm not talking to anyone about coming on your show. And I'm like, damn, Choppy, how did you misread that? But I think you're right. I think she was saying, I'm not talking to anyone like they're going to potentially date.
Yeah,
we may have blown up your buddy's game.
We may have. How
did he respond to all this?
I haven't talked to him about it.
Oh,
I haven't spoken to him.
Glad he's a Tolo. Cool.
No, he sent me. He texted me during the discussion on the air, and he was like, "Oh, so you guys are communication. You can have her on." I was like, "Well, we hope so, man." So I have been in further communication. Now the communication I am in with her assistant has gone from email to text.
Oh,
that's a big jump, Peyton Russell. You know that.
It's official.
It's an official communication now. It's a three-way, Sean. With her assistant's brother is a golfing buddy of mine. I don't know how we didn't find. Thanks, John, for letting me know about this 6 months ago that you guys knew her. So we're in communication. Hope to find out today. She said hopefully she's trying that Tiffany wants to come on in studio. She's trying to move stuff around for next week.
Okay. Did you feel like the Tolos supported this on the text and all the different social medias and on Twitter and everything? They think we should do it?
Lots of support. Everybody thinks we should do it. I do have one question about the text, the tweet. What is this Bart Simpson thing that everyone was posting after this?
I don't
know. It's like a meme.
The Bart Life, Bart Clan, like come to the Bart. What is that? I have no idea. So I saw that. I have no idea what that is.
Okay.
So I wanted a clarification on that. I still don't know, but there you go. So the plan is.
You feel like it's like 80%. That's how I feel.
I don't feel that high.
Okay.
I don't feel that high.
That mother back there is not real.
I mean, I don't think
Bobby's out today, and he's like, "Don't do this until I'm back."
No, we will do it when all hands are on deck. All four of us have to be here. Although we're Peyton, I don't know. You might be a wild card in this one.
Yeah,
I won't ask any questions.
Yeah, he's behind the glass. All right. Yesterday, a huge moment in history. It basically rocked the entire world. I think it's legit, but it made a lot of people sad and stunned as Snoop Dogg retired the smoke.
Good song.
Here's the official statement. After much consideration and conversation with my family, I've decided to give up smoke. Please respect my privacy at this time.
That's a great ending right there.
It is. It's a great picture. It's a black and white photo. It's him, and then he tweeted, I'm giving up smoke. This got retweeted 111,000 times. It has 102 million interactions from 21 hours ago. The whole world responding to the sadness that Snoop Dogg is quitting.
Does this also mean edibles?
That was what Atolo just asked. Does this mean edibles?
Because I could easily see giving
You're
up.
always looking. You're such a weasel.
I know.
If I was your fiance, I would not listen to this show, or I would break off the engagement. You're always looking for the way out. You're always looking for the angle. You are so slimy. Now, God, that doesn't mean that could be that could. It's always a coulda. I could justify. I could this. Better call Chop. My God,
She does hate that about me. She absolutely hates that.
You're
about me.
always looking for the defense. Now, without looking, how old do y'all think Snoop is?
Let's see. It came out like 92.
47.
I'm sorry, what?
I said 47.
Peyton, I'm 44. I was 12 years old, 13 years old when Snoop bust on the scene.
Look, Sean said guess. I'm just throwing out a guess.
I would say he
is
58.
Peyton's closer. 47 versus 58. He's 52. So Pepe wins by 1 year. Dude, I thought he was like 63. I thought Snoop was like even much older than that. He's 52 years old. So I was like, okay, it makes sense. You're 70. You're like 64. You don't want to be blazing nonstop. I don't know if it hurts the lungs or whatever, but is this a bit? I don't know. People are suspicious. Do you still need it? Do you still need it for your branding? I don't know.
I think he might. If he's doing edibles still, I think you could say you're giving up smoking.
Right. Technicality.
Yeah, I think it's a technicality. I don't know. I mean, what is there a vice that you just never see yourself? Not even a vice. Something you can never see yourself giving up.
I don't think I ever could. Sometimes I wonder if I could be a vegetarian. I don't put a ton of consideration into it, but like after you go and you eat a ton of barbecue or you got the meat sweats and everything, you're like, man, I don't want any meat for like 3 days. And I'm a huge vegetable fan. Cooking the different vegetables, you can go with a stir fry. Like when I'm ordering like lo mein from Uber Eats and getting warned about it, I don't want. Now a lot of times I'm not like trusting the meat in there, but I'm like, just give me vegetables in it.
Is that a flat noodle, lo mein?
No. But there can be flat noodles. But you have cabbage and you got some mushrooms and you can have egg. I'm a big eggplant fan. That can be kind of a steak type of. But I'm trying to think of what other vice or habit. Yours, you said, was drinking.
Yeah, drinking and golfing. I don't see like I will.
But I call BS on your drinking. I throw a flag.
Okay.
You are such a chameleon. You can change based upon what environment you're in. There was a long time like you didn't drink for a while. You definitely didn't drink during the week.
Oh, I didn't drink at home. Yeah, because I was usually alone.
Yeah.
So I don't drink alone.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't drink alone.
Oh, you don't drink alone.
Yeah, but if
but now you're just taking like whiskey shots
every now and then. Yeah, we'll take a couple.
Yeah.
Just random.
If she said, what I'm telling you is, if she said no, we're not going to drink this year, you wouldn't drink for the year, and you could.
Well, yeah, because I wouldn't want to drink alone. I wouldn't want to drink alone.
I don't know if you really truly like love alcohol that much. I think she works for an alcohol company. She loves the party. You got a lot of the good stuff. You go with the wind. You fly. I can fly with the wind.
You change with the wind.
If I said that you could not drink for 3 years and be just fine, I trust that you'd be able to do it.
If I was alone, yeah, we really enjoy having a drink together. Like we really like that's like one that we like to like just enjoy a glass of whiskey together or bourbon or whatever. We just really enjoy that.
The light stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it doesn't have to be 107 or 114 proof.
Right.
You know, you can go 90 something proof. But we enjoy that. You know, we don't get litty. We enjoy having a glass here and there. It's got to be golf though. I can't envision myself ever giving up golf. That to me would be something that is just not in my DNA. And I don't play as much as I would like to. I need to play more. That's a time issue, but dude, I cannot envision myself giving up golf.
Pepe, what is the vice? What is the habit that you just could not see yourself giving up, like Snoop has apparently given up the weed?
Ooh, I mean, is it generic if I said sports? I mean, because I mean, like for real.
That's too generic.
Okay, God, man, I would say golf, but I mean, I can give that up. That's easily working out. I think I can give that up. When I actually do it, I don't know. I don't think I'm addicted to anything other than that. Because like I drink, but it's like I'm drinking, you know, on the weekends.
Socially.
Yeah, socially. I'm not just.
What about gambling? If I told you can never gamble again?
Again. Well, I mean, after my trip to Vegas, it's going to be a few months before I get back out there.
That scarred you?
Yeah, that one hurt me a little bit. Gambling, yeah, sure. Because, I mean, I don't bring too much up to the casinos to Windsor or Choctaw. So, I mean, it's a couple hundred. But
do you all think that, let me ask a real deep question. Do you think that marijuana is tobacco type addictive? I used to say no, but then I've been around some people where, they have to smoke. They have to smoke or they're a miserable, insufferable, grouchy, you know what?
I don't know
if that makes it addictive, but
yeah, I think the addiction is the feeling it gives you, right? Like the calm feel. I don't know.
The same thing for a cigarette.
Yeah, like it's a calming. It could calm you down. Like I think some people just need to be like they're too hyper, they're too amped up. I don't know if it's addictive, but I think what you do is you get addicted to the feeling. So
same thing. But isn't that the feeling for everything? Alcohol. You addicted to the feeling?
Yeah, you're fiending for it. Yeah.
So there's Snoop. R.I.P. to the smoke game, unless it's some type of stunt or it's just crushing the edibles. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Will Mike McCarthy forgive us for what we did to him last week? Coach producing radio gold again next on Sean and RJ. But it's always gold at GimmeTheVin.com. We're buying and The Dallas Cowboys on DFW. You get Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Coach. We have to start off with an apology on our end. Do you know what it's for?
What'd you do now? I can't keep up.
You know, we really messed up. We really. I felt something was off last week, and then
Yeah. Did it show in my voice?
it did.
Yeah, I was crushed.
Dang it! Damn it! All right, we're making it up with this song here.
Bad one.
Now, we did check in with two of your favorites. I don't know if you actually like the beer. We tried to check in with ILO's and Iron City, but I couldn't get the shipment sent on over there in time. I didn't know if Tad would hog it for himself in his office.
I think he did. Yeah.
All right. Well, we sent it. I
Plus,
think
I couldn't expense it either. I don't know.
That's so. Coach, we officially apologize for missing the big 6-0. We feel bad about it.
That's okay. I got by without it, but I was shocked. I waited all the way to the end, and it just didn't happen. So I get it. You're busy men. You got a lot on your mind.
If you were on Facebook, this would be a lot easier. Now I have to put it like in my yeah. That's how people track birthdays. They don't really know when anyone's birthday is in the world. It's in your Facebook. So I kind of
Oh, is that right?
It's kind of your fault.
Yeah, you should have Facebook.
Always is. That's part of the job.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Coach, I thought this was a great question to Dak yesterday. He said it was a great question. Is the offense in a zone, or is this the reality of what you guys are right now?
I think we're finding our stride, and I think that's something that you're always looking for as an offense, and the ability to keep getting the ball distributed. It starts up front. I think really, the thing that doesn't show up in the statistics, but is the continuity of the offensive line. I think those guys have really put in the work and are coming together now. Actually, the 5 offensive linemen were, they won the game balls for the offense, along with CD Lamb. So I think you're just seeing us kind of find our stride.
Great point. Dak had all day to throw. He obviously continues to be in a rhythm. I think we're guilty of, overlooking the offensive line continuity, and we just say, all right, the best 5 are out there. Finally, you got your full 5, and it'll be good to go. How long does that usually take with something like this? I know you want more continuity and the guys to always be healthy, but how long does it take for offensive linemen to all feel each other out on the same unit?
That's an excellent question. Because I know in the old, training camp regiment, you're always looking for that offensive line to, kind of come together before that third preseason game and make sure they get plenty of work. But when you go through a situation where, you with injuries and you don't really have an opportunity, it's harder to get that time together. So it definitely takes multiple weeks, just really for them to get their fits. I mean, so much happens up front, and it happens fast, and it isn't like you can make a verbal call for every time you're making an adjustment. I mean, these things are, they're on the move. It's a reactionary and anticipation that it just takes reps, so it definitely takes a number of weeks.
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. Speaking of O-linemen, some of these numbers are showing that Tyron Smith is still here, and some of his numbers have been dominant, Coach. When's the last time you've had a player with this current Tyron practice setup, or is it way more common than we think, where it's like, all right, big man, just go ahead, take off the majority of the week in terms of the physical reps? When's the last time you've had that Tyron type setup?
Well, I mean, Tyron's still here working every day. I mean, he's just not involved in the padded practice and just keeping him out of the team activity just because of the type of, injury and situation that he's up against. But you're talking about a man that all he knows how to do is work. I mean, he's working all the time. So, but yeah, this is a normal practice. But I've always been the head coach of a relatively very young football team. So I'm just trying to think out loud here if I've really had this situation before. But I've seen it in other places that I've worked. When you do have older established veterans, you definitely have to take care of them.
Coach, a lot of the numbers show, that since the bye week, you guys are passing more than expected in certain game situations. Was that planned, after the bye week to go roll that out, or is that something you just saw within the game against each individual team that you could take advantage of?
Well, I think just like every year, your first 4 or 5 weeks, it's part of that September football makeup. I mean, you have uncommon looks, especially if you're in technically a year one of an offense. So the defense doesn't really know exactly what your tendencies are and expectations, and so you do get to play with some open self-scout opportunities. So you definitely have to take care of that. But then after you get past weeks 4 and 5, and then and go back to September football, we had a number of games where we had to cut out the fourth quarter of I think 3 of the 4 games because of the type of games we were in. So I think just staying in tune with your self-scout and staying aggressive and, watching the numbers. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure we're attacking the defense from the time we get on the field. And, and it's not just always just dictated based off of, a pass is attack and a run is being conservative. So I think it's just really getting the ball distributed and playing behind this offensive line.
Is the same concept with using more shifts and motions, in the last couple of weeks? The kind of just a general progression of the offense through the year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you really, it's all about our mindset of winning the pre-snap. I mean, you have an opportunity to win the pre-snap really 3 different ways that we focus on. One is, different personnel groups, rolling them in and out. We did a lot of that in the first couple games. Second one would be playing with high tempo, which we did more of that in September, and then the third one is shifts in motion. So just trying to stay within those 3 realms and watching that. And a lot of that comes down to game plan and who you're playing against and what effect you're trying to get done and who you think you can take advantage of.
What a great football answer. 1, 2, 3 on the bulletin board from Mike McCarthy. Coach, give us a little just generic 101 teaching on motion. We've now, us football nerds,
we become experts on it.
We now just think, if you don't run motion, you can't score. You're not a good offense. The more motion, you're just automatically good. Can you talk to us about the pros and cons of motion?
Well, like I just said, it's really, to me, it's one of the 3 ways to win the pre-snap, and it's just like anything. You're trying to create a leverage point or, gaining a step on a coverage element, just trying to get ahead of the the leverage game that you're going to see from the defense. So and that's what I think the biggest thing with shifts and motions. You got to watch you don't do too much of them. That's been my history. I know early in the 2000s, actually my first year, 2000. In New Orleans, I was like crazy over the tops with shifts and motions, and what you find out is, you can wear out your players. So I think the biggest thing is it has to mean something. It's not just. And there's some people that do both. They use the window dressing of it, and they also it's to gain an advantage. So we try to be real specific on when we use it and how we use it. Because I go back to a couple of years ago, we had a game. I think it was the first game of the year down there in Tampa. And Amari Cooper had this like unbelievable GPS number, and we broke it down based, and there was so much shift in motion. So you just got to be, you got to be on top of those things, and that's what we try to do.
Did all of the quarterback greats that you've worked with prefer it, or more of a mix?
No. The veteran guys like Aaron Rodgers didn't like it, and Brett didn't like it. The reduced splits and so forth. I think the more experienced the quarterback is, this has been my experience, they prefer, the 2x2 open formations, 3x1 open formations, because they, because of their experience, they can see, they feel like they can see the coverage and anticipate the calls. I mean, they're just playing a different game at the line of scrimmage because of their experience. And, and also that, just trying to keep the pressure components further away from them. So, but that's why you just have to, you got to find that groove, and and then that's where, working with Dak is, he's pretty easy on these types of things. So, he's pretty wide, has a wide open mindset for the different types of things we like to do.
Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, Bryce Young, what was y'all's evaluation of him before the draft?
Oh, obviously had him very high. Had an outstanding career there at Alabama, and just the way he played the position. You can't argue with his production, his anticipation. He's a touch passer. I mean, he can put the ball in tight spots. So obviously felt very highly of him.
Have you changed your mind, Coach, on the smaller, high-pick quarterback, or are you still more old school with bigger stature, bigger arm?
I think today's game definitely has, you have to be open to that as far as the body type of the quarterback. But, I definitely, I'm a big believer in the quarterback body type has to give you the ability to play in the pocket and out of the pocket. So that's my preference.
So what you're saying is size matters.
Okay, come on now. The kids are listening.
Real quick, how long do you think before you can make a judgment on a player? Because people want to put this guy in the ground already.
Or a quarterback
especially.
3 years. I mean, you got to be practical about this stuff. I think anytime, there's a lot of things that go on in this game, and when you have years in this league where you're always going to have injuries. It's just a matter of how many. Injuries are part of the game. And, when you're in the first year as a quarterback or first year as a staff, and, you have a lot of injuries, and there's a lot that goes on with that. That's a big, big challenge. So I think you just, you got to be realistic about any young player's body of work because, there's nothing like playing on Sundays. As long as he keeps lining up every week on Sundays, I think he'll be the player everybody thought he'd be.
Yeah, Coach, what have you seen from his actual rookie year tape with Carolina?
Well, I think how they're using him. I think that's really obviously he's primary in the gun and in the pistol, and that makes sense. But it's just like anything. They're trying to find a rhythm, and they're obviously having change in play caller, changing back. So that's always a bit of a challenge for any quarterback. So just trying, they're just trying to find a rhythm.
Last one, Coach. An former NFL sideline reporter got in a lot of hot water yesterday for admitting that she kind of she made up some sideline updates, some halftime updates with talking to coaches during these games. Is that in-game interview the bane of your existence along with everybody else?
the bane of my existence.
The bane. Besides us, is that the bane of your existence? When they come to you before kickoff, they're live, like the Greg Popovich interview, or you got to talk going off the field, or you got to give the update coming out. I mean, all you guys just probably dread that, don't you?
I'll be honest with you. I just have always looked at it as it's part of the job. The network is a partner, and I always looked at it, try to work together. So I've always tried to give the reporter, something that's real and it represents our football team. I think anytime you talk about your team, you do care how it is represented. So, yeah, it's not very long. It's just a couple minutes, and it's as you walk in or walk out. So I don't dread it. They have a job to do, and I understand that. But sometimes, they may dread it more with me because obviously who wants to talk to a coach when things aren't going very well too, is walking in and out. So but yeah, no, I always looked at it as a working relationship, and in those the ladies do a phenomenal job. They're prepared, and they got their 2 or 3 questions, and it's pretty seamless. It's been my experience.
Oh, I forgot my dumb question of the day. Greg Olsen and Burkhardt are going to work your guys' game for like the freaking 15th week in a row. And while doing the game, Dak was calling an audible, and I think it was false or something, or it was some F word, and he goes, all right, this is going to be a run left. And it ended up being a run left. And we were debating, is that an issue? Is that something that needs to be changed? If Greg Olsen is like, all right, I know a couple of their audible calls because we've worked their game so much. What are your thoughts on that?
I need to talk to Greg.
Oh.
No, hey, that's.
I'm helping you. I'm helping you.
Yeah, I got to get off this phone. I got to run down and change the cadence. But no, it's part of it. We listen to the audio after every game, so we're on top of it. But
and I know it's universal, Coach, because a lot of the commentators would be like, all right, normally a letter for this or that. I was just wondering, like, the defenses have to know that as well, universally throughout the league, not just you guys.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And defenses do an incredible job with it too. So you have to be creative with it. So no, that's great information. Thanks for helping out.
There's your birthday present.
Happy birthday,
Coach. Again, we apologize. We're sorry. We'll make it up for 70. All right, we'll make it up.
I don't know about that.
Can't wait for that one.
I like the way you're thinking. Yeah, no doubt.
Let's get you some help with better help. If you've got problems in your relationships, problems at the workplace, problems with your family, neighbors.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd down and 8 from the Bengal 11. Jackson takes the snap. Pocket collapsing, he escapes, runs to the left, fires to the end zone. Touchdown! Rashad Bateman, his first of the year, and the Ravens extend their lead.
Final hour, fist pump time. That was the call on Baltimore radio. This is Sean and RJ live on a Friday here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And a special thank you to Tolo Eric for delivering breakfast to all of us.
Man, he was texting me in the morning. He was like, I got some breakfast for you. I want to bring it up. And he did, man. He knocked it out of the park.
Fantastic egg sandwiches, eggs and bacon sandwiches. Got the potatoes, brought up the coffee as well. Feeding everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. You're appreciated. You're appreciated. All right, so last night, 34-20. Baltimore beats the Bengals, who lose Joe Burrow with a wrist injury for the second half. He's out. Mark Andrews is out for the rest of the season with an ankle issue. Burrow couldn't even throw a football. He couldn't even attempt to pass over there on the sidelines. The problem is, it's not a bigger problem. Another problem for Cincinnati, they posted a photo that had Joe Burrow's wrist wrapped up before the game. Problem is, Joe Burrow's not on the injury report. Nowhere to be found. Well, the Bengals then took down the photo. They said, let's go ahead and delete that. Like Bally did on the Maverick James Harden rant. They're obviously guilty, covering up something and not being forthright. He's the best. According to Adam Schefter, the National Football League is launching an investigation. Why weren't you clear when it comes to this? Schefter says the NFL routinely looks into matters of compliance with their injury report policy. They take the violations seriously. Punishments include team fines or potentially losing a draft pick. They warn teams at the spring owners meetings, you're required to list all injuries. In 2019, they fined the Steelers $75,000 and Mike Tomlin $25,000 for violating the injury report by not listing Roethlisberger. So I was hoping that this would be more severe. But if they go off precedent, $75,000, $25,000, absolutely nothing. I hope the Bengals get lit up from this big time.
I mean, and they might. You can't.
Not according to this.
Well,
not according to the Steeler precedent.
Well, the Steeler again. How much? When was that Steeler one?
That was in 2019.
So I wonder with the league's increased gambling, presence. Good word. How that changes things. Because the one thing, look, the NFL is not going to F with their partners. And if DraftKings or FanDuel or Caesars, whoever they've got, BetMGM, if they're all up in arms about not being forthright with information, the NFL may come down harsher. And I think they have to. You can't. The injury report is something you can't mess with.
I'm thinking like $500,000.
Yeah. Like if they.
Would you be ticked if they took away a 6th-round pick?
No.
Is that too harsh?
It's not too harsh if it's setting a precedent. Now, what's a 6th-round pick? What's it worth? What's it worth? It's worth a lot to San Francisco as it said. Who has their quarterback as a 7th-rounder?
Would a team rather pay a $500,000 fine or lose a 6th-round pick?
$500,000 fine.
Would rather pay it? They'd rather pay the $500,000 than lose the 6.
Oh, hang on a second. I'm trying to think what a 6th-rounder makes.
Like Jerry. Because Jerry's perfect. He's the owner and he's the general manager. So
I would say $500,000 because you have a limited number of draft picks. An NFL team has an unlimited number of money. Right? I mean, generally speaking,
yeah.
We think
if you're the owner, you might view the $500,000 as worse, but obviously the head coach would view the player as worse.
Yeah, it's
although the head coach in the Steelers situation got fined as well.
Let's use our own example.
Because that man, Zach Taylor, lied too. He's the head culprit of lying. He knew that Joe Burrow had a wrist issue, and he didn't report it, didn't lie about it, so he should get lit up.
So it's like, and the numbers are not going to match here. I'm just trying to make a bad example on the fly. would you rather get fined $50 or have to, you already bought a lottery ticket and you got to turn the lottery ticket in? You can't use the lottery ticket. Now, the chance the lottery ticket hits is slim, but there's still a chance, the upside, right? Otherwise, it's $50. I don't know. Maybe it's a bad analogy because I'm an idiot, but that's how I look at draft picks or lottery tickets.
And speaking of betting and the partners, ESPN has some betting policy.
Dude, ESPN has got their new bet, right? It's called ESPN Bet.
It's like Penn. I think it's from what they took over from Barstool and Penn National with their betting.
Yeah, so
because Portnoy bet, what I tell you, he bet $150K or $200K on Cincy last night.
On Cincy. So they've got this launch, the sportsbook launch, and they are placing bans on employees from betting. ESPN employees covering or working on the broadcast or business side of any sports league are prohibited from making wagers on games in that league. So they were made to uphold journalistic integrity and alleviate concerns about collaboration between editorial and betting teams. This is from the Action Network. So, do not place bets on games or events you're assigned to work or cover. For example, production personnel and journalists working on-site or off-site at or on a sporting event must abstain from betting on that particular game or event. So, Joe Buck could not place a bet on the Monday night game he's doing a call for. I understand that, right? You would not want to have a bias in your announcing. Talent designated as reporters and insiders are prohibited placing, soliciting, or facilitating any bet, period, that they regularly cover. So, Adam Schefter cannot bet on an NFL game. If there's a chance you've got confidential information, you cannot wager on awards. So, if Tim Kirkjian talked to 20 MVP voters and figured out who they were voting for, he could not place a bet on the MVP. I don't care.
Seems fair. Seems fair.
Hey, you're out there. You're stepping in my rights.
No.
I'm a 21 and up-year-old man. Should be able to place a bet.
Adam Schefter has inside info. He knows the injuries before other people. That's why Vegas tried to hire him.
That's right. So now here's what they did say, and I totally agree with this side.
Joe Buck, Aikman, in these pre-shows probably get some inside info.
I know, but why is that a problem?
You got insider information with the trading. It's like these crooks, these government officials who have illegal stock trades. They just time it out perfectly. Yeah. Oh my God!
See,
they know magically when to buy and magically when to sell. That's not right.
Yeah, and this is what happens.
That's effed up.
The
they should be in jail.
The bad people are screwing it for the rest of us. They're screwing it for the rest of us. Okay, because if you don't think, like, Vegas has insider information, why is it okay for Vegas to use insider information, but it's not okay for the bettor to use insider information?
Okay.
Right? I mean, they have insider info. Now, I do agree with this. They say you cannot delay information that will be breaking news. So if you get breaking news, Patrick Mahomes is out for this game, you can't delay the breaking news to call somebody to get a bet in. Totally agree with that. Totally fine with that. It's a good one. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think Schefter could. I think Tim Kirkjian could place a wager on an MLB game. I don't know. I don't see why that's an issue.
Let's try to go ahead and make you some money with this week's RJ Choppy Football Degenerate Picks.
College pro first, Sean.
Huh?
College or pro?
Oh, college or pro. By the way, your guy got an A&M interview.
Jeff Traylor.
Yes,
he did. And I will be posting a video today. We did the BetQL show last night. We recorded it. And, A&M fans are not going to be happy with me.
Why?
Well, we were talking about the A&M job. And, everybody has a list of players. Every time a job comes up, doesn't matter who the job is, doesn't matter what the job is, from Auburn to Oregon to A&M to Alabama, everybody thinks that the top guys want their job.
Right.
And A&M, I think, lost their best recruiting advantage, which was they were the only avenue to the SEC in the state of Texas. And in 6 weeks, that is gone because Texas and Oklahoma, you could still be 3 hours from home and play in the SEC. So that's a huge advantage that they lose.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's going to be discussed enough. And, and every team every single school is guilty of this. From my school to your school. Every school thinks they're Alabama, but they're all closer to Mississippi State.
Yes.
And the A&M fans think they're Alabama, but they're closer to Mississippi State. And that's just the reality.
Let's start off with college.
I like Oregon State money line over Washington. I think Washington is in for a rude awakening at night in Corvallis. I think that is a very tough spot to be in. I like Oregon State to win outright. Oregon State money line. I like UCLA plus the 6.5 against USC. I don't know how anybody could pick USC to win a game by a touchdown.
Well, the reports are Chip Kelly's about to be gone, too.
Well, he might be gone, but he can go out with a bang. I don't know how USC beats anybody by 6.5.
Dude, I haven't heard one thing about Chip Kelly. I almost forgot he was still at Bruin.
UCLA. I mean, and they're going to be moving to the Big Ten. Maybe they want a fresh start. And then I like Iowa State plus the 7.5 against Texas.
Ooh.
7.5 is a great number for an underdog. You want anything over 6.5. 6.5 is terrible for an underdog. You want 7 or more, and they got more. They got 7.5. And I actually think you can wait till tomorrow and place this bet when it gets to 8. I think it's going to go to 8, and I think Iowa State takes it. I don't know if Iowa State wins, but I think they covered the 7.5. NFL, Detroit minus 7.5. They play Chicago at home in Detroit.
Why is that 7.5?
I don't think people buy the Lions.
What?
I don't think they're
7.5 in Detroit.
In Detroit, and don't forget this: Jared Goff is the most profitable quarterback currently in the NFL in his career. Nobody has a better record against the spread right now.
Wow, I can't believe it.
Right, 7.5.
Wow.
I also like the Cowboys minus 10.5, and I got a little teaser for you here.
Ooh.
So a teaser, you can move the line 6 points.
What's the status of Justin Fields?
He's going to try to play.
Okay.
A teaser, you move the line 6 points. So if you bet on the favorite, so you take the Cowboys minus 10.5. If you tease it, it's now 4.5. All right. So you take the Cowboys from 10.5 down to 4.5. You take Detroit from 7.5 down to 1.5.
Oh my!
You take
it's 2 for 2.
Miami against the Raiders. They're here. They're in Miami from 13.5 down to 7.5.
That's my scary one.
And Buffalo at home against the Jets from -7 to -1.
Okay.
And there's your 4-team teaser.
And what's my payout?
That'll be in the 4.5 to 5 to 1 range.
Okay.
So you bet 50, you win 250.
Okay. The Raider one's a little scary to me. Just because some Miami questions, the Antonio Pierce inspiration, Miami should win.
Miami at home. I mean, they're a 13.5 point favorite.
Yeah.
And 13.5 point favorites in the NFL, they cover far off more than you think. So you're teasing that down to 7.5. They got to win by more than just a slight more than a touchdown. I think that's an easy one. I mean, I should say easy, but I like that.
He will tweet it out at RJ Choppy for this week's football degenerate selections here on DFW Sports Station. Nick Eatman, he's been a sideline reporter. I want to ask him if he's had any Carissa Thompson type moments. Is he going to defend the person in sports that's getting talked about the most today on a Friday? Nick Eatman previews Carolina. We'll talk about the Carissa Thompson story as well. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Right.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. What's going on?
Good morning. How's it going?
Going well. Have you heard of the Carissa Thompson controversy from yesterday?
I have. Okay. I've kind of been caught up this morning on it a little bit.
Okay. Well, before you give us the input, because you work TV sidelines in the preseason, so you know that world, this was Carissa Thompson, Fox, Amazon reporter and host on Barstool saying that she just went ahead and made up some halftime reports back in the day.
And I've said this before, so I haven't been fired for saying it, but I'll say it again. I would make up the report sometimes because A, the coach wouldn't come out at halftime, or it was too late. And I was like, I didn't want to screw up the report. So I was like, I'm just going to make this up because first of all, no coach is going to get mad if I say, hey, we need to stop hurting ourselves. We need to be better on third down. We need to stop turning the ball
Pressure
over.
the quarterback.
We need, yeah, exactly. and do a better job of getting off the field. Like, they're not going to correct me on that.
Right.
So I'm like, it's fine. I'll just make up the report.
Mr. Sideline Reporter, what do you think?
Resourceful, I guess you could say that. I don't know. That seems like, she got kind of caught on a podcast or something like that for just having too much fun and I guess being too honest. I don't know. I've never done it. I haven't done the sideline reporting to that level. That's not something obviously that she probably does very often. I mean, this is probably early in her career when she, it's probably felt like she had no choice. She couldn't, like she said, she couldn't mess it up. So, no, it's not something that you do, but I'm sure she's learned tricks to make sure that she's, doesn't get caught in that anymore in that situation again.
So how does it work behind the scenes, like on a Cowboy game day when you're doing preseason? How does the understanding work with McCarthy coming out, when you catch up with him, how much time?
We've had some we've had to change the policy a little bit there. And so I think the easiest thing for the coach is to, when they're coming out of the locker room, is to walk with them, chat, a little bit off camera, and then go and do that report. And so probably what happened, in that particular time, she didn't get to meet up with the coach. And then so she just said, all right, where's your report? And so she just said, some very generic things, and, whatever, but as for McCarthy, I mean, this has only been a couple years that I can remember. That we've been doing this, and I've been involved in it a couple times. One time was really easy, walk it out. The last time in Seattle was not easy because I had to run and chase him, and he was not in a good mood. And then we got out onto the field in Seattle, and it was loud, and he actually was it was kind of barking at me a little bit. So it wasn't the best one. I basically
barking at you on the mic or before?
Well, no, because remember, this was off the mic. I was just going to, just chat with him for a little bit, get his thoughts, and then I go and do a hit right when the third quarter started. And this was in Seattle this year, and I asked him, "Are you disappointed that?" And I knew he couldn't tell me the status of Overshown, who had just gotten hurt early in the game. I asked him how disappointed he was that he didn't get to see more of him because, he's been practicing well. And he kind of looked at me. He's like, "You asked me if I'm upset that he got hurt?" I was like, "No, I'm asking how disappointed you are that you don't get to see," and just kind of maybe go from there. And he was like, "Well, obviously," and then he walked off. And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Do you think it's
But then, I was just like, Coach was disappointed he didn't get to see a little bit more of Overshown. Obviously, he's having a great camp, blah, 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 blah. But it sucks. Honestly, that job is not good. I mean, what when have you ever gotten anything good out of that? I mean, it's just it's rare. It's a tough situation.
I think it has to be a major injury like Burrow last night, or it has to be like a huge sideline blow up. Like, tell us why the Giants receivers were fighting with each other. Those are the only two instances. I don't care about your adjustments. Everyone can say less turnovers, more turnovers, more passing, less passing, but it's got to be a fight or an injury.
You know who seemed to do a decent job with it was Major League Baseball in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, when they would do those managers and even the players, and I think they get paid pretty well to do it. I mean, from what it sounds like, so that might help. But yeah, I mean, I just feel like you get some insight there. But those halftime interviews, college football, those coaches coming off the field. I mean, come on. I mean, it's not. It's a difficult job. So I don't know. You know. She does a great job, and she does a lot of different. And with Clarissa Thompson, from what I've seen, I've never met her, but from what I've seen, and having to put up with that crew on Thursday night, like what a hodgepodge of group that is. You know, that they just put together. Everybody's kind of got their own agenda. You know, but it's I think she does a good job. I hope she's not getting killed for this.
Nick Eatman join us here, 105 through the fence. She is. Now, and one more on that.
I know she is.
Do you think it's a bigger deal that she has done that practice, or that she let the dirty little secret out that might be a real thing?
Oh, yeah, because what's probably happened, again, this was brought to my attention, honestly, 15 minutes before y'all called, so I haven't heard a lot. But what I bet you what's happening is there's a lot of sideline reporters, people that have done it that are saying, no, they feel like they have to step up now and say, that's not how we do it. That is, which is only adding to it even worse. Yeah. The worst part was probably just admitting it twice. She just said she just admitted it again.
Yeah.
Leave it alone. How many times, honestly, when we're thinking about just how our world has changed in the last 5 to 10 years, just imagine things that you've done. And you're working here 10, 15 years ago, you're like, man, that was today.
Oh yeah.
God.
Oh yeah.
And so telling stories of something from 5 to 10 years ago, I didn't get fired then. Okay, what you might now. So I mean, that's probably where our biggest mistake was.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. What is your pick for this game?
I've got 34-16 Cowboys.
Okay.
I think they will win. And I don't know if you guys heard this last week. You guys were saying I think I said this score or 41-16. And you said, how do they score 16? I go, I don't know, maybe a late touchdown on Deshaun Wright or something like that.
Yeah. Same thing here.
No, I'm just saying. They scored with 4 seconds to go. I think it was on Deshaun Wright to get to 17 yesterday. I heard last Sunday. Same type of thing, probably. It sounds like their defense is decent. Their offense is just struggling, but this offense that the Panthers are going to face is maybe one of the best in the league right now, and just in how they're performing. So I think it'll be a game that the Cowboys. I think they run the ball a little bit better than we've seen before, and maybe this mixing it up with these two backs. So I think it'll be a good game. I don't think it'll be crazy out of control, though. I think Carolina will probably play, one of their best games. I just don't think talent-wise they can compete.
Why do you think that the running back balance may be a little bit more even after yesterday McCarthy reiterated? Now, again, he's talking to the media, and he's kind of rejected all the other suggestions that were made for the offense that eventually did happen. But why do you think it'll even out when he reiterated, no, I'm focused on Tony Pollard as our lead?
Yeah, that's fine, and he is going to be the lead. He'll run through the fire when they announce it, and he'll go out there and break the huddle. But if you saw in that Giants game, Dowdle had 2 carries on the first drive of the game. So it's not like Pollard was tired. That's fine about being the starter, but I think this isn't one of those situations where in the third series now we give it to the backup. I think that they're incorporating Dowdle in a little bit earlier in the game, which I think is great. I think less is more for Pollard. And I think more is more for Dowdle. So I think, he could, and he's right about that. He is going to keep him as the starter, but I think they go to the backup and maybe, ride Rico a little bit more, especially. And I think that they got to learn from last week too. Dowdle got him down there. I'm one of those hey, if this is the reason you're down inside the 5, reward the guy. And I thought, taking out your bigger back who's got you down to the 5-yard line to give 2 carries to Pollard didn't make sense to me. But and then later on in the game, Dowdle did get a little bit more. So I think this is an offense. This is a coach staff that learns from its own mistakes. And you don't want to get Cooks involved. Watch this. And Cooks gets involved. I think Dowdle will get a little bit more carries. I think it's better for the offense.
Nick, we appreciate it.
All right.
What are you going to do in Carolina? Anything fun?
I don't know. I mean, it's not a place we go to a lot, but I feel like when I was younger, I feel like it was a place that was always fun. Downtown Charlotte's kind of a cool place. Don't know though. We'll see what what we bump into. Got to play it by ear.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
All right. See you guys.
Have a safe trip. Nick Eman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
A little bit of baseball news. I don't know.
Shohei picked us?
It's not Shohei picked up. It's actually something I was texting with Sandler about. I don't know if I was supposed to say that or not. What the hell? I was. I asked him, what do you think the chances are that they might be in the trade department for like Corbin Burns or Brandon Woodruff? Now, both are with Milwaukee. They're going through some changes. There's thoughts they might break it up. And the Woodruff is an interesting one because he's having shoulder surgery, or did. And he will miss the start of the season. And he'll be a free agent after next year. But what teams are looking at is he should be ready at some point during the year. And you also get the option of having a qualifying offer attached to him for the offseason, which means you tag that qualifying offer. It comes with a dollar figure. I think it's like $20 million or whatever it is. So they either take it, they take the $20 million qualifying offer, or they decline it. And if they leave and go sign somewhere else, you get a compensatory draft pick, which I believe is in a sandwich pick between the first and second round. It may have changed between the second and third, but either way, you're getting a top 75 pick. Not a bad idea. Well, John Morosi just tweeted a couple of minutes ago, the Brewers are in trade conversations with multiple teams discussing Brandon Woodruff.
Wow.
I think this is a great, high upside move they can have. He would be a fantastic addition. If you get him in the second half, imagine that's a midseason acquisition.
Yep.
You might be able to get him relatively cheap because you basically would be getting at best half a year out of him. And he's going to be a free agent, so he's got 1 year so you're basically getting a rental. I think that's a really, really low cost move that they could have.
Let's crosstalk with the fellas. They are out and about again. Find out where you can hang with the KMC Masterpiece. You can hang with them next with us and meet them in person today and grab some lunch. Find out where next. Crosstalk led by Mikey Bassick. Buckle up with KMC on the Fan. But do not.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Thanks a lot, Peyton. I think you've had a great week of work. I hope you have a great weekend.
I don't think so.
Peyton, you need to get better. Obviously, the bar was set high by Troy Hughes, according to Sean and RJ right there, and you need to do better, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
I thought you did great, but obviously the people who matter the most think you need to do better. All right,
Don't
guys.
the Tolos matter the most, Mike?
Well, they can't hire and fire people.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're right. Good point.
Maybe they can.
They can make suggestions. All right, guys. So I lost my train of thought again.
You told me you didn't know what you were going to talk about anyway.
Well, hey, you keep that off the air, okay?
Okay.
Because I have a question for Sean Sharif.
Okay.
Sean, what do you think of those Cincinnati Bengals?
Come on, you came in here totally unprepared. I think they're done. I was getting ready to write an apology letter to Cincy because I said they were done earlier in the year, but when's Burrow going to be able to throw a football again? How many games is he out for with this wrist thing? I'll say 2 games. So Cincinnati will not make the playoffs out of that division.
Choppy, your take on the Texas A&M Aggies. Why are you so harsh on them?
I'm not harsh. It's a very difficult and unique job. You've got all these recruiting advantages by being in Texas. And you have the expectations of Alabama. And
No
you're not,
kidding.
right?
It's ridiculous.
So and look, a lot of schools have the same problem. My school has the same problem, right? Tennessee's got the same issue.
And I guess, to your point, Tennessee at times will finish in the top 10 in recruiting websites.
Yep.
We're like, man, they're the 8th best recruiting class of 2025, and yet then you go to 2028, you're like, this is not paying off at all.
Right, and look, it happens. I mean, and half of that is you selected the right guys and guys transfer, but I mean, other teams are really good too. But A&M's got I think the fan base generally, and this is why it got into the SEC. The fan base was a very SEC type fan base, but like a lot of them, they think they're Alabama, and the reality is they're probably closer to Mississippi State than Alabama.
And I feel like that has really changed over the last 15 years. Because when I went to A&M, it's not that people didn't love the football team, but I feel like people were more realistic of hey, we went 9-3. That's a heck of a job that we've done. So I feel like those expectations have changed.
Right, R.C. Slocum. That was
Yes.
his 9-3.
He was the best.
Sometimes 10-2, and
one time undefeated.
They got a little bit. What year was that?
I want to say 94. Didn't they just have a tie?
Okay, I didn't know that.
Double check.
Hey, Corey, what's coming up on the show today?
Guys, we got Jerry Jones joining us at 10:30. We were out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving today. It's 1200 Marketplace Boulevard.
Make sure to bring a hoodie.
We have, it looks like 16 G-Bag flags, 2 helmets.
One already got taken.
2 mini helmets, 2 pop dolls. That is probably CeeDee Lamb is what we've been seeing out here mostly. 1 hat, 1 jersey, and 2 long sleeve shirts to give away, as well as, courtesy of Miller Lite, Thanksgiving Day tickets to the game. So if you want to get away from your family, you can do that on Thanksgiving.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
I talked to your nephew yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I told him
baseball or basketball?
Basketball, but he's not playing right now because he needs to get his grades up. So I'm calling him out without calling him by name. I'm like, what's up, my man? Like, you need to be on the court. And he's like, I'm working on it. So
have you talked to him about card collecting? He idolizes you for card collecting, not your baseball teachings.
I haven't talked to him lately about that, but I was I was telling him that I love you, but I'm disappointed that you're not on the basketball court. Get those grades up. So
Trading Card World tomorrow. We got an event happening out there.
Tell us about that, Kevin.
All right, it's going to be going on from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's off of North Central Expressway at Trading Card World, right by our studio. It's going to be great. PSA is going to be on site if you want to submit cards, so it's going to be awesome.
I'm going to be there from about 10 to noon because my son has 2 baseball games tomorrow because of rainouts. They're Choppy doing their final baseball tournament this weekend. So it's been a long fall ball. Your fall ball has been over for a while, right?
Yeah, my older one's been over, late October, and then my younger one first week of November. So we ended early.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm excited for my son, but at the same time, I'm like, hey, baseball season, let's move on. Now, this is what I thought about, Sean. This is what I just remembered in my head what I was going to talk to you about. How weird is it, as you guys were just talking about the Milwaukee Brewers situation, because I brought up Devin Williams 2 weeks ago, that I just think that if there's the opportunity, that's where the Rangers should look at trading for a proven closer. Is it weird that free agency has been going on now for 10 days and there hasn't been one signing or one? It's the weirdest thing. I've talked about it for years. Football and basketball free agency would be completely and totally over by now.
Yeah.
You'd be the only people that would be available is Christian Wood, right, in basketball. Like you're like, yeah, everybody signed. Now it's just a matter of who the leftovers are going to sign with.
Salary cap.
Baseball, you're like, hey man, free agency started. Like, oh man, that sounds good. We'll talk to you in about a month.
Yeah.
And it's just weird to me. I'm going to give you an example. I still don't understand this, and you can try to give your opinion here on it. Why don't the Rangers say, Shohei, what do you want? What would it take for you to sign today? It's almost Thanksgiving. We'd love to sign you. You give us the offer, and we'll tell you yes or no.
You give us the offer, and we'll tell you yes or no.
Like, I want Otani's agent. Like, right now, I want to get a deal done today. What would it take to get a deal done today? Shohei, you tell us the deal that it will take to get done today, and we can end this free agency with you.
I guess the counter to that would be, why pay a higher price than you'd have to, even though maybe you could lock them up? I don't know. Like, for instance, we were throwing out $50 a year, and then, Mike, you were saying mid-40s. So it's like, do I want to cost myself that? I don't know. I mean, it's a fair question. I didn't even realize free agency started.
I thought we were just exactly.
I thought we were doing the build up. Every day I go home, I watch MLB Network. I do, and I'm just watching all the different shows as I'm baseball obsessed now. And I am not. I didn't hear one person. I hear these stupid daily awards instead of just getting them out of the way. I haven't heard one time. Well, free agency has actually started. I had no clue.
Yeah.
None.
It's the winter meetings, Choppy, are December 3rd is when they start in Nashville. Sometimes that will almost kick off free agency in a weird way. I've always been perplexed, Choppy, that teams aren't more proactive going, hey, if 29 teams are going to have their fingers, I guess I can't say that on the air.
Where are they? Yeah.
If 29 other teams are going to be asleep at the wheel, that's a better phrase to use here.
Dangerous.
Why wouldn't you be super active in the first week to 3 weeks of free agency while everybody else is just like, we'll get to an offer maybe at the winter meeting. We'll talk about offers.
And I really hope it doesn't have to do with just the Shohei domino, because not all these teams are in play.
It does.
So for 6 or 7 teams, we're waiting on Otani.
But in baseball, Mike, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're waiting for the top guy to set the market that year.
Yes
and your backup plan, right? Why start on the backup plan until Shohei tells you no?
But, I mean, aren't there, for the Rangers, relief pitchers are very important in this marketplace, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I agree. But
that has nothing to do with Shohei.
Right, but relief pitchers are easy to find and very cheap generally.
I don't think he liked that answer.
Well, I mean,
yes and no. I can agree with that statement, but not a
not the best ones are easy to find.
I don't feel like there's a lot of good free agency relievers out there, honestly.
Mike, let me counter back with this though. Am I giving Hader 20 if Shohei gets 500? You know what I mean? Like, so if
100%.
Shohei says no, okay, I'm more willing to give Hader 20, just for argument's sake.
I'm with you, but what about Mitch Garver? Like, I don't feel like Mitch Garver has anything to do with Shohei Otani in a way. I guess because he is a DH and you sign Otani, he's DHing 162 games next year. But I just look at it and go, there's so many mid-tier free agents that, to me, aren't really affected by Shohei Otani. It's just always been a weird thing to me, basketball and football. And maybe I've come up with this theory, is in football they don't really have a players union. We can tell by their deals that they make. Is that maybe agents, and I was talking to my agent the other day about this, and he said there's a valid point. He's not a football agent, so he doesn't know how it works. You can really prove collusion in baseball. It's been proven before, and owners have lost billions of dollars off of it, getting sued for colluding with other owners and being able to prove it in court. Football's never had a collusion case that's worked out for the players because I think that they're negotiating in December and January. So when, I don't know, February 28th happens and free agency happens in football, they've already been discussing and negotiating deals for months with their clients, where baseball gets a little bit afraid of negotiating in September and October because if it's found out that it was, then there's going to be multi-million and billion-dollar lawsuits against doing it, where football doesn't do that to the owners.
Kevin, how you guys going to offend Jerry today? As I was driving home yesterday last Friday from the firehouse and heard him aghast at Mike's question
about diarrhea.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
I thought it was a valid question.
I feel a little bit better today because Mike had told us about that question for about 25 to 30 minutes leading into the show. Yeah. I don't know of any such question today, so I am optimistic.
I don't have any questions for Jerry Jones
What
today.
are you doing right now, man?
I mean, what do you want? Here's my question.
Ask him about Carolina.
Hey, man, Carolina's pathetic at football. Do you feel like it's just a party, like it's homecoming for the Cowboys? Like you can prepare for Thanksgiving with, I don't even know who's singing for Thanksgiving halftime. Usher?
Dolly Parton.
Dolly, man.
All right.
Usher.
Hey, Dolly's warming up this weekend. Dolly be in Knoxville singing Rocky Top against Georgia. In your face. In your face.
I did go to the Dolly Parton concert about 5 years ago.
What?
At the Grand Prairie place. What is that one called?
How was it?
It was great. But the part that made it great was she kind of tells stories in between songs. I mean, she's not a high-paced concert. But it was just, she has obviously a whole bunch of number one songs, but she kind of tells a story behind it. She has a great personality. I don't think you're going to have time to do that at the halftime show of the Dallas Cowboys. But, all right, Dolly Parton, good for her. Coming up next, the KNC Masterpiece.
Irving, Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving.
We're in Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. It's freezing here, so make sure to wear a hoodie.
Freezing?
Golly, Mike.
Well, I can't find the person to tell him to turn down the air. All right.
What are the hot wings?
Coming up next, man, Jerry Jones at 10:30 with all the answers.
Woo! We will gladly be your side piece on your... It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving, 1200
Buffalo Wild Wings,
1200 Marketplace, and is also a Shout Out Friday. Now, what's going to be really fun about this today is we've had fun at all of our Buffalo Wild Wings experiences, but today at Buffalo Wild Wings, you can enter in because Miller Lite's going to be giving away a pair of tickets to the Cowboys Thanksgiving game. I've never been to a Cowboys Thanksgiving game.
I have. I've been to 3 of them.
Was it awesome?
Yeah. Every single one of them has been fantastic. They won every one that I've gone to.
Oh, yeah.
The only bad thing, Mike, was one day me and my roommate got tickets at the last second, and whenever we got home, our apartment had been ransacked and broken into, and lots of stuff was
I
stolen.
remember that story.
It was a very sad day. But
you
they
were
beat
kind
the
of
Niners.
poor then. So what was the most expensive thing
Speakers.
they stole?
They stole cash that
Those
I had.
are worthless now.
I had cash stored in like this secret spot. They found it. I don't know how. And then they stole a guitar that was my uncle's. Yeah. I think they did.
I do think you think that, right?
Yeah, I think I know who it was too. I just never could prove
Okay.
it. So, but the Garland Police Department came. It was 2 forensics girls, and when they walked in, we were like, "We're so surprised this happened." And they were like, "You live in Garland," and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And so she just threw that out there, Kevin.
I went to a 2016 Dak's rookie year Thanksgiving game because I was doing the post-game show for the Cowboys. Can't remember who they played, but they won. And then the one that I do remember going to, the other one was in 1998, and that was when Randy Moss had 3 catches for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Rough day. That was a rough day for us.
Well, but the real number was like 157 or something.
For 3
right?
catches, and it was like I think they were all 3 touchdowns.
Yeah,
it was Randy Moss's rookie year, so I do remember that.
We could have had him. We could have had him.
We got Greg Ellis. He
He
was good. That's the tough thing
Yeah.
about Greg Ellis. He was a good NFL player for, I don't know, over a decade.
And you never had a problem with the guy.
But obviously he's always kind of like, but we didn't get Randy Moss.
Yep.
So,
And Randy Moss tore everybody up.
Now, we were going to talk about one thing to start out the game, but I think we need to shift it up because of Thursday Night Football. Give me a little Thursday Night Football.
First down goal, play clock at 1. They get it off. And into the end zone goes Edwards for the touchdown.
All right, so the Ravens end up beating down the Bengals, with the Bengals needing to score a late touchdown to make it only a 2-touchdown game.
didn't cover.
The Ravens 8-3, and I'm pretty sure in all 3 of their losses, they've lost the lead in the last 2 minutes.
Okay.
So they're one of the worst closing teams in the NFL, and yet they still sit at 8-3. Do you want to start with the Ravens, or do we need to start with the Bengals?
It just matters if you want to go with the team that we know is going to make the playoffs or the team that is now on the brink of missing the playoffs with the second best quarterback in the NFL.
Okay, I want to talk about that aspect then, because Joe Burrow left the game after a touchdown pass. Well, you could see the pain in his face after the touchdown pass. He ended up leaving the game, sprained wrist. I know some people thought he was going to be out for the year. That might not be the case, but they're also 5-5 now.
Yeah, and they were looking kind of clunky against a division opponent, even like to start the game. Was it 3 straight drives to start the game? They didn't get anything going, and finally they started getting something going.
Field goal.
Yeah, it was soft stuff, man. And you could tell they missed T. Higgins still too. Like that's been a big factor for what's been missing there as well, because that puts more on Jamar Chase and more on Boyd.
And he didn't do jackass until late in the game.
So I think, Kevin, the biggest thing for me was whenever you saw, he gets the touchdown, he looks down at his hand and he's in pain, and then when he's on that sideline and he did the throw,
was
and
that
he
the
just couldn't
saddest
do
thing?
It was, man. You could tell, like, I can't even hold the ball tight enough to get it from shoulder across. That was how bad the pain was in his hand, and that's whenever I started thinking, hey, that video is true. What we saw last night is true.
So that's a whole different thing. Is like, I gotta feel like the NFL is going to be like, hey, what's the story there? You didn't even have this person on the injury report.
Yeah,
they will investigate the Bengals if they concealed their injury.
And that makes sense to me, because they put out the video with his hand kind of bandaged up a little bit, and then they deleted it, and it was like, well, you should have at least put probable or questionable or whatever. The fact that he went on the injury report at all, that's going to get them in trouble. I know we talked about this leading into the game, and y'all said, and I thought it was fair, just a loss does not automatically bump the Bengals from the playoffs. But
That's
now,
more than a loss.
Yeah.
That's more than just a loss.
Exactly. And now at 5-5, Burrow's out for TBD, but it doesn't look great. Do you think they're done?
I do, because I looked at their schedule the rest of the way. And their next 2 games are Steelers and then at Jaguars.
Yep.
And I'm going to assume, it's all assumption, is that Joe Burrow's out at least 2 weeks. And if that's the case and they're going with a team that can't really score, I get you still have Jamar Chase. T. Higgins is, right? I don't know. What's his status for the rest of the year?
I think he's hamstring injury, so,
He'll be back.
It's one of those,
Right.
like, it could be come and go anytime.
But I'm assuming they lose their next 2 games. That assumption puts them at 5-7, needing to win out, and they still have at Steelers, at Chiefs. Their schedule now looks to be too tough to probably get to 10-7, which I do think in the AFC, 10-7 will get you the last spot. Maybe 9-8 will, but I think you start, playing with tiebreakers at 9-8. So I think that they are going to miss the playoffs. And look, I'm giving Joe Burrow just 2 weeks off and he's coming back, and I don't even know if that's realistic with the pain that he was in last night.
Corey, you also think that's probably a wrap for them?
I do think that it's going to be too tough to overcome the rest of this division. I know, Cleveland is without quarterback, except for they believe in the rookie. And then they're
Dorian.
and don't worry, we always have P.J. Walker just in case. I think Baltimore is too high at the top of this thing to fall off regular season wise. Even though there are things I just don't trust about that team, they get it done within a game. And then Pittsburgh is weirdly just Mike Tomlin Pittsburgh, and I think he can get over on that. So it's too much to overcome, in my opinion, because they have a special quarterback that is the biggest factor on the team. And I think he's going to deal with this injury all season, whether or not he's there or out.
Now, on the flip side, was the win worth the cost for the Ravens? Because I realize this was a huge win for them, but Mark Andrews is done for the season. And, that is a huge weapon for Lamar.
We have the Roy Williams rule, because Roy Williams, he broke T.O.'s leg with the horse collar.
Mm-hmm.
And Roy Williams was doing that a lot. He's doing it a lot at OU. He was doing it a lot in the NFL. And then they saw, man, this is a tackle that can cause.
There's a running back for the Ravens. He did the same thing to them.
Yeah, and so I look at that injury, Mark Andrews, and I think that it got a lot of heat on Twitter. I'm sorry I don't know the player who made the tackle there.
Wilson, I do believe, because he was also the one that was in on Lamar Jackson's injury earlier.
But there's a style of tackle there where you drop your whole body onto the lower legs of a player, and that will get the tackle. You
wrap around the waist and then let your body fall onto their feet.
And so that is becoming now, I think, the new horse collar, that in the offseason they're going to say that's a 15-yard penalty, because that is definitely a good way not only to tackle a person, but then to injure a person.
Yeah.
I don't think they were intentionally trying to injure the person.
Isn't that how Pollard got hurt last year, too?
Yeah.
Like the Niners guy grabs him by the waist and falls down his ankle.
I don't think that Roy Williams was intentionally trying to injure people with that tackle. He just saw it as an efficient way to tackle people.
Which I could see.
And so I will say, yes, that now probably with Baltimore, the way that they win, that's their number one guy.
Yes, sure.
That's their Travis Kelce. That's their CD Lamb. That's their guy that they have to go to in big situations. And now they've lost him for the rest of the way. So I do think for Baltimore, they're going to make the playoffs. But I do think that is going to be an injury that they cannot overcome to make it to the Super Bowl.
To go directly to your question, though, Kevin, are you suggesting that if they hadn't played, then he would have stayed healthy? Because you said, was the win worth the cost?
No, I do wonder if they're taking a step back and going,
dang it. Yeah.
Mark Andrews is healthy and we lose this game. Do you make that deal? I honestly don't know. You don't want to turn down a win, but that is a devastating blow for a team that looked like they could make a run now.
To your point. Now, I know it's a little bit different. The Cowboys aren't way up top, and I know we got to go. But if the Cowboys win Sunday, but CeeDee Lamb's done for the year. Now I know this is a different opponent.
Ooh.
We'd go, we have no chance in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that's the way Baltimore has to look at this, unfortunately.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving, 1200 Marketplace. If you want to come out and see us, plus it is a shout out Friday. So 877-881-1053. Throw your shout outs in there. You can also hit us up on the Twitch and the YouTube. Coming up next, Mike demanded it. How important are the next 5 days for the Stars?
Oh.
Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
They bring it in, Sagan. Now Sagan to the front, they score. The Dallas Stars, 42 seconds into the overtime, have won it 4-3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving, and somebody did just ask, are they opening early for you guys or the normal time? They open early for us. You can come in right now. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout-out to Thompson, my cat who passed away on Monday. Thank you, Thompson, for being my friend for 18 years, 11 months, and 26 days. I'm forever grateful. See you on the other side. And then I wanted to shout out for college football fans. Tomorrow, Will and CA will get it rocking from 10 to 2, and then Georgia against Tennessee. Coverage starts at 2, and then at 6:30, Florida at Missouri. So tons of college football tomorrow. But now we need to talk some hockey.
All right. Hockey talk. I did not get to watch them live in Cabo, obviously, but it was really fun when I'd get on the elliptical in the morning. I would go to YouTube and I would type in Stars, and it would give that kind of 10-minute version of the game,
Sure.
which was great. So when the Stars won 8-3, I was actually on the edge, not on the edge of my elliptical. I might have fallen off, but I was watching it going, hey, stop giving up goals early in the game. But then as the highlights kept progressing, I was like, this is awesome. So the Stars are off to a good start. I'm going to be honest, through the World Series and then through going on vacation,
Got a little caught up.
I have not been
Yeah.
able to really watch the Stars as closely as I was earlier in the year, but I do know that they're about to have a tough part of their schedule, which will maybe give you a better understanding on where they stand in kind of power ranking against the top 10 teams in the NHL.
They got the Avalanche tomorrow, the Rangers, who I think we're second place right now, and then the Knights, the Golden Knights, we got to square off against on Wednesday, the evening of Peace-a-thon, if you will. And that's the first time I do believe they've seen them in the house since last year. So that's that approach that we got to. That is a tough group to deal with in this next three stretch here.
All right, and I'm glad you brought that up.
But then you get the Flames.
Because so we'll get a break. So Colorado, second in the Central, behind the Stars. New York, first in the Metropolitan. Las Vegas, tied for first in the Pacific Division. So you're talking about all teams that are first or second in their, I guess Vegas is not tied anymore. They're outright first place. But the point is, those are all first and second place teams.
Yes.
Here's where the relevancy comes in. Is you're right. The Stars have gotten out to an incredible start. They're 11-3-1. They're 11-1 against any team that's not in first or second place. Against first and second place teams in the other divisions, they're 0-2-1. Now, I realize, like, hey, am I going to be mad about an 11-3-1 record? No, not at all. But I think that's why it brings up the question, how important, at least early in the season, do you think this string of 3 games is? Because you have top-notch after opponent, after opponent, after opponent. It feels important for the Stars.
Kevin, looking at the power rankings guru, they have the Stars having played the about a middle-of-the-pack schedule
That
so
feels
far,
right.
and then the third easiest schedule remaining for the rest of the season.
So once we get past these 3 games, we're good.
No,
We're
I don't know. I don't think this is a, hey, look, this is going to tell us, that we're better than these guys. This is going to change everything for the rest of the league, but it will give you a good idea of what, in my opinion, what you should be looking for when you're trying to match up in the postseason of what you need to add to your team, what you need to learn about your team and grow with, because for me, Kevin, as long as this team stays healthy, they're working their way to the cup.
I would agree.
That's where I am on this.
Being a casual Stars fan, but really trying to follow them a lot this year. They've been a really bad first period team. Now, the other day, they got off to a 3-2 first period lead. Obviously, giving up 2 is not the best, but scoring 3 is awesome. I do think I'm wondering this, but I'm also really thinking this. When it comes to playing these top teams, you're probably going to lose if you're down by 2 goals after the first period. It's just they're going to do a good job of making it very difficult to get scoring opportunities if you're down and then you have 2 periods to play. So for me, I am going to really get back into Stars hockey over this kind of week period.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
I want to see, can they play better overall consistently in the first period? Because if you do get down to the Knights or the Canucks or the Avalanche, or, you go through the Rangers in this schedule, you're done. It's going to be, you probably give yourself a 15 to 20% chance of winning the game if you're losing after the first period. So that first period is going to be important to me.
And I think that could be particularly important in the Vegas and New York Rangers games, because Vegas can score a ton of goals. And then New York, on the flip side, their defense has been incredible this year. So if you fall behind, let's say 2-0 to the Rangers, that feels like a loss.
Because I was watching the game, if I have it right, it was earlier in the year, and I was watching them play the Canucks, and I'm like, they're just better, right? Like, just watching that game, I was like, the Stars aren't a bad team. The Stars are a good team, but I'm like, they're just better right now. Right now, the Canucks have 25 points to the Stars 23, so it's very close.
And that's one of the teams, the Canucks, the Bruins, and the Golden Knights. Those are the 3 top-notch teams, and they're 0-2-1 against them.
And so that's what they got off to such a bad start, and then the Canucks I think it was 2-0, I think was the final
that
of
is
that
correct.
score. And it was just like the Canucks never gave the Stars that opportunity to create any type of momentum. I thought at one point they were, but they still didn't score off of it. And then it went back to like, we're just going to control the puck, control the flow, control the tempo. But I have a feeling that if the Stars can get off to a good start, they can, against these good teams, control a little bit more of the flow and tempo of the game and not give so many opportunities to these teams that are very good.
I'm just looking at these lines, Kevin.
They're overwhelming,
and looking
right?
at the depth. The first 3, I don't want to take anything away from the 4th line with Foxa and Delandria and Craig Smith, but you're looking at your centers across your first 3 lines, and Hintz, Johnston, and Matt Duchene. I think that Matt Duchene has just been phenomenal.
He's been
awesome. Maybe I'm over exaggerating this.
No, I don't think you are.
I'm such a big fan of Matt Duchene and what he's done here, and those first 3 lines have excellent, like maybe top tier center play.
Foxa's number 12, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've liked him.
Holy moly, look at that.
Yeah, I'm getting to know the team. Obviously, I feel like lately, now this is through highlights because of the World Series and going on vacation, I feel like all of a sudden your youngsters, Johnston and Robertson, are starting to make more of an starting to make more of an impact, and obviously that's number 53 and 21. So, and I don't have it pulled up. I do have.
No, you got it. You got it.
I do have that pulled up, the standings right now.
Well, and to that point, Mike, whenever it comes playoff time, that level between the 2 guys, between the veteran players and the young players, if it can be closer together, man, that's going to make you an even more dynamic team.
Keep winning those face-offs. Face-offs it seems to be something that the Stars are really good at.
Yes, they consistently have been for a couple of years. From the 3-2-5, can't wait. I'm going to the Stars game. I'll be there tomorrow. I am pumped. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving, 1200 Marketplace. We will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones, plus more of your shout-outs on a Shout-Out Friday. All of it next on The Fan. 105.3 The Fan right now on the line, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is the owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Guys, am I on?
Yes, sir. We got you.
What's up?
Hey, super. Sounded like we had a disconnect coming on, and I would have felt funny continuing to talk to myself and answering myself all morning. So this is a break to be able to be heard.
When is because I feel like every human in the world does that. When are you most likely to talk to yourself?
Well,
I
do it all the time during football games. And it's answer and statement time, right and left. But, I wouldn't know what to do if I couldn't have conversations with myself in general. So the main thing is that I would like for everybody to know that I do a lot of laughing at some of that ridiculous stuff I'm reading back to myself.
Now, in terms of fantastic answer,
Look,
by the
you
way,
can't have fun with yourself.
for sure,
you know?
for sure. In terms of the game against Carolina, I was curious your thoughts about this. Do you think the struggles of number 1 overall pick Bryce Young and the Panthers in general are a good reminder of the perils that can come with a rebuild and a new quarterback?
Well, first of all, there's one of the biggest challenges in sport is for a player to come in and initially have his first steps in the NFL playing quarterback. And I'm reminded of Aikman when his early years of certainly protections, sensing where the protection needed to come from, just those kinds of things alone. So, unlike so many other sports, you have to have a sense of what's happening around you, and especially at that spot, not only for your protection, but where you're going with the ball in case you're throwing the ball. And then you've really usually gotten quite a responsibility on setting it up before the snap, and then, of course, you're reading after the snap. Now, I don't need to go into all of that. It is without a doubt the hardest position that I know of to play and have the normal athletic abilities come out that I know of in sport.
Jerry, there's been some, fortune. Aikman did have those moments and turned into and developed into a Super Bowl champion, a Hall of Famer. Romo had his time learning the NFL, and Dak walks right into it and immediately is like, all right, but he fit with the system and he did very well with it. And I was always been kind of curious your perspective on when you're trying to draft a quarterback or when you're looking at a quarterback, would you rather have a guy that you say he's going to fit any system, or do you say we have to build a system around this guy, or he only is going to fit into something like this? How do you manage that part of it?
Well, let me say this. If I had done this a lot, 20 times, it would be different. We haven't. I haven't. I had the challenge when I came into the league of having Troy Aikman sitting there, and I had the number 1 pick, and there was Troy Aikman. And Troy Aikman would go down as one of the poster boys of working with a quarterback right off the bat. So let's X that one out. One time I was asked to be on a committee to select head coaches, and by the commissioner, not on the committee, but to chair the committee, because we'd had such success with Jimmy and Barry Switzer early. And I said, I need to be sitting in the audience because I've run out of teammates and run out of guys that I knew so well. And those were my first 2 selections, and that was pretty much, as it turns out, I knew them to both have genius IQs and have some of the most outstanding accomplishments in college. But apart from that, I knew them. Well, where I'm going back to Troy was, from that standpoint, and the successes that we enjoyed in those years are a direct result of his excellence and what he was able to do uniquely. And so where do you go from there? You can go through a series of quarterbacks after that, let's say, that puts you down in the real world and what you're trying to make happen at that position. And so I've always run from the idea of having to draft into, be right if there is such a thing, when you draft it, and then the development and evolving of that quarterback in a time when you're having to make decisions about his supporting cast that are dramatic, significant. If you've got good players that you've drafted, you usually are drafting good players because you're what? You're high in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And so you've got good players that you're investing a lot into for the future to go with the evolving and maturation and development of that quarterback. It is a colossal problem. Well, what you need to have is something like a Romo come along. Now, where did that come from? Well, there you had somebody excellent, and you could develop immediately develop offense around him. And it turns out he was exceptional. My biggest disappointment is we didn't get a Super Bowl while he was here. Then Dak Prescott, and I'm cutting through several personalities in between, came along.
That's okay.
And I've never seen anybody that could basically take it from explaining it to him what you wanted to do, take it to the practice field and take it to the field like Prescott. Never. And so he has been a unique development quarterback, much less a unique, prominent quarterback.
Now, I was curious, this is not necessarily just about the Bengals, but when we were watching Thursday Night Football last night, obviously Joe Burrow had some problems out there, and there's discussion about how he wasn't on the injury report all week. I'm curious if you can walk us through how serious the NFL takes injury report violations and what goes along with that.
I don't know of any they take more serious. They want pure transparency and injury or availability. And they want you to err on the side of expose the any way a player is compromised from the expected level of play. And very serious about it, very, very punitive when you don't do it. They're very serious about it, NFL. They want to know if anybody is off his game when they come into the game physically.
Jerry, you've talked about the offense evolving and kind of developing this season and how things have kind of, after the bye week, things changed a little bit. You started to see a few different things. And I was just kind of curious if that was something McCarthy discussed with you ahead of the season. Like he was giving you a heads up of, early on it's going to be like this, but as we go along, we're going to have to add new wrinkles and develop. And are you kind of expecting that growth and development by the end of the year?
Well, that wasn't discussed similar to that.
Okay.
What was discussed is that we have in place a lot of great fundamentals that, of course, that we have had with Dak, over the ensuing years. You don't want to throw all that out with the trash. We want to build off of it. And then Mike, has been around this for the last 3 years. And so we want to take advantage of that. He knew these players. It wasn't like a new head coach knew the offensive coordinator coming in.
Right.
He knew them well, knew the players, and knew the nuances of how and what we were trying to do with the offense. So then, okay, what? What was, all right, now take that and put the Mike touch to it, the Super Bowl Mike touch to it, the things that you think could help it, not to dismiss that he had influenced it with before. Mm-hmm. So he had some mark on this offense, Mike did. And so what you're seeing is a lot adjusting for the way the opposing teams are lining up against us. And that's as it should be. That's as it should be. And so those kinds of things, imposing your will, imposing your system on the opposing team week in and week out is not realistic. What is realistic is to make adjustments within the philosophy that you're trying to use your personnel to get to. Mike's doing a great job of that right now, and the adjustments you're seeing are that.
Now, sticking with the offense, and specifically the offensive personnel, I'm curious about y'all's bigger picture philosophy when it comes to Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard's only on the franchise tag, so does that force you to evaluate Rico Dowdle as the season goes along as a potential number one to determine how everything is going to shuffle once the season's over?
Well, Rico has had the last going on 3 years now, Rico's had the highest regard with our coaching staff, and I'm sure his teammates as well. Rico's a talented runner, as we're all seeing. He's had a couple of injuries that set him back, but make no mistake about it, he had the credentials when he got here of a talented runner. And his running style is every bit as unique as any back in the league, and it's different, and it's effective. So, I mean, there's a reason why Rico was the second on the depth chart. There's a reason why, even though he's had some nicks last year, there's a reason why he's hanging where he is, because he has that kind of talent. It's great to see for him and us it come to the front. Now, Pollard is a different story. Pollard has, as obviously we all know that, he has burst, he has instincts, and he literally has the fear of the defense anytime he gets hold of the ball. So we'll have days. We'll have some good days ahead of us. This is early in this season, and hopefully seasons to come. But I haven't lost anything about my thoughts about how Pollard can be the factor in us winning some games. And it's obviously got to have the coordination of good line play, good blocking, good design by the coaches, good timing of when we use him. All of that will play a big part of it. But I'm not seeing of any diminished burst from Pollard at all. And so I think we'll get him his days, and it'll come in. But, boy, if anything, it's just such a welcome to have that backup strength that we've got there, and that'll keep us fresh legs in there.
I think you essentially just answered my next question, because I was going to say, I have to admit, watching this team along the way, it does feel like Pollard's burst has diminished thus far this season, but you do not believe that is the case.
No, sir. No, sir. It hasn't. His speed, we can time those guys nowadays with the technology you've got out there. No, he's got burst, he's got acceleration, and hasn't diminished at all.
Jerry, you lost Trayvon Diggs early in the season. Leighton Vander Esch, we just heard the news on Tuesday about him, and we got that going. And I'm just kind of looking at this team, and despite those types of big-time starter losses, this defense on that side of the ball is still very good. How many teams around the league do you think have the kind of personnel luxury that you guys have where you can just slide a Ron Bland in there and feel comfortable?
I'm proud of our depth. I think that's one of the strengths on this team. And I think Mike is doing a great job of managing our practices, managing the wear and tear on the players. And I think that's one of his big pluses, Mike McCarthy. He is not only aware of it, but he actually plans it that way. And so I think that can pay off for us. Now, don't get me wrong, an injury is maybe totally out of our control. Mm-hmm. But you've got to know you're going to have them, and you've got to somehow survive it. And it's a part of getting where you want to be at the end of the season. This is a game in a way, of attrition. And so you need depth. You can't have it all. And so you've got to have sometimes it happens in the right place, and invariably it seems like it all happens in one spot. When you get it going, all of a sudden you've got two players that are hurt in a spot rather than just the one. So all of that is there, and I just as we move forward week to week, push this thing forward, get us down to where we can get there for the playoffs. I like what we're doing with what we've got in terms of we're getting better each week.
Because Mike has had to do a couple of different things too, and he is one of those guys, he has the skill set to do pretty much anything. Do you think asking him to go away from the pass rush and be more linebacker is unfair to him, or do you think he understands that? What's your feeling on that? I
was sensitive about him being used as a pressure player when we first drafted him. When we drafted him, the problem was we hadn't seen it that much, especially from the outside. And we hadn't seen him. He didn't play his senior year. And so I said, boy, to put a pick this high on a non-pressure player like a linebacker was concerning. Of course, I didn't know we were talking about Micah Parsons when we drafted him. And he's shown us all some things that were you didn't have the extent of the appreciation for. Now he's going to damage any place he is. He's going to damage that offense. On the other hand, pressure is where you can damage it the most. And so early I would have been sensitive about the snaps of rushing or coverage. I'm not today. Dan Quinn knows more in his little finger about that ratio or that combination of how to best use that and what he's trying to do out there, setting different things up, than any of us know if we thought about one quarter all day long. So we've got the right guy driving the car.
Yeah, this is a really good point there. And before we let you go, Jerry, I'm responsible for the turkey next week. I got to make sure it's all cooked and everything, and I'm getting my son involved with it this year. So that's the responsibility my wife has given me. What was the main part of Thanksgiving that you were always responsible for? Did you have a certain task growing up, or even one now?
Well, let me say this. Don't mess that up. To practice it, you've got a lot of people counting on you on cutting that turkey up. But all kidding aside, I've always, my memory, done Thanksgiving. What I call Thanksgiving is the day after Thanksgiving with the Cowboys. But I've always done that in a hunting wild game scene. And as a matter of fact, we used to all pile up in a clubhouse. I'd have as many as 8 of my kids, nieces, nephews sleeping with me in the same bed for many years, for 2 or 3 days. And that was our idea of Thanksgiving and going hunting. Consequently, on the table, you had things that were oriented around game, hunting game. You had wild duck, you had goose, you had venison, had all that kind of stuff. And so today, that carries the day. That's what I still enjoy. And the other thing is those recipes. My mom got her recipes from my grandmother, and those were oriented toward the cooking that you might have in the South or the rural areas. And it still maintains that and carries through. And that's the most fun part, is tasting that and remember Mama's dressing.
Man, outstanding stuff as always. We appreciate you. Looking forward to this weekend's game, Thanksgiving game, and we'll catch you next Friday.
Well, it's a lot of fun to be on with you guys in these circumstances. But I'll tell you what, remember Arizona. So when we go over here to Carolina, remember Arizona. We got to go over and do business.
Absolutely. Appreciate it,
Thanks,
sir.
guys.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan telling Corey that there's a lot of pressure on him not to screw this up.
Well, all I got to do is follow what our good friend Matt Pittman over at Meat Church put on his website. Long as I do that exactly the way he did. I did it last year. It was perfect. So I'm going to be all right.
In future years, we need to see if we can get somebody, whether it's Meat Church, Hurtado's, or whatever, and get them to commit their Thanksgiving for our donations. And they'll come over and just cook your entire, like as soon as the show's over, they'll just come over and cook everything for you. From the 817 on a Shout Out Friday, this is selfish, I know, but I appreciate it. Shout out to 105.3 The Fan for being the best radio station in the world. You know it. From the 469, shout out to my wife and other teachers who have to deal with bad students and no support from parents. My wife is a teacher, and she would tell me stories all the time that I don't understand how people don't know who their kids are, because they would always be like, well, that's not my kid. Every time Brandon got in trouble for something, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds right. Like, that sounds exactly. Have you guys ever run into a situation where your kid gets in trouble, but you're like, yeah, no, that totally makes sense. That's absolutely what my kid is like.
Yes, Carter's the one. The one. Avery's pretty good, man. Like like last night, he wanted to go to a concert and he didn't end up getting to go, and he's mad. But as Bruce Bochy told us, you can only be mad for so long, and at some point he's gonna, he'll forgive me for it. But he does a really good job at minding what we ask of him. Carter is the one that's like, he's going to go out of his way to push a button as far as he can, and his teachers have let us know. And it's those moments where I'm just like, yeah, and now I got to go have a talk with him. But yeah, man, I absolutely know all my kids differently. If Lucy was to do something like out of pocket, I would be like, what is happening here? The whole world. But then I started looking at it, Mike, and I'm like, she's also the youngest. And don't we always treat the youngest a little differently anyway? Like, we always treat the youngest.
My youngest is really far apart from the other one. I don't have a good answer for you quite yet.
Yeah.
They're like, the others survived. Just figure it out.
All right, I like that. From the 817, shout out Friday. I'm on my way to pick up my Corey Seager autograph card number 10 that's just come back from PSA Gem Mint 10. Woo, fantastic. From the 903, shout out to the Masterpiece. We love y'all. I'll see y'all Monday with Christmas gifts. Wow. Okay, awesome.
We're going to be at RJ Duke's on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
So,
by the way, more than $1,200 worth of wax that he's got for us to open up and give away.
Those are cards, not just like
yeah. I was thinking we were
not
going to be chewing on it or something.
Candles or
you know what? RJ would be there. He's like, $1,200 like candles? Oh, my goodness.
He does love candles.
He does. From the 469, can I get a shout-out for Terry and Donna Dearman for their 25th wedding anniversary? Absolutely, you can. We'll keep your shout-outs running all day long. Live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. And coming up next, so Carissa Thompson is just a liar? Plus, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here on 105 through the Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece live right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving, 1200 Marketplace. I saw some people going, but how many G-Bag flags do you have left? I do know there are still some. They are going fast as people have been bouncing out here. We heard a story from somebody who said they were in the Dallas Cowboys Thanksgiving halftime show in 1984 when Gary Hogaboom was playing. It was amazing. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good Friday morning.
Indeed, indeed. Have you studied and done all the research to tell us about all the deadly weapons that Carolina has that you didn't realize they had before?
Here's the best I can say. Remember Arizona.
Yes.
Yeah, that must be the message going around out there, huh, Mike?
I could have paid you guys to have him to say that. I needed that.
And, like, if they were 7-2 and would have beat Arizona by 20 points, I do feel like you could run into a trap here. But I think that is good advice, is you're like, hey, you might already lost to the worst team in football. So, hey,
except don't be pragmatic about it, right? Because remember, they had 3/5 of their offensive line missing in that game.
True. That is true.
And I also think that a little bit they got out-schemed in that game too. But those things can happen. And I think that, that was the third game, right? So you're 2-0, and it's just the next game. But I think at this point, with the importance of these games in between the loss to Philadelphia and then getting to play them again on December 10th, I think this team understands the importance of the 4 games in between. They took care of the Giants. Now it's time to take care of Carolina because they're playing for more than just the third win of the season, right? They're playing to stay in the race in the NFC East every time they play these 4 games in a row.
Do you think that is a calling card in that locker room right now, is not to forget Arizona, or do you think that it's even, are they really thinking about it that much?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think I had a couple guys just kind of slough it off, like, okay, but we understand where we're at now, and I think that they understand that the goal is not just to win, it's to keep improving. And I think that's got to be the goal going forward. You want to keep getting better and better and better. And look, if you happen to take somebody for granted, it doesn't happen when you go out there and play. It happens during the week.
Yep.
Because then you're not prepared, right? You just didn't put in the work during the week to be ready for the next opponent. It's not like, and if any of us played anything, when you go out and play, I don't care if the person's not as good as you are, you don't let up, right?
Yeah.
You keep playing.
Never.
You don't want to embarrass yourself. Where you would embarrass yourself, excuse me, is not being prepared to play that game. And I think that they understand the importance right now, not just saying, okay, I got to remember Arizona, because I saw, when Dak was asked about it, it was like he kind of conceded, like, well, yeah, but then there was the but we understand we got to keep getting better because they're not a finished product by no means at all. They've got to keep improving. And, the other thing is, and I think Mike was right when he said the two things that, they needed to improve on were penalties on the road and takeaways. And the takeaways on the road were far less, and the penalties were far more than what they did at home. But again, in that case, though, you say, well, they win 4 in a row at home, but they're 2 and 3 on the road. Well, who do they play on the road? With the exception of Arizona, they probably played 2 of the better teams in the league on the road. Yeah. And that has more to do with it than, I'm sleeping in a different bed, right? Now,
I would hope so.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. As Dak said, he tried to make a cute one the other day. Maybe it was last week when somebody said he goes, well, yeah, you get to sleep in your own bed, but, the hotel beds aren't bad, but they're not whatever's the bed, sleep number bed or something.
Yes.
Like he got his commercial in there.
Smart. He learned from Jerry how to market it
right,
all
yeah,
times.
Exactly. It was pretty, and he did it seamlessly too. You didn't have to think about it. So yeah, sometimes it's who you're playing at home and who you're playing on the road.
What do you know, or maybe what have you learned about Carl Davis, the defensive tackle added to the practice squad? I get it, it's practice squad, but I was intrigued because it's somebody who has played a lot the last 2 years.
Yeah, and he's played a lot of different places, too.
Yes.
So I don't know what that tells you, right?
Probably not great.
But it's nice to have another big body in there down the stretch that, it's a free look at somebody. It was the same thing with Rashaan Evans, right? It was a free look at somebody, and now all of a sudden, you need the guy, right? So, yeah, that's the way I kind of looked at that one. It's another nice veteran, big body that you can store on the practice squad, and you never know when you need somebody of his size if you get another injury. So, yeah, I just think you're looking to add cheap. I shouldn't say cheap. How about inexpensive depth?
Yeah, we get it. Nonetheless, all right. My question: health looks really good for this team outside of the people that are injured and are not coming back. I was curious about Peyton Hendershot because he's been back out at practice, but is he like another till Thanksgiving away, or what are we thinking here?
Yeah, I think he's. They listed him as fully practicing. Even during the padded practice. So I would imagine he's getting close, but remember, you don't get a free look. You would have to make room for him.
Yeah.
The same thing that they're going to have to do with Rashaan Evans, because I think, the guy started this last game, and, I know you guys talked to Jerry about Micah playing more at linebacker, but you probably need another linebacker there.
Agreed.
Other than Marquise Bell. And so, but to get a guy on the roster, you got to figure out a way, how you're going to do it. And, sometimes you hope you don't hope. You're thinking, well, the odds are I'm going to have another injury, and I might have to put somebody on IR. And then there's a spot. But, for Hendershot, yeah, it's great to, get them going. But again, you need a spot for them, and who's expendable?
I don't know if you have to answer that question. Corey.
I was
you
trying
can,
to figure out,
you
exactly.
can.
Well, and just because you went, it's a tough one,
This
right?
is a tough, because you need all the linebackers and safeties that you have right now, right?
I do.
You really, there's a lot of stuff that you need on this team because and we talk about this. There are a lot of linebackers that aren't true linebackers.
Sure.
And so you have to kind of manipulate that just a little bit.
See, and that's where I run into problems, y'all, is because I'm like, well, I never want to go short on offensive or defensive line. Ooh, cornerback is super important. And like all of a sudden, I've run out of room of changes that I'm going to make. So it's good that I'm sitting here and not having to make any of those decisions.
Well, and the other thing, if you look at who wasn't active last week against the Giants. Turpin was an injury. Trey Lance, obviously, your third quarterback, right? And then it was Igbenogany, Eric Scott, Richards, and Fihoko.
All right.
So
and one of those is coming back at least.
So you would think, and you don't want to lose those guys.
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
I mean, you traded up to the first pick in the 6th round for Scott. And I think if you tried to get him through waivers to put him on the practice squad, somebody's going to say, boy, they thought something of that guy. He must have something. Richards, kind of had been, with you never know about Chuma's health, and he would have been the next guy up at tackle. Fihoko, has been inactive. And Igbenogany, you're getting a little thin at cornerback if you don't have him in reserve. So, tough decisions.
At least, Mickey, if you let go of Igbenogany, you would have still won the trade because Kelvin Joseph already got let go.
Or it would have been a push, right?
Yeah, that's probably.
Hey, you got a really great
likely.
play out of him. You got a really great play to start
the
season out of him.
Yes,
So
you
I'll
did.
roll with that one.
Or you could always put Kelvin Joseph back on the practice squad.
Pass. No thanks. I don't know how the Cowboys feel. I'm going to go and speak out on that and say no thanks. You got a prediction for us? Because your predictions, I know you're still seeking out the white whale of getting the exact right prediction. What are we going with this weekend?
Which I think in all these years I've only done that once. So I'm going to remember Arizona, and I'm going to pick the Cowboys to win 38-13.
Oh.
So Carolina has scored in the last 3 games 15, 13, and 13. And when they've played really good teams like Detroit and Miami, or at least teams with good records, they've given up 42 and 42. So I'm going to remember Arizona and go with 38.
I like it. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again on Monday.
Sounds great. See you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. I was hoping we would have an opportunity to talk about this for a few minutes. Are you guys interested in or all caught up on the Carissa Thompson drama?
I saw it on Twitter, so she would make up stories on the sideline just when they would go, hey, Carissa, what's going up with the Jaguars? Well, they're really struggling on defense, and their defensive coordinator said do better.
Okay, so
I don't know.
She has now put out an apology that, I don't know, doesn't sound correct to me, but she said yesterday on Pardon My Take, I've said this before. I haven't been fired for saying it. Now, that's the key right there. I've said this before, all right? So let's go back to it. But I'll say it again. I would make up the report sometimes because, A, the coach wouldn't come out at halftime or it was too late and I didn't want to screw up the report. So I was like, I'm just going to make this up, okay? Mm-hmm. There's more to her statement, but let's go from there. A whole bunch of people stepped out and would be like, whoa, dude, that is not okay.
It's not journalistically, ethically responsible at all.
So here is her apology. Okay, let's address the elephant in the room. I have a responsibility to myself and my employers to clarify what is being reported. What is being reported is, of course, what she said. And what she said multiple times since when she said it, she goes, I've said this before.
On her own podcast with Aaron Andrews.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
When on a podcast this week, I said I would make up reports early in my career if I worked as a sideline reporter before I transitioned to my current role. Working in media, I understand how important words are, and I chose the wrong words to describe the situation. I'm sorry. I have never lied about anything or been unethical during my time as a broadcaster. I'm going to take you back one more time. I would make up the report sometimes, and so is she lying about making up the reports, or is she lying now? Because she lied about one of the things. So I'm just curious.
I really, honestly, I don't care if she lied about it. I really don't. But what I actually care more about is what is she supposed to do in that instance? She's supposed to tell somebody, hey, we don't have any story here because the coach didn't say anything to me. And when I was working in Sidelines, Kevin, I was down, I think it was Plano and somebody, maybe it was Trinity or something. And I went to the coach on the other sideline, and I said, hey, coach, can I get a report with you before the half starts? And he said, I don't have time for this. We have too much to do. That was my report. I just said, coach said he couldn't talk to me. He had too much to do before they get going in the second half.
And I think that's fair because she goes, what I would do in my reports is just say my own observations. I don't think there's anything wrong with Coach so-and-so didn't want to stop or didn't have time to chat. Here's what we're looking at from the first half.
Yeah, and that's probably how I would do it. I do know, and if we'd asked Mickey just a second ago, that's a journalism degree right there from Missouri, one of the best journalism schools around. The journalists they hate this. They hate this. There are a lot of people that are just just entertain me, and there are a lot of people out there that think the sideline reporter doesn't need a job in this thing. Although I completely disagree because I think Christy Scales gives some amazing stuff, especially when you're listening on a radio broadcast. Good. So I don't care that she lied at all. It doesn't really matter that much to me. But how you do it, how you put your report out there is very important.
Now, I got a couple more shout-outs.
Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
Because don't you trust Emily Jones?
Yes.
I do too.
Yeah, and I think that we've built that trust from her, and I don't think she's out there ever saying anything that she's just well, this is my opinion about it. I think she has a really good, finger on the pulse of what's going on in that clubhouse, but I want to hear from what she got the story from somebody there. So, those are the people that now you can start to question their credibility and stuff, and that's not fair to them.
From the 469, shout out to 105.3 The Fan for being the best radio station around. Also, can I get a shout out? My name is Grant, and today is my 28th birthday. Happy birthday to you. And then here's a shout out that turned bad. At first, I thought it was a positive school thing. Shout out to Coyle Middle School for donating my son's backpack with his $100 shoes in it.
What?
Because when I first saw it, I was like, oh, good job, Coyle Middle School. And then I read the whole thing, and I was like, oh.
They took his backpack?
I guess so.
With $100 shoes?
I don't think the school did.
Yeah, it wasn't some organism known as Coyle. And
the principal comes in, we're the same size. Deal with it,
These
kid.
are my shoes now.
That would be so weird.
You go tell your daddy to come up here if he thinks he's big enough.
Oh, my gosh. I might need to know more about your principal someday. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. Remember, we got Cowboys swag to give away, G-Bag flags, and then Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of Cowboys tickets to their game on Thanksgiving. Coming up next, though.
Oh, yeah?
Glenn Big Baby Davis.
LSU.
Kids chumping out Wayne Gretzky and the Arizona Wildcats. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Kevin, I might deserve some.
here on 105.3 The Fan, where I think we've seen at least one, if not two people who have been at every single one of our Buffalo Wild Wings stops. Today, we are live in Irving, 1200 Marketplace. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout-out to my girlfriend, Brandy. We're headed to the Armpit this weekend to see Morgan Wallen. Going to be an epic show. You're the best, babe. And then from the 469, shout out to my daughter who just got back last night from Houston, played 3 games in 3 days for Bishop Lynch Soccer.
All right. Bishop Lynch is actually traveling there today to play St. Thomas in a playoff football game.
Oh.
So
okay.
I know there's a lot. Obviously, there's a lot of people tonight. This is the second round of playoffs in private school. Is it the first round for public school?
I think I thought the first round was last week.
So most everybody's in the second round of playoffs in
Maybe
high school.
Third round.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a time when I obviously would have been able to answer that better for you. But right now, it's time for some Forgiveness Friday.
Forgive us for not knowing the football schedule.
877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? And this goes back to the teacher topic we were talking about a little bit ago from the 972. As a formerly bad kid, I want to ask all of my teachers to please forgive me.
I was a bad student 3rd through 8th grade.
Because you just didn't care about school, right?
Well, and I just was like, and so I did not really respect my teachers. And so, like Mrs. Reed, I apologize. If you're still alive, I don't know. I was in 4th grade, so that was 30-plus years ago that happened. But
Kevin, do you think
if she's still alive and listening, she's like, this makes a lot of sense for you. You wouldn't stop talking in my class.
I think she's still alive. We might have a misperception of how old teachers are when we're kids.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm not. I said maybe she was 40.
I'm going to guess like she was around 40 to maybe 50, but maybe she was 30 years old. I don't know. Like when you're 10, you're like, you're old.
Yeah.
I remember Miss Valdez.
I'll always remember Mrs. Reed sending me out in the hallway because I was a distraction in the class. And she left me out in the hallway for a while. As a kid, you don't know how long it is. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been 30 minutes. I don't know. But then when she asked me if I was ready to come back into the class, I said, no, I'm enjoying myself out here. And so then I went to the principal's office.
I had a teacher, Kevin, that would always – I would ask stupid questions. Like I would just the dumbest, weirdest questions like the British soldiers. What happened if their hats fell in front of their eyes? How did they fight, in that line? Did they end up –
Oh.
And she would be like, ask your dad. And so she would always tell me to ask my dad.
It's a weird response.
And that's what nowadays we just tell our kids to Google, right? Just go Google it real quick. And she predicted at the end of the year that I would be father of the year and I would have 3 kids. And that I would have 2 award-winning books about being a father. And
you don't have a book yet, though.
Not yet. I'm working on it right now. Actually, I do have an
Are
idea
you really working
for one.
on it?
I do have stories.
You're working on an idea in your head?
No, I've actually written 4 of the stories. It's stories I tell my kids in the car on the way to school. And it's just stuff that I tell them to inspire them for the day. And so maybe she was right. She didn't get Adrian's right because she said Adrian would own like a bakery in France or something. So maybe I've been holding
How
Adrian
do you know
back
she
this whole
still
time.
can't do that?
You know what? Because I'm not going to France.
Okay, from the.
She's gonna have to go with.
I have some interesting things about France, but I'm not sharing them on the air.
Okay, yes, I am aware of your thoughts about that, and I appreciate that very, very much, good sir. Thank you for keeping that. No, you don't.
Do you know? I'm not going to say it on the air. Do you know? I'll tell you in the break about France and what I'm worried about.
Okay.
Does Glenn Big Baby? Yeah, and you'll see why it's an off-air conversation. Does Glenn Big Baby Davis deserve forgiveness? He, as well as several other former NBA players, were just found guilty of swindling the NBA out of a ton of cash through the league's healthcare plan. Now,
that's bad.
The defendants allegedly stole, well, I guess he was convicted, so not necessarily allegedly, over $5 million from the fund. And you keep in mind, Big Baby made $33 million in his NBA career. He faces potential jail time. Do you forgive him for this, or are you like, hell no?
I mean, I would probably say no. I'm not going to forgive this dude for this. This isn't one of those things that you just get a pass on, stealing money from a fund that's set up to help other people that really do need it, and you're defrauding it.
Yep.
Nah,
there's a lot of
This
them.
has taken years to come about, right? Like,
Yes.
I've heard about this story a while
Yes,
back, right?
because remember it includes like Darius Miles and people like that. Yeah, it's been going for a while, but they finally like wrapped up the first part of it.
Yeah, there's no way I'm like Mike. Just imagine if there was a fund set up for you guys, and maybe there is. Maybe there is an insurance fund that is set up for MLB players like this, and then you find out that those funds have been taken by some other player. You wouldn't be happy about that at all.
No.
And he'd probably go off on Scutero or whatever.
Marco Scutero, the MVP for Bruce Bochy. Remember we had that conversation early in the year? Who is our Marco Scutero this year? The guy who just like you don't think a lot of, but man, did he
Jankowski.
I like that knuckleball.
Let's go. Oh yeah, that's right. My bad. Okay, stop. Stop.
Did he grab your hand?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Okay, let's go. Let's go from that. Do you remember the story I told you? It was probably like, I don't know, 6 to 9 months ago.
Definitely not then.
Okay, it was about Ferris State, and yeah, it's a college. It's a Division II college, but they were playing their championship and some of their playoff games in McKinney, and they got in trouble because they were smoking in the locker room. And this is
smoking in the boys' room?
Yes, for McKinney ISD.
Wow. Who sings that? Motley Crue?
Don't worry, I don't know, man.
Oh, all right.
The fan text can help us
Foghat.
out on that. Foghat? It's not Foghat. So McKinney ISD was like, we had to hire a professional cleaning crew and all this stuff and blah, 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 blah. He has been suspended for their playoff game this weekend because of that. Now, think about that.
For smoking.
Yes. Michigan systematically cheated the system, and they got 3 regular season suspension games for Jim Harbaugh, even though he could still be at practice, and they're like, this is the worst atrocity I've ever seen. The dude for Ferris State let people smoke in a locker room, or maybe it was him, and they're like, out for the playoff game, suspended.
Well, I mean, Ferris State is one of those powerhouses that they're concerned about, and that's why they're trying to hold them down from taking over. I think that's the only. I don't know, man. It seems that's NCAA for you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how that whole thing works. Is it's just always the weirdest judgments that they could put out there. Can I throw away Forgiveness Friday out there? Y'all, I did tell y'all the story yesterday about how I think I'm losing my mind because I got Lucy ready and got her to school and everything. I think she forgave me.
Because today's Colonial Day?
Today was Colonial Day, which is still a weird thing to me.
Why?
I don't know what they're doing. There's like sewing and making candles and stuff, and I don't know like what it represents. I'm still trying to figure it out. Yeah. But last night before I put her to bed, I said, all right, Lucy, Mom's still out of town. Tomorrow is Colonial Day. We will get up and get you ready. And she goes, that's great, Dad. For real this time. And I was like, God, she just, like, every time she'd mention Colonial Day this morning, she was getting ready. She was like, and it's not for fake this time. So I think she forgave me, but it sounds like she's going to hold that over me for quite some time.
I mean, if that's the worst thing that comes out of all of this, I don't think that's so bad.
I think I'm doing all right.
I was riveted when you told that story, and I thought she was going to be like, so she went in anyway, and it was just super awkward all day. And
No, she got. Like, oh I just got some pictures from today, and it looks like it's going great right now. But she does.
Okay, good.
She did have the moment where she was like, "We'll always have that time that you messed up, Dad." And I was like, "All right, thanks, Luce."
That will be like a Thanksgiving story forever.
Probably so.
I
Probably
could see
so.
that. I could definitely
that time
see
Dad
that.
messed up.
Now, I don't know if this counts as somebody who needs to ask for forgiveness because it happened to themselves. Mike, you are familiar with Carlos Alcaraz, the tennis player.
Oh, yeah. Is he number 1
Yes.
now or no? Okay.
So, I think Djokovic.
Okay. It's like
1
back
or 2,
and forth,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
So he was playing Andrei Rublev. Rublev got so mad.
Image is everything. I know who that is.
No, that's Andre Agassi. He smashed his tennis racket partially over his knee. And yes,
it broke.
And it partially broke, and he bloodied up his knee.
Oh, so he's not Bo Jackson.
He's no Bo Jackson.
No, he's not. So does he need forgiveness for this, or are you like, well, you did it to yourself, so?
You know what's amazing is, I know that I'm comparing two sports that are probably very different, golf and tennis, but they're individual sports for the most part. I know that there's doubles, and I guess I know there's team play and the Ryder Cup and stuff like that. But isn't it amazing how golfers keep their composure on the outside when things aren't going their way, and tennis players lose it maybe more than any sports person in the world.
Golf, you have to be so mechanically sound, and your adrenaline can change that a lot, right? Like, it can change your mechanics so much because you're going to twist a little bit more, and as you say, like when you're pitching, you'll pull off a certain way that's going to screw up your swing. And in tennis, it is emotion. It is a physical sport where that's involved. So that's the two different things I think is. You're right though. Whenever a big shot's made in golf,
what about when like a putter? When a golfer has like a 1 foot putt.
You think they'd sling that thing off into the pond?
And he screws it up, and it goes around the rim, and it doesn't go in.
Yeah.
You would think a tennis player, that's when Kevin's saying, like that's when they break their racket and they go insane. And like a golfer just like usually 99% of the time just taps it in and disgustingly walks to the next hole, where a tennis player is like, it is time to destroy everything.
But they have a talking doctor with them.
That seems smart to me.
The caddy. I mean, your caddy is essentially your talking doctor right in that moment,
but
right?
But I think they do in tennis, too, because I heard who's the crazy person that I kind of liked at one point?
Kyrgios.
Yes, Nick Kyrgios.
He would just scream at his mom and dad at the Wimbledon finals. Are you going to cheer for me or not?
Come on. I'm out here putting my soul on the line.
You can just see, like, that box of family and friends just like, oh, God, he's lost it, and there's nothing we can do. Either we cheer too much or we don't cheer enough.
We're mixing in Forgiveness Friday with shout-outs. This one's awesome.
What's the last thing that you intentionally broke?
I mean, I guess I want to say my headphones, but
Henry Ruggs.
That was that day. Yeah, that was that moment.
Yes, it was. You know what I thought? Because we've been collecting stuff for Peace-a-thon. I was like, I don't have broken headphones last year. But then I thought, that's probably a good thing, though, right?
When we got into this new house, we did replace some cabinets and stuff, and I got the opportunity to use the sledgehammer on some of the sinks and stuff like that. That was a blast, dude. That's something I always suggest. If you can get one of those rooms where they just have stuff for you to shatter, go do it.
You want to be a
enjoy
demolition guy?
I'm not saying that, but I did like hitting it. I didn't want to
If anybody's ever demoing their house, they should email you and just say,
I'll show up.
We're sledgehammering some things.
Let's go. Yeah, it's hammer
there
time.
used to be a tag team called Demolition. Smash. That's the Bushwhackers that you're doing. We're also mixing in shout-outs. This one's incredible. Can I get a shout-out memorializing my fantasy team? I traded for Burrow and Mark Andrews about 30 minutes before last night's game. Oh, no.
Can you still do trades in your
Nope, we're done. Trade season is over in my fantasy league, so we've moved on from that. I think that's it, man.
He made those deals right before the game, and then you're like, oh, that sucks. From the 903, shout out to my wife, Sarah. This is awesome. For driving 65 miles with me on her day off to come hang out with the KNC Masterpiece at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. That is fantastic. What's up?
They're next to the Yu Darvish thing.
That is fantastic. That is fantastic.
That's the word I was trying to use.
From the 210, shout out to my amazing daughter, Siobhan, turned 16 last Sunday. She is a rock and a star. Love it.
Is there a shout out to your son? Is he coming home tonight for Thanksgiving vacation?
No, because he still has class on Monday and Tuesday.
Have you been surprised at all? Is there a shout out to Brandon have you felt like he's hung out with you about what you thought he would?
More? Oh, yeah. He's been home.
That's awesome.
He's been home more for sure. I just saw him on Wednesday, and that was super cool.
That's
and
awesome.
So, yeah, no, I absolutely appreciate
Because I think a
that.
shout out to all the parents who just had a freshman go off to college that most likely, like Mary Grace is coming home tomorrow. So I'm really excited about that. I wish she was coming home tonight, but she's coming home tomorrow, and we get to spend a week with her.
And then, I don't know if you thought this deserved forgiveness or this was just smart. Wayne Gretzky said some kid saw him playing some of the virtual games. Like, if you go to the Mavericks game, Stars game, they got virtual games. And this kid didn't know it was Wayne Gretzky and walked up to him as he struggled at one of the virtual games and gave him stick handling tips.
Oh, really? Hold on.
That's awesome.
That's pretty baller, right?
That is pretty cool.
Gretzky was
That's kind of like when Trey Lance was at Derek Holland's house.
Oh, and Wolchuk was like, oh, yeah, what do you do? I play football. Oh, no way. What level? Professional. Like what professional? NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you play?
What is it you
And
do?
now he's a Cowboy.
And then he eventually learned along his journey
You know
that
what?
was Trey Lance.
He said his name was Trey Lance to begin with.
He
Are
goes
you guys
nuts.
Trey Lance.
Are you guys
and-
surprised at all that we obviously have a game and then Thanksgiving that we don't talk about Trey Lance at all?
Yes.
Did you ever think when they traded for Trey Lance that we would just
I thought
ignore it
something
completely?
would happen. Something would happen at some point. But I mean, there hasn't been a story to discuss.
Yeah.
You know, there's been nothing to involve him in other than what's his progression, what's his growth like, and that's only seen in practice and not with any real practice reps at the spot.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Irving. Come and see us. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is Deron Bland appropriately appreciated? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, Corey Majors.
They get it off. And into the end zone goes Edwards for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about that game a little bit more in just 1 second, but from the 817, hey, fellas, can I get a shout-out for my birthday tomorrow? The name's Ben, feeling the effects of middle age, 35 now. That would be a good question when you start to really feel the effects with that. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with not the dip.
But they got dip at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving.
They got 26 mouth-watering
Blue
rubs
cheese,
and sauces.
Ranch.
Oh, my gosh.
And
Ketchup.
I just wanted to address this from the 817. I wish y'all could say what you wanted with no repercussions. With the exception of swearing, we can. We can say literally whatever we want except for swearing.
We could get fired for certain things.
That's true.
Vulgarity is also, vulgarity is something that we have to.
I think they mean in terms of just like sports opinions and stuff. There's no handcuffs on us when it comes to that.
Well, it says you. Oh, when it comes to that, thank you.
Okay.
You ever worn handcuffs?
Well, I mean, when I got arrested.
They did handcuff you
yes,
as a minor?
They did.
With your hands behind your back?
Yes, behind my back.
Wow, because they knew that if he had them in front, he'd still grab things.
Corey, ask the question. Were you embarrassed?
Yeah. I mean,
have you ever stolen again?
No. Ooh, I don't think so. But it was like a gray period.
I hear what he's saying.
I think, but see, I think
it's tough to remember your whole life.
I think I did for another couple of weeks because then I was mad, and so I decided I needed to, I don't know, something stupid. But since then, no.
All
right. Let's go back to the Bengals-Ravens game for just 1 second. In case you missed it yesterday, Ravens victorious over the Cincinnati Bengals 34-20. Lamar Jackson surpasses Randall Cunningham for the fourth most rushing yards by a quarterback in history. He now trails Russell Wilson, Cam Newton, and Michael Vick, who is first all-time. He's about 1,200 yards back of Michael Vick. Do you have any doubt he will surpass that number?
No.
Okay.
No doubt at all. He might do it
I
this
agree.
weekend.
Well, they just played, so probably
Next weekend,
not.
Yeah.
Knuckles.
Why does that get a knuckles?
Well, I meant this weekend for his next game. Is
Okay.
What I meant, Kevin. But
okay, gotcha. Now let's talk about.
Do you think NFL players, since we're in the NFL topic right here, do you think they could handle playing Thursday and Sunday? I know they'll never do it, but I know they complain a lot. It would be impossible.
As a one-off?
No.
Consistently, no.
People say they love football so much. If the Cowboys played every Thursday and every Sunday,
it wouldn't be the same. And I don't think the players could do it.
Okay. I don't think so.
Are they shortening the season in this respect?
No. It's like now we're playing. Let's say now we're playing 32 games.
Oh yeah, that would be. I think that would be too.
But in the same amount of weeks.
Yeah, I think that would be too difficult. But if they shortened it, I'd be interested to see if they felt like they could do that. I'd still love it.
The newest subject that's been added to the Netflix show Quarterback is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, I know what you're thinking.
He's not a quarterback.
He's not a quarterback, and that's a fair observation by you, Mike. That is factually accurate.
He's a wide receiver.
However, they have had so much trouble finding people. I believe they're still going to call the show Quarterback.
Why don't they find cornerbacks?
Ooh, okay. That's not a bad idea. I feel like you need to change the name of the show, right?
Player.
Maybe.
Well, I understand. Like you have that feel and that effect on it. That makes sense. I think it's good though. I think it's a positive thing. I don't think the name needs to change that much though, because this does give now it gives you a new perspective on that person's view of things, right? Like now you saw the quarterback's view. Well, now you get to see does that receiver feel the same way about some of these things? Does he have a feeling on it? And some of these other guys that are like, I don't get enough spotlight, are going to be willing to step up into this moment. Quarterback for every team gets the spotlight, right?
Yeah.
Like you're always dissected in some way, shape, or form. I think this is a great opportunity for the NFL for the NFL players, more players to get involved in this because they could really want to.
How many game-winning field goals as time expires do you think there will be this weekend?
Was there 6 last week?
Which is an NFL record.
Was it time expired?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Or within, they might factor in the last 3 to 5 seconds.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
2. None.
Ooh, the over-under is only 1.5. So, Corey, you're like, take the under. But, Mike, you're like, ooh, a little bit over.
In a weird way, the NFL has close games. The Cowboys don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They either destroy them or they lose
one.
But it's a couple
the Chargers game, that's it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, and the Eagles game. So then 2.
Well, it was close until we went back to about our own 12-yard line after being on their 6.
That is what it felt like, right?
You're like, this has just become impossible to score here.
Yeah, no, I'm just going based on the ratio of things, and 6 is a lot. That's a big number.
Yeah, that's a record all time, right?
Yeah, it is a record.
And so I think that's where I'm looking at that going, I just don't think that can happen again. I don't know what all the matchups are at the moment. I got to go look at all the matchups because there might be one that I don't expect to be as tough as it is. I mean, we really didn't expect for Cleveland to come back against Baltimore in that game the way that they did.
That is very true. Alvin Kamara and Christian McCaffrey are both on the precipice of breaking an NFL record for most receptions by a running back through their first 7 seasons. They both have 480. The record was set by Roger Craig from 1983 to 1989. He had 483. So it feels like Christian McCaffrey will end up with this record when the season's over.
Give me the breakdown here real quick.
They're both at 480. The record's 483. So
he has all of these.
Yeah,
because I thought if he needs to be healthy, he's just a guy that struggles to stay healthy. So if you're like he needs to play in the last 7 games of the year,
I get it this in the next game.
Right? Okay.
Man, he was definitely the different type of running back in that day because he was Roger Craig.
Okay. Craig.
Because whenever you get to the Emmitt Smith era again, it's like no, we're handing the ball off to these guys, but he was one of those that was you can do everything, and he could be a big factor out of the backfield as a receiver.
Besides
too.
Bill Walsh, I wonder. Obviously, we were young back then. How many people were running the West Coast offense?
Yeah,
Bill Walsh's tree. I know he came from some other tree. I think it was Brown. I think. I'm just wondering. Bill Walsh was the first to kind of run the West Coast offense, and he hadn't spread his tree of coaches yet to really have what you're talking about, a Roger Craig guy who would catch the ball in the backfield that much.
And it takes, being willing to say, that guy can do it, and I'm going to trust that he can do both of these jobs as opposed to putting him into a system and saying, this is just what you do.
Yeah.
A couple more things going back to the Ravens-Browns game. The FAA is investigating the drone that went over the stadium that delayed the game, and the Browns are working out Joe Flacco today.
All right.
You are not excited about
Where's
that.
Carson Wentz? Didn't he sign with some team as their 8th-string quarterback?
Yeah, he's still hanging out there.
Hey, did you guys, with that joke about the guy that, Kelvin Joseph, he's a free agent again?
Yes. I told me, no.
You want him back?
No, not at all.
Okay, all right.
Scared of him.
Saquon Barkley was asked about loyalty to the organization, and he said, quote, "Loyalty means nothing. Loyalty, that don't mean nothing. No matter how loyal, how committed you are, it's a business at the end of the day. That's something that I've learned." So
that's a fact.
It is a fact, and obviously still hurt feelings from the way last offseason played out. So I don't know what his future is, though.
I do think that
1-year deals.
Yeah, I can.
Right. I don't think he's going to be a Giant next year, but
it doesn't feel like
what team wants to give him a 3-year deal? I know that there's guarantee. You can give him a 3-year deal with 1-year guarantee. That's a 1-year deal. I just think
a team that thinks they're running back away, just like everything. There's always a team out there that thinks that they're this player away and that they can add that. So I think there will be 1 or 2 different teams that are vying for that at the next year. This offseason.
We're out of time, but if you could pick one team off the top of your head, if they could add Saquon Barkley today and you'd say now they're truly a favorite or a true contender to win it all, who would it be?
Oh, man.
Kansas City?
Yeah, and they still don't use their running back the way that you typically use a running back. They use them in such a wild way, but he would be a perfect one for that.
I don't necessarily know if I'd say Baltimore anymore, so
Buffalo?
maybe.
They're trying everything they can at running back
Yes,
right now.
they have.
They're like, whatever we can find.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. Coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Want to hear from you on the truckwreck.com text line. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
The Fan continues to grow. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I need y'all to get out to Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. That's where we're doing the show today, 1200 Marketplace. Corey's already been doing giveaways in the break with G-Bag flags, with Cowboys stuff, but Miller Lite will be doing a giveaway for a pair of Cowboys tickets to the Thanksgiving game. That will happen today. The only way to be eligible for that drawing is to come on out to Buffalo Wild Wings. So hope you come out and see us, specifically the one in Irving. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 469. Shout out to the Frisco Bills. They're going to play against the Wiley Chargers for the championship game tomorrow, and they're planning on winning that trophy. That is the only way to go into a game with having that plan.
Help me out here. Was that like kids, or is that some sort of professional league?
No, I think it's a kids league.
Okay.
They
should list their age. You made it sound like
fair enough.
Like it's the lacrosse team that I don't know about here or something.
I think that's the Panthers, from the 817.
Duncanville.
First time seeing y'all in person. I got my wings, my flag, and some pictures. Can I get a shout out from my boys? Good luck in the turkey trot today. That's from Lucas. Absolutely, you can.
Turkey trot. Have you ever done that, Mike?
I've done it downtown.
Yeah?
For the YMCA.
It's not what I think it is, right?
It's like a 5K.
Okay.
I think you can make it longer. There's multiple ones that you can. Dude, I have no clue. What do you think it is?
A bunch of turkeys racing?
No, I'm going to tell you what it usually is.
Okay, I swear I thought that's what it was.
You're trying to avoid dog crap on your slow walk. I would say fast walk, jog. There's 1 million people downtown, literally 1 million people. So what we have done, and I don't know what annual one it is for us, we do a turkey trot starting at our house.
Okay.
And we get all the neighborhood people, and Sue, my wife, organizes it. All the emails are out, and we have multiple stops along the way. So we walk, jog for a mile, and we get to a stop, and there's like cider and snacks and water, and then we hang out for 10 minutes, and then we start our walk, jog to the next house, which is about a mile away. And then they have other snacks, and then we have about a half mile to a mile left, and then we get to a person's house, and they have like, all kinds of treats and eggs and quiches and everything.
That's what I want to do.
And so it's our own. You're invited, and your family's invited if you would like to. I'm not saying all the Tolos. Maybe we could, but we'll have to make more food. But
Give us a heads up.
It's a fun deal, and nothing against the YMCA one downtown. It's amazing, raises money for charity. But it's so busy, so crazy, so many dogs are pooping.
I love, too, though, that it's a community thing, too.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that's cool is, like, our local neighborhood, we're, park in the garage in the rear area, so we don't talk to our neighbors a lot.
Yeah.
And we don't know them, but we've started, during Halloween, Kevin, was whenever we started going, hey, we need to have some block parties. We need to get to know everybody. And I think that's a great idea. By the way, I did have this question regarding Dr. Sue. Do you call her Dr. Sue or Dr.
We call her
Bassick?
Dr. Bassick.
Dr. B.
Interestingly enough, we call the other one Dr. Beth.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's her first name. I don't know why we follow different logic there.
Change it up. Switch it up. See if it throws her off.
Dr. Sue and then Dr. Keys.
Yeah. We, for some reason, we just say one last name and one first name.
Just call her Sue.
From
See how if she gets mad.
From the 469.
She's fine.
I didn't go to medical school to be called Sue. Is from the 469. So we're going to double up here. Can I get a shout out to my son, Josiah, and all the kids? I hope I did that right. And if not, Josiah. And all the kids at Rowlett Elementary School for their amazing Thanksgiving program last night. They were awesome. And it's a double up because it's that time again, fellas. Cowboys win because they will simply outswag the Panthers.
Dude, it's been a while since we've swagged.
I know. And Cowboys lose because we left too much swag on the field against those little Giants.
Yeah, man. You know what? I think swag's really the factor in this one, Kevin. Let me throw this out there real quick. Cowboys lose because they don't have any swag, or they show up not remembering Arizona. So is that going to be like Jerry's new thing? He's gonna be like, hey, remember Arizona, and they're gonna have T-shirts and stuff like that for it.
Like the
and
Alamo?
You can buy little miniature versions of Arizona and all that stuff. I don't know. I can totally see Jerry saying, you know what, we're gonna make a calling card of this. Never forget Arizona.
Oh man,
But
that would be a bold move.
That's how I think they lose this game. They are physically, roster-wise, they are the better team at every single thing. There's no doubt about that. But if they show up, my human nature, if they show up and they're just like, hey, we're going to roll the ball out there and see what happens, then they lose. Cowboys win because the Panthers can't run the ball. They run it very ineffectively, no matter who it is in the backfield. They're very ineffective at that, and that does nothing to help their play action at all, which a young quarterback definitely needs a lot of those types of things. They do very little movement. They're not very big on doing a lot of movement in front of Bryce Young because they're not trying to confuse him. Frank Reich runs a very boring offense. He has for quite some time now, and his quarterback factory is pretty much nothing. They got Phillip Rivers and Matt Ryan, and then he got fired. So I think that everything they do offensively is very straightforward, A, because of the young quarterback, but B, because Frank Reich's not very creative at what he's doing. They're going to be forced to throw the ball a lot because they're going to be behind. I think the Cowboys are probably going to want to take the ball early and try and score early and make this young quarterback try and beat them from behind the entire time, and that goes right into what the Cowboys are best at. Once now you have to throw and they know you have to throw, you're going to have to put the ball up in the air. Their pass rush is going to get to you, and they got guys that love to get the ball out of the receiver's hands.
Now, I really like this because it has me asking at least one follow-up question from the 214. Cowboys win because Dowdle goes crazy. Cowboys lose because the crazy plane lady delays their flight. Do they mean like somebody who works for the airport or just a crazy lady that's on
the crazy plane lady that Choppy's trying to get on the show?
Yeah.
Like, that MF is not real.
To get the card signed.
She did a national interview recently, right?
They caught up with her on TMZ. I know that. And then
I didn't follow that at all. Did she explain why she was saying
I have to admit, I did not
She
see
said
her
legally
interview.
she could not.
Oh, legally.
Because her lawyers were like, hey, you – probably because she might lose her job or something like that. I'm assuming is what I would be. Maybe she had taken something before she got on the plane. Maybe. That's kind of what a lot of people are probably presuming.
From the 817, shout out to my daughter Emma. I get to have our first holidays in 5 years. That is outstanding. And shout out to the 105.3 The Fan crew. Y'all make driving on the road amazing. From your favorite lobster-loving Dallas sports team-loving listener, God bless everyone. I like that.
He's here. Our lobster driver. He was here just a few minutes ago.
Not the bus driver who came in and we asked him
your lobster driver.
Yeah, maybe Mike wasn't around that day, but there was a guy that texted into the show and said he was driving lobster, like he was delivering lobster.
Okay, I think
you remember
this.
I think he's sitting over at the bar right now. He walked up and he was like, by the way, I'm the lobster guy. And I was like, what is up?
All right, so last night, first of all, Cowboys win because Bryce Young gets scared to death with this defense.
I can see that.
He just can't handle the pressure. And I guess also Cowboys win because Dak Prescott puts up the most unbelievable numbers in NFL history against teams like this. Like, he's usually 4 touchdowns, 300 yards. I mean, a lot of his great stats, and he's a good quarterback, come from games like this.
And can I give you another one to kind of jump into that? And that's reflected in his season stats because I know a lot come from that. Dak has pushed the ball down the field, 38 big play passes of 20-plus yards. That's tied for 3rd in the league.
Good night. That's good. That's
Yes.
a positive thing.
That is very
Kevin,
good.
I just read this, and this is from a reporter covering the Panthers, and he said that Frank Reich said they practiced the silent count this week because of the expectation that there will be so many Cowboys fans
home game
that they
for
won't be
them.
able to hear, so
That
they
makes
practiced the silent count.
My cousin lives in that area. He's a big Cowboys fan. I don't think he's going to the game, but there's a lot of Cowboy fans. Remember, if you really grew up there, I know it's been a while now because of the mid-'90s, early 90s when the Panthers were created, but you were kind of a Washington fan, or if you hated Washington, you were a Cowboys fan. So there are a lot of Cowboy fans that are in their 40s and 50s that just grew up there hating Washington and loving Dallas. And the Cowboys lose because this is the only thing I can come up with. Carolina wins the turnover battle by 3 or more.
That makes sense
and that
to
would
me.
Be,
I
that would be
see
lack
that.
of concentration in my mind.
Yeah, so obviously let's just say Carolina creates 3 turnovers and the Cowboys create 0. I do think at that point that gives Carolina a legitimate chance to maybe win this game. They did recently just beat Houston, who Houston's coming on strong. I know they have a rookie quarterback.
But that game is a crazy anomaly, but
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
It happened.
By the way, Frank Reich did say that that if Laviska Shenault is active, they'll gradually increase his workload. So, Mike, your cards aren't going to shoot up this week, that collection that you have.
He's a good returner, though.
But gradually, maybe by the end of the season, you'll be able to get those up. I know.
From the 972, shout out to my uncle Lee Wigington, the head coach of the Allen Eagles. Big playoff game tonight against Arlington Martin. Let's go. And then from the 682, can I get a shout out for my son Pierce today? He received the gratitude award from his school, Dove Elementary. That is very, very cool.
I have one kid that is getting out today at noon. Are kids getting out today early because of Thanksgiving?
Avery just texted me and said he's leaving no matter what.
It's 3 p.m. The other kid is noon today. So I'm wondering if a lot of kids are getting out early today.
Which is wild to me because I remember, and look, I'm old, is you got a half day on Wednesday and you were pleased with it. You were so pleased going into Thanksgiving.
Oh, we had Wednesday off.
Oh, you got the whole day off?
I think so. I thought we went to school Monday and Tuesday, then we had Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off, but you might be right about that.
We did not because I remember.
Garland and Duncanville are very close in public schools. We probably had the same rules.
And I remember it because my mom would always pick us up as soon as they took attendance because she didn't ever want us to be absent. So she was like the person who was always like, I don't feel good. Hey, get to school. You'll be all right.
She's shoving all the ibuprofen,
Yeah,
Motrin. She's like, just
exactly.
take some of this, get that temperature down real quick.
So the Cowboys win because the Lion always eats except against the Giants. So I think that Micah is furious and starving. And he is going to take out all the aggression of his stat-free Giants game and wreck shop against the Carolina Panthers. Or as DallasCowboys.com put it, Bryce Young will be a young gazelle walking through the savannah.
Okay, but hold on. Do you think Dan Quinn's going to let him?
Yes.
Why?
You know
if
why.
Dan Quinn's like, look, I'd rather you just lay back, play some more coverage this week. Next week we really need you against Washington, or in a couple weeks we're going to need you against Seattle and Buffalo, and so I just need you to kind of lay back a little bit.
Look, I hear what you're saying, and that makes a lot of sense. My interpretation is Micah Parsons is a hell of a football player. Good Lord, I'm so glad he's on this team. But I also think he cares about his statistics, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that as long as you're not sacrificing that for the betterment of the team. And I'm not saying he's doing that at all, but I do think he cares about his stats and sees this as an opportunity to pick up a couple.
Yeah, no, and have a 4-sack game would be awesome, right?
That would
that's
be
something
incredible.
he would probably really feast on. And then you can get him out by halftime and move on. That's what I said last week,
Sure.
Kevin.
And it was 28-0.
I would have walked into that game if I'm McCarthy, telling everybody, "Look, you guys get done. We can be done by halftime, and I'll move everybody out." And same thing this week. Y'all want to be done? Let's get done with this thing early. But y'all got to do your work in the first half.
And then Cowboys lose because Adam Thielen has 68 catches this year, and a bunch of those have been to convert first downs. I think that might be the way that they have to chip at the Cowboys defense first down by first down as opposed to big chunk plays. And not only could that keep them moving down the field, that will shorten up the game. And that's inherently something that the Carolina Panthers should want to do going into this game. So I'll look at Adam Thielen having a humongous day as being the reason that the Cowboys lose.
Kevin, I want this game to be short. I want this game to just fly by. I'm gonna be
Sure.
I'm gonna be at Old 75 off 75 in Richardson, and I want the everybody there to be focusing on other games with the Miller Lite Hall of Fame trailer that's going to be out there as well.
Ooh.
I want people to be like, you know what, this game's over early. Let's just enjoy some drinks, some great Miller Lights while we're out there.
I like that idea. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. Coming up next, we got a stacked Expressway. We're going to do Mike Likes It. All the MLB MVP info and a different way to add to the Rangers roster. Would you consider this trade? All of that, and maybe even Deron Bland next on the Fan. Expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. Have gotten to meet all kinds of cool people today. I want to start with Corbin Burns, and then I've got some other baseball stuff that I want to go through, and I know we got Mike Likes it coming at you, and it's a lot.
Wow. You took away baseball nuggets from him to have
that's
Jerry
Jerry
Jones on,
that took that
and
away.
now you're trying to take all the baseball content out of
I'm cool
his.
with it. I actually have a football question in Mike Likes It
Ooh.
about the Cowboys schedule.
It's
Okay.
it's Freaky Friday here.
It usually is. It usually is. So I was flipping through an article by The Athletic, and specifically I wanted to see, I know we focused a lot on a different player from the Brewers, and we've talked about that for, I want to say, the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, people are just now starting to catch on to it. Yeah.
I appreciate that. That's usually how it goes with the content on this show. I was looking at The Athletic, and they threw out this trade idea for Corbin Burns, and so I wanted to know if this does anything for you. So we start with Leody Taveras, because that would then facilitate, as we've kind of discussed, Evan Carter going to second, and then depending on center. I'm sorry. Yes. Now that would be a drastic change. Evan Carter going to center, and then Wyatt Langford theoretically or soon bouncing into left field. Leody Taveras, Justin Foscue, and then perhaps a pitching prospect like Josh Stefan.
I don't know a lot about Josh Stefan, to be honest.
Sure.
I'd need to know what level and all those things. But I hate doing this or saying this because Leody did mean a lot to that championship. If Dr. Meister, which is the Rangers' somewhat team doctor / surgeon, if all the team doctors cleared Corbin Burns and said he's going to have, as far as we can tell, no issues from having to miss the 2023 playoffs for Milwaukee, and he's going to be just fine next year, I would probably do that because I think we saw how important starting pitching can be. And in a way, I'm not saying Leody Taveras is expendable, but you did have a draft pick that in 2 months looked like he could be an all-star or a rookie of the year candidate pretty soon in Wyatt Langford.
Yeah.
So I would be very interested in that as long as I get a lot of good medical stuff, and nothing against my buddy Brandon Webb, who we had on during the World Series. Brandon Webb, Cy Young, and finished in second place in 3 straight years.
Yeah, it's incredible.
The Diamondbacks were about to give him a 3-year major extension. And after all the MRIs and all of the doctor stuff that you have to do before really officially getting that extension, the doctor said, we don't recommend Brandon Webb, you give him this contract because we think there could be issues down the road. And obviously there was after those 3 tremendous years, and I believe one more where he wasn't a Cy Young candidate. That was it. His career ended. So I would just want to make sure before I made that trade, nothing against Prince Fielder. I wouldn't want to make another Prince Fielder trade where we traded an all-star in Ian Kinsler and got a very hurt product that was not able to produce for the years that you traded for.
Kevin, based on that, Micah saying 100%, Dr. Meister's like, yes. And I know it sounds more like it's the recommendation of I would or I would not. Like, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But if he came to you and said, look, there's a 30% chance that's some 20% chance.
No. Just because he's only under control for this next year. And so it would be different to me if it was like he's under control for 3 more years and then it's 20%. I'd be like, okay, well, we got some wiggle room here. But no, that's a great question. With 1 year, no.
And here's the other deal, too. I don't know this. I'm trying to look it up as fast as I can on Corbin Burns. I'm trying to figure out who his agent is because I've heard, like, the Josh Young situation. Rookie of the Year candidate, had a great chance to win it until he got hurt. But I know that working out a long-term extension with Josh Young this offseason or next offseason is Burns also Boris?
He switched representation in March to Scott.
Oh,
Boras.
Okay,
we're getting ready.
So you're screwed on this because what I was hoping and thinking about is, all right, you have him for 1 more year, but can you work out a 5 or 6 year extension this offseason? So you're trading for a guy that you're going to have for a long time. Scott Boras does not do that unless you get to probably like Garrett Cole contract numbers. So he's 29 years old. and he just turned 29. So he should be in his prime. Most pitchers' primes are 27 to 32 years old. That's about their prime. But I'm thinking about this, Kevin. You have Eovaldi on a one-year deal coming up. You have Scherzer on a one-year deal coming up. Right now, Montgomery's not on your team because he's a free agent, so you don't know about him. John Gray has 2 years left on his deal.
Yep.
They're not going to bring back Martin Perez, and if they're bringing him back, it's probably more as a long reliever than one of the 5 starters. Dane Dunning you have for a while. Jacob deGrom, who's probably not going to pitch next year. You're hopeful in September he can pitch. He has 3 more years on him after next year, so I should just say 4 years. I just wonder, I would make that trade and feel okay even if he signed with another team, but my hope would be that you could sign him to a long-term deal, but he's going to go to free agency with Scott Boras.
Kevin, you saw the name I was looking up. I'm doing the same thing.
Another one-year person.
Brandon Woodruff is another Brewers name that John Morosi says that multiple teams have reached out, and he's a fantastic starting pitcher. Arbitration next year and unrestricted free agent the year after that.
Okay, you can't just add him for nothing.
Sure.
I talked about this for 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, I talked about this when this article came out right at the end of the World Series. I said, let's go get Devin Williams.
Yes, right.
So I don't know this, and I don't know. He has 2 years left. Remember, he has 2 years left till he's a free agent. I'm wondering whether it is Woodruff, whether it's Burns.
Package it up.
If you added Devin Williams to this, and you got one of the best closers, if not the best closer in baseball, Devin Williams might be the best closer in baseball. He's in the conversation as the best closer in baseball. And then you got another premium starting pitcher. Now, it's going to cost you more.
Yeah.
But I would be excited about this. I just need doctors to make sure that everything is good, that I'm going to get to your point, Kevin, at least 25 starts next year, if not more.
I don't know if y'all know the answer to this. Maybe you do. With arbitration, can they be traded before arbitration's done, and then the Rangers have to do arbitration with them?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Rangers never do arbitration,
you have
so they'll
control.
negotiate.
And almost nobody really goes to court. I mean, it's 1 to 2 players a year that there's such a difference that you're willing to destroy the player's reputation in the organization.
They do that in Napoli.
It's really weird. They're like, here's why this player's no good, and we want to pay them less.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say you throw out that deal, and I say I need Ezekiel Duran and Jack Leiter. So now we're talking about, in this combo deal, Leody Taveras, Justin Foscue, Josh Stephon, Ezekiel Duran, and Jack Leiter. That is an effing haul.
It is.
But you're getting back two
excellent. You're getting back arguably the best closer in baseball for 2 years, and then you're getting a starting pitcher for a year. It's tough, but you've made your team a lot better. Let's not. What is Jack Leiter going to do in 2024 for the Texas Rangers? I asked that question to you guys.
He might be a reliever in the back half of the season.
Yeah,
maybe
he hasn't done anything yet to get the discussion for starter yet.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, when he goes into spring training, Mike, he's probably going to get a couple of flashes and then sent over to the minor league fields.
I'm going to answer this question and throw it to you guys. I'm optimistic that Duran is going to be able to bat .255 next year with 20 homers and 70 RBIs and 70 runs scored for the Rangers. What's the value of Ezekiel Duran to you for the 2024 Texas Rangers?
To me,
I'm optimistic about Duran
as an excellent bench player.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, he's dispensable. He's in my opinion, because I think you can move him to somebody else for something.
I don't think they'd want to do this. I would try to, my opinion here, nothing against the guy, I would try to keep Ezekiel Duran and put Josh Smith in the deal instead.
Oh, yeah, you want to work something like that, I'm totally down if they'll take Josh Smith off my hands.
Because that's a drop-off that you're sending back, but you're still sending back
Josh
a lot.
Smith better defensively, Ezekiel Duran better offensively. So I want Ezekiel Duran to be my backup infielder because he's second, short, third. He can play the outfield. Josh Smith does all those things better. Defensively, Josh Smith does everything better than Ezekiel Duran. But offensively, I have optimistic expectations that if you don't get something done this offseason with Mitch Garver, or you brought up Justin Turner yesterday, who I think the Rangers are interested in, if you don't get anything done with Shohei Otani, obviously that is a wide open spot for DH. And I think Ezekiel Duran can be a good DH for you. You are going to have to live with swings in his discipline at the plate, but I'm going to lean towards
really
yes.
young, too.
I'm going to lean towards yes on your trade scenario.
Okay.
Milwaukee's an interesting situation for the Rangers. I say to take advantage of, but to possibly help out your championship team without using free agency to do it.
Now, I want to throw this out there because I definitely think no, but maybe the Rangers evaluate it differently. From the 3-2-5, instead of Leote, would Adolis be expendable? He was one of your, if not your number 2 playoff hero on your way to the World Series, and he just won a Gold Glove. I think he is a fan favorite. I'm not saying that you have to run your organization by things like that. I just do not believe they will get rid of him.
So I'm with you. I think it would make Ranger fans sick if Adolis Garcia isn't on the 2024 Texas Rangers for what he just meant.
Yeah.
But here's the other side. I'm throwing out the other side for you guys to talk about. Will Adolis Garcia ever have more value in his career than this offseason?
I don't think so, because he still has 3 years of arbitration, right?
Yeah, 3 years of control.
He's under 3 years of team control at a super affordable price. And now.
And what he just did in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Teams would say, we just got that guy,
He's
Adolis
a hero.
Garcia.
He's a
now,
superstar.
That being
right now.
said, would you rather, instead of your first deal was Foscue, Leote, and a pitching prospect?
Yes.
What if you could keep, I'm throwing this out here as you keep Foscue, and I don't know if Milwaukee would want to do this. They probably honestly want the younger players. What if you keep Leote, keep Foscue, but it's Adolis and a pitching prospect instead of Leote, Foscue, and a pitching prospect?
No thanks. I'm a pass on
You're
that.
going to need to give me something very significant to get Adolis out from me now.
Well, you're getting Corbin Burns, who's
that's cool and everything.
He's 45 and 27 with a 3.26 ERA in his
really
career.
Good. Sounds good.
He won a Cy Young in 21.
Yep.
He's a 3-time
Sounds like Corey's out.
You're going to have to throw a mansion in here, Mike.
So far in his last 4 years, this is what he's done in
that
his last
seems
4
doable.
years. Cy Young finished 6th. Cy Young won. Cy Young finished 7th. This year, Cy Young finished 8th.
And
That's a heck. I mean,
I agree.
Corbin Burns, you have to admit this, is way more valued in Major League Baseball, if healthy, than Adolis Garcia
Probably
is.
so.
I would agree with
I will add this, though, and I don't know how often you get to see this. I know Corey Seager is a big-time hitter.
Yep.
Adolis is maybe the most clutch hitter we've seen since Ortiz. To have a dude that wants that
playoffs,
presence,
yes,
wants
we'd
that
have to-
moment. He wants to be at the plate
In
whenever
the-
everything's on the line. You want him there.
I would rather have
Seager.
Seager up. In my opinion, if you're asking me right now if I could pick my player, which you can't in baseball, obviously you can in basketball, right? Who do I want the ball in the hands of, Luka or Kyrie? You get to make that decision on the bench with 15 seconds to go. If you're asking me, I get to send up a hitter with the game on the line for the Texas Rangers. I'm sending up Corey Seager easily over Adolis, but I'm not trying to take a shot at Adolis.
Me too.
Who are you sending up next, though?
Adolis is second on my
Adolis
list.
is,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying, Mike. Having both of those, let's just stack up the World Series championships for the next 30 years.
I think I'm with you guys.
That's the only reason I'm saying,
Yeah.
I have two guys that are legitimate. Again, I say Ortiz because that dude always seemed to come up in those big moments for Boston whenever they needed him. He's a guy that I want to play. He can he might put it out of the park to win a game for you more often than not.
Now, I wanted to take
Even
it.
if he had 4 strikeouts in the entire game
But you-
up until that point.
You are, I think what you're saying, Kevin, and what I'm saying, whoever it is, you are in a situation, this doesn't sound good when we say it, you are in a situation to trade either Leote or Garcia this offseason and not feel like it is hurting your team tremendously if you're adding something to your team that is a weakness.
Agreed. Were y'all surprised last night, not at who won, but that both of the MVPs were unanimous? I did not necessarily think the National League one was going to be unanimous.
Yeah, I was surprised at unanimous for Acuna, but I thought he'd win easily.
We have a 1-of-1 card now for Acuna.
Now, I'm glad that you brought that up. Is thanks to our very good friend Eric, we did get a 1-of-1 Ronald Acuna card, and it's signed by the artist, and there's a certificate of authenticity that comes with the card. It looks like a painting, but it's a card.
I'm excited.
It's freaking incredible. And then if I can tell you more card stuff just real quick, this is super cool, is Topps is still doing their buyback program. So if you have a base card from Topps Chrome from this year of Acuna or Shohei Otani, $20 in store credit. And so RJ Dukes, where we'll be on Monday, they're one of those official top stores.
Okay.
And I've been saving my base cards of both of those guys so I can roll up in there with $40 in store credit, because that's what I like to do. Monday, RJ
credit.
Dukes in McKinney.
That should be fun.
It will be very
They're
fun.
great. RJ Dukes.
He's the best.
He's great. The shop is great. It's a fun place. We've done it on Black Friday. Obviously,
Yes.
we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings, I'm assuming, next
Yes,
Friday.
in Addison.
In Addison. So that's why we couldn't do it on Black Friday. So this Monday, a lot of kids have off of school.
Yep.
Like, please come out and see us and enjoy it. And then, obviously, tomorrow we'll be at
Trading Card World in Dallas. If you need any more reason, so Trading Card World is going to be awesome tomorrow. If you need any more reason to come out to RJ Dukes on Monday or just see him in general, this is what he says about Peace-a-thon. He gives us a bunch of stuff and then says, if you get something better, let me know and I'll beat it.
Okay.
And so, like
he'll leave?
No, not that kind of beat it, not scram.
Okay.
He'll give us more
He'll
stuff.
have a dance off with you?
I don't want to rule that out. I do kind of want to see that.
With the Otani
Yep.
win, I think we all were expecting it, even though we hated it, because Seager had such a really good season this year too. In addition to what he did in the postseason, he was the most valuable player for this team for sure. But did you see when he won the award? He was just hanging out with his dog, and there was like this clapping and everything. And I was like, man, it just seems so isolated for that guy. But maybe that's his life.
That was one of the most beautiful dogs I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
everything in the house was beautiful, man. The whole place was.
It's like people give him money to play sports.
And about to be a lot of money. So he wins his second MVP. I do believe now only player ever to win 2 unanimous MVPs, which is crazy. But then
the only reason he hasn't had 3 in a row is because Judge hit 62
Yeah,
home runs.
that is very true. Now check this out. This is an article from Evan Grant. Shohei Otani may be the unanimous AL MVP over Corey Seager, but we got it wrong. And he's including himself because he's one of the voters in that. And his first 2 sentences, winning matters, period. At least it should, period. And so he's saying himself, along with the other writers, got it wrong by going Otani over Seager.
It's just so difficult, Mike, to ensure that the guy who is the most valuable player is on a winning team, because there's so much more that goes into it when it comes to, I can't control that my pitchers stunk and my pitching staff stunk and my team decided to sell.
Baseball is the least influential by one player in all of sports, in team sports. I mean, when you think of hockey, and I'm getting to know hockey more, obviously there's line changes, but a guy like Heiskanen is on the ice, he's on the ice more than almost every player in the NHL.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he impacts the wins and losses
But it's
as much
still about
as
a
Luka
third
does.
of the game-ish.
Right. But literally, the best player on the best team is getting 4 at-bats a game.
Yeah.
Is maybe getting hit the ball to his position 4 to 5 times a game. And that's, a lot for making defensive plays. And how many of those plays are going to be game-changing, great defensive plays rather than you just caught the fly ball or you caught the ground ball and you threw it to first. I understand what Evan Grant is saying. I will agree with this. If Evan Grant is saying that Otani shouldn't have been unanimous, I understand. But you don't know if we all 3 have votes.
Yeah.
We're not looking at each other's votes and go, hey, 2 of us, let's vote for Otani.
No,
One of us, let's vote for Seager, so at least Seager gets
That
some
is
credit.
not what he's saying.
I understand that
He
he's saying
said-
Seager should have won. I think that's hindsight 2020. He voted the right way. My opinion, Seager, if he wouldn't have got hurt, his numbers, I think, would have gotten him the MVP. But I mean, wouldn't have gotten hurt. And I'll even give this. If he wouldn't have got hurt that second time.
Yeah.
Because if you do that and he just missed early and then played throughout the whole stretch of August and September and was pretty darn special, I'd have said you could have had a better case for him. But when he got hurt in, was it early September?
I think that is
if I have my dates right, that was when it ended because there was a little bit of momentum. I remember the momentum happening for Seager because Otani hurt and then Seager got hurt and it was like, dang it, that ended Seager's maybe upset chance.
Now, Texas Rangers got 29 of the 30 second-place votes, with Seager taking 24, Marcus Semien taking 5, and then what do you know? Kyle Tucker from Houston.
I thought that was laughable.
Got the other
Houston.
one.
I thought that was very laughable.
The Houston guy.
Just the worst.
There's a guy.
You shouldn't be allowed to
Sandler
vote.
will know. Sandler will know the guy's name. I'm just
Alec told us yesterday.
I'm just not crazy enough to look it up and care. But, yeah, he didn't vote for any Ranger for anything. Didn't matter. Didn't vote for
Jesus
Bochy.
Ortiz from R. Esquina. Chandler Rome was the other one, so it could have been one of those two guys.
So Seager finished second, Simeon third, Adolis Garcia 15th, in case you wanted to know that, in the MVP
But guess what,
voting.
Kevin? Guess what they got that nobody else got this
They
year?
all finished first.
World Series.
Can you imagine next year that you're
That's
gonna have
right.
your first, second, and third place MVPs in the American League all in the same lineup, and then two top Rookie of the Year candidates in the lineup?
That's Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter. Okay.
I would like to see next year if we get Otani and Langford gets called up and is having a great year and Evan Carter is doing what we saw him do in the playoffs.
We trade Otani?
No.
Oh.
What?
If they change the All-Star game to the Texas Rangers versus the National League.
Man, look how far down the road you already are.
You're going to need the catcher.
Bochy's already the manager.
Bochy's the manager.
That's official.
He's going to just make some scratches.
Shortstop. How are we doing at first base? We're going to need first base to be taken
Goldschmidt.
care of. What did you just say?
Goldschmidt.
Interesting.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. Don't forget, you got that pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets that Miller Lite is going to give away for the Thanksgiving game. Yes, this one coming up. Now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Kevin, I brought this question up to you yesterday. By the way, Baseball Nuggets was brought to you by the Diamond Factory. I love the Diamond Factory, but needed
We
to
had
make sure.
a couple shows there. It's very nice.
Yeah, to get that in is I was thinking about the Cowboys schedule. They're playing the Carolina Panthers. They're favored by 10.5. I feel like it should be 30.5, but I would bet
You wouldn't take that, right?
If it was 16.5, I would still bet on the Cowboys. If it got to 17, that's where I would go. I'm not going to bet. And if it got to 20.5, I would bet on the Panthers.
Okay.
I would say, all right, at now, if they got to win by 21 or more, I would take the Panthers to cover that spread. But I was thinking about the Buffalo Bills as they fired Ken Dorsey. They are in turmoil. They're playing bad. You do play them later in the year. And hopefully they're playing as bad as they've been playing now for a good month. But I was thinking, if you could manipulate the schedule, Kevin and Corey, how much would you want to be playing at Buffalo this week? If you could manipulate the schedule and
Get it out of
take
the way.
Carolina
Yes.
3-4 weeks from now and Buffalo, playing Buffalo right now, how much better do you think the Cowboys –
I would like that a lot better because I think, to your point, you stomp on Carolina anywhere along the way, and Buffalo is in turmoil, and I realize they're going to, all band together and step up, and maybe that's what happens, or maybe they're like, hey, we're 5-5, it's time for us to go away.
Yeah, I would love to play a game at Buffalo Wild Wings this week instead.
No, Buffalo Bills.
Oh,
but you're
okay.
right.
Well,
we
hold
can do
on.
a pickup game
Dude,
outside.
have you seen those tables over there are actually from an NBA court, I believe. Or they look like they are, at least. I was talking about it. Yeah, there's one right over there, too. It looks like a
Cool.
court, man. That's awesome.
it's Reunion Arena.
Yeah, it might be. It might just be. We'll see if we can figure that out. But, yeah, no, Mike, that would be a huge difference to be on the road there rather than have this one right now for the weather purposes later down the road because I think Dak struggles in the cold, man.
Well, the other thing that I was thinking about is I know that they're going to run the same offensive plays, the Buffalo Bills. They're not this week installing a brand new offense. What they're doing is they're saying, I'm sorry, it's not Ken Dorsey now. Who's calling their plays? You remember?
Joe Brady.
Joe Brady. All right, so Joe Brady, here's the playbook. You can add a wrinkle or two to the system. I'm not saying you can't do that, but I wonder how much better. It's 12-17, so December 17th is the Buffalo Bills game that the Cowboys play. How much better will 4 weeks from now the Bills understand what they're trying to accomplish with their new offensive
I could
coach
see that.
rather than what they've been doing with Ken Dorsey? So I'm just wondering – for Buffalo, what will they look like? Now, to your point, they might be out of the playoff picture by then.
I'm not calling that right now, but they're not out of the playoff picture right now.
Right.
In a month, they very well could be.
Yeah, and in a weird way, I know that they weren't rooting for this, but in a weird way, Joe Burrow might be missing the rest of the season or significant time. That does help out Buffalo's wild card chances that a team like Cincinnati might not be competing the last 2 weeks of the season for a playoff spot.
I still have questions about Joe Brady because he was an offensive assistant under Sean Payton in 2017. Then he goes to LSU, and they rocked. Their offense was amazing while he was there. He spins that into, now I'm going to Carolina Panthers, going to be their offensive coordinator, and that was a big dud.
Right.
Like, that was a big dud for him. And I'm just kind of –
Did he believe in Sam Darnold? Was he – am I wrong about the timeline?
I don't know if he was the one that was like, bring me the head of Sam Darnold or not, but he was there with Matt Rule under that time, and they just weren't good. And so I'm kind of iffy on Joe Brady because what he did in college was exceptional with LSU. They also had amazing talent on that team. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, the names go on and on. And so they were doing some very special stuff. I'm very interested to see how much he deviates from what Dorsey put in place and how much they add.
Now, looking at Buffalo real quick, this isn't a slam dunk on, man, I'd much rather play them this week. Listen to this schedule. They better win this week. They better win at home versus the Jets.
Buffalo, yeah.
That's not an easy game because
they're favored by 7 in that game.
Right, because the Jets' offense is horrible, but their defense is solid. How about leading up into this Cowboys game? They go at Philadelphia, bye week, at Kansas City, and then they host the Cowboys. So their games before, if they don't beat the Jets, they're looking at Philadelphia and at Kansas City. If they lose 5 in a row because they lost at Cincinnati, then they lost at home against Denver, they would be demoralized. You would be going to Buffalo with a team that's quitting the season, going, I can't believe this has gone so bad. Mass changes are going to happen. I guarantee you that if this happens, I'm just going to say this. If they lose at Philadelphia and at Kansas City, I think we're going to hear stories leading into December 17th that Stephon Diggs wants to play with his brother in Dallas.
Ooh, yeah.
I like that.
That's interesting, and I would wonder how the Cowboys would be able to swing that because obviously CeeDee Lamb has taken on a huge, significant role here. But
Cooks is on a one-year deal. Yeah. Michael Gallup, I'm not saying he's easily releasable.
Yeah.
I know you got to do stuff.
And their depth
but I
behind stuff.
I just think Diggs made a lot of noise, not Trayvon, Stephon Diggs made a lot of noise in the offseason about not really being excited about the Buffalo Bills anymore.
Speaking of, we do have a Trayvon Diggs icy white helmet to go along with Peace-a-thon this year. Autographed by Trayvon Diggs. So it'll be one of the icy whites if you want to buy that.
So anyways, if you look at this schedule, the Buffalo Bills, and you just looked at the Bengals earlier. The Bengals we're thinking are probably not going to make the playoffs.
Their schedule's no
and
walk
Buffalo
either.
does not have an easy schedule either. So they're in trouble. They still have at Philadelphia, at Kansas City, at the Chargers, at Miami, and home against Dallas. So they do have home against the Jets and home against the Patriots that you would hope are wins for them if you're rooting for them. All right, my last thing. I do think this. I don't know this. I've heard that the Rangers are very interested, so are a lot of other teams, in Yamamoto, the stud pitcher for Japan.
I feel like this is the first time I've heard them linked.
I just saw that he is interested in the West Coast.
Just to give you an idea, he's 24 years old, so he'll be 25 next year. And look, you have to remember, it is the Japanese league, which is a very good league, but it's not close to the major leagues. He's 75-30 with a 1.72 ERA in his Japanese professional career. Right-handed pitcher. But this is a person that we've been talking about, Corbin Burns, Woodruff, whether it's Blake Snell, whether it's Montgomery. Keep an eye out on when Yamamoto kind of is making his decision. I do think the Rangers are going to try strongly to get him. I don't know if the Rangers get Otani if they would have the money to then pony up to go. I'm going to assume $30 million a year on Yamamoto on a long-term deal because he's only
like an 8-year deal or something, right?
30 for him or 50 for Shohei.
And I think Shohei will be 45, but it will be over 12 years.
And I've heard for Yamamoto, it might be more like 8 for 200, which is still that's a lot.
Yeah, and you're committing a lot to a person who's never thrown a pitch in Major League Baseball. That's a lot of money to commit.
Plus I got a guy who can pitch and hit.
That's
what I'm willing to spend my money on.
I have no clue if you got Otani first, if Yamamoto, if he would be more intrigued to play here with
that is
Shohei.
an interesting question.
I have no clue.
It is a shout-out Friday right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 254. Shout-out to my son, Carson. It's his 13th birthday. Happy birthday to you. Thanks, Kevin, Corey, and Mike from Woody in Hillsboro, and happy birthday to Carson right there. And shout-out to you guys for being awesome for the 682. I'm happy I got to meet y'all last week in Fort Worth. I also want to shout out my son's football team that made it to the Super Bowl. Go Haltom City Junior Buffs. Love it right there from Tolo Joe. Coming up next, something everybody always loves. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's chit-chat with old Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com next.
Hey,
Getty.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday. I apologize if I have fallen behind because there are a ton of shout-outs coming in today from the, from the 405. Shout-out to Mike, the new guy. He's in training, learning the trade, but he can't stand y'all, so screw him.
Yeah, get rid of that
So some
guy.
of these take a turn
Fire him.
along the way. You want to fire him like already? He just started.
Give him a chance.
All right. Somebody that I know off air you've asked about firing is your guest right now on the C block. Corey, who do we got?
I'm usually pretty quick on trying to get rid of mics, but then over time they
Sure.
can grow on you.
Yeah. They can. Look at McCarthy.
His name's Mike, and he doesn't have a clue.
Bringing so much to the table.
All right, thanks,
That guy
Mike.
Mike doesn't like us?
I don't understand
What
that.
do we have to do to make him like us?
I mean, let him know that your name's Mike. Both of y'all are Mikes. Y'all can just hang out together.
I wonder if Mike is the most common name
in the world. We should ask Kyle. Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com is on with us right now. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
It's good. How are you guys?
Hey, we're good, but are you in Oklahoma right now?
Yeah, I'm actually. It's interesting. I know you're a proud North Texas alumni. I'm on the North Texas team football bus right now. I've got the call tomorrow with the Mean Green Radio Network. So, yeah, I'm going to call some football in Tulsa currently.
Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. Go Mean Green, baby.
Yeah.
But you also sound
There you
really
go.
far away.
Yeah, I should. You should. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try something different. Let me try
Hey,
something.
where are you on the bus? Are you at the front of the bus? Did you go to the bathroom area where they're like, "Hey, you can't go in the bathroom"? Actually,
Oh, no. I'm right in the middle. There's no way I'm doing either the front or the back. No doubt.
I rode a lot of buses, Kyle, in my career in the minor leagues, unfortunately. And
Yeah.
we had fines if you pooped on the bus because we didn't want it to smell, so it was for peeing only. Is that the same for the Mean Green and their football team?
So this is my first trip with them. I think that's a rule because nobody's done it yet. So we're in the clear currently. We're good. We're good right now. Whenever I was doing minor league broadcasting, I was never good enough to play minor league baseball like you, Mike. But the broadcasting side of things, it was definitely a rule. That was something that you had to avoid.
Now, I don't know how you're going to analyze this statement, but I'm going to stick with it nonetheless. What are your thoughts about my blanket statement that the Carolina Panthers suck?
Man, yeah, that's a tough one. I think you're pretty spot on, though, honestly.
All right.
That's I mean, it's almost like what we talked about last week with the with the Giants. I mean, this is a team that's not built to compete right now. I mean, just plain and simple. They're built for other things, and right now it's not winning. And of course, they're trying to groom a rookie quarterback. They're trying to kind of find their rhythm with a first overall pick in Bryce Young. But yeah, this is not a team that should be really in the same conversation. At least on paper, they're an NFL team. I mean, it's one of those things, but they shouldn't be in the conversation of any of the top contenders right now.
You know, this morning with us, Jerry, he said, "Remember Arizona," and I've been kind of curious, like in that locker room around the Star, have you felt like that's been something that anybody cares about, or are they is their mind somewhere else on this? Do they think that that's a possibility?
Outside of the locker room, I think everybody kind of remembers Arizona. I mean, I know every time that I'm talking about a team in the NFL, I always think back to that moment, and I'm like, okay, they should have won that game. They 100% should have won that game. They were the better team, and you've seen that from that point forward. But inside the locker room, and I honestly, I give a lot of credit to Mike McCarthy for this, but a lot of the same, it's the same as it was last week. It's internal. It's working on what you can control, working on what you can get better at, and making sure that each unit is doing their job specifically. And I think that's the right way to attack a game like this, because if you start looking on the opposite sideline, you're going to find yourself in some trouble at some point along the way. But as long as you control what you can control from inside your own locker room, this team is better than that team. I mean, this team by far, talent-wise, scheme-wise, it doesn't matter. They're better than the Carolina Panthers. They were better than the Giants last week. And I really liked the way that they won that game last week because it showed they didn't take the Giants lightly, and they went in and wanted to get the job done, and they did. And they put up the 21 points in the second quarter. I would expect something similar to that this week if they want to have any kind of success.
Did you happen to get the feeling that Micah was upset about something specifically, and did it have to do with stats? What was your what did you surmise from all that last week?
I think it's one of those things where actions speak louder than words, but also actions can tell you the wrong story. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I got with Micah Parsons, because when he walked out of the locker room, he walked right past us. I mean, we don't always do our pregame and postgame from the stadium, but when we do, it's right outside of the Cowboys locker room, and it's in the tunnels underneath AT&T Stadium. And he walked right past us, and, I mean, he was the first one out of the locker room, did not waste any time getting to wherever he was going. He was on a mission to get out of there, and I didn't think anything of it at the time, but then, of course, the tweets started to come out, and it started to pile one on top of the other, and then it turned into one of those, like, okay, what is going on here? You just won the game 49-17. Is this a problem? But then everything he said throughout the week since then has been the right thing. It's been he's focused on the team. He's focused on winning games. He's focused on getting better and making sure he helps his teammates out. And I do believe him when he says that. So I don't know where I stand on it right now. I think there was a point in time where I thought maybe he was a bit irked from whatever happened in the game, and if there was maybe some frustration from not getting his fill, but I maybe that subsided. Maybe he got to sleep on it, or we just misinterpreted it across the board, which is certainly a possibility as well.
It's interesting, though, when you say maybe we, being the media, misinterpreted it, when I feel like he also had his mind made up when he was making sure he was the first person out of the locker room and then blasting the media. It felt like he kind of had his mind made up, too.
Yeah, and he might have. That might have been a whole aspect of it. That might have been part of what he wanted to do. Because, I mean, you guys know it as much as anybody that's listening to this would also know it. When you leave work early, it's known. And I mean, you walk out early at any point, like, you know it, your coworkers know it, everybody around you knows it. It's just part of the deal because it's out of the norm. And whenever he did something like that out of the norm, it was for a reason, and it was intentional. But it could be, I mean, anything as big as maybe he was upset at something in the game, or it could be as small as he just wanted to get home and wanted to get back to the house. It's one of those things. Like I said, actions speak louder than words. Maybe somebody got in his ear about it, said, "Hey, you probably can't do that as much as you would like to,"
right? Or
maybe he just got a chance to sit on top of it and say, "Okay, maybe I should attack this in a different manner moving forward."
Did we see the dawning of the Brandon Cooks era? And what was it that you think that was like, okay, that's different. That's different than what I was seeing before when he wasn't getting either the looks or the opportunities or the catches?
I don't know what changed from a film standpoint or from a scheme standpoint. They did a really good job of taking advantage of a young Giants secondary. I mean, that was just plain and simple. The Giants secondary is not very good, and Dallas torched them because of it. And they play a simplistic form of defense. Like, it's not anything that Dak Prescott's never seen. They play a lot of man-to-man. They'll get to see a lot of zone this week. Carolina runs 86% of the time out of the zone coverage defensively. So they'll see a different look. But, I mean, it was just plain and simple. Brandon Cooks won his matchups. He won his man-to-man looks. And a lot of times it was single high safety coverage, and he was taking advantage because that safety was cheating one way to go and look at CeeDee Lamb. He wanted to shade to the side of the field where CeeDee Lamb was. So with the single high safety, man-to-man coverage, it just was mano-a-mano Brandon Cooks versus a DB, and Cooks won his battles most of the time. And give credit to Dak, too, of finding him and putting those throws on the money, having a good read throughout. I think all of those things played a factor into him getting open. But I don't think it was a huge, massive shift from what we've seen previously with Brandon Cooks. I just think it worked better this week. and hopefully it's a confidence boost for what he can do the rest of the year.
Hey, Kyle, we're doing Peace-a-thon this year on Wednesday. It's the night before, the day before Thanksgiving. We'll be on all day long. Do you mind joining us Wednesday instead of Friday? I could text him this, Kevin, probably, but I wanted to get it on
Or you could
air.
ask him if he could bring us anything.
Yeah,
That'd be
you want to
great.
come hang out with us on Peace-a-thon this year?
Absolutely. We'll talk off air. I'll set up a time. I'll come actually stop by. Are y'all in the studio?
We'll be in the studio from 5:30 in the morning to 7 p.m.
That's awesome. I love it when you guys do that. That's really cool stuff. I would love to help out. Can't wait. And yeah, we'll set up a time that I can maybe even come by and see you guys in the studio.
Sounds
All right,
great.
Wait, last question.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of sports memorabilia, I'll say, that people are going to bid on and hopefully win. Like there's this unbelievable, I don't know the size of it, Mickey Mantle autographed
26
painting.
by 38.
If you could have, not let's say the game-used ball from Super Bowl V or whatever, but if you could have like a piece of memorabilia autographed by somebody, what would it be? Or who would it be?
Ooh, man, that's a really good question. I'm a sports memorabilia nut too, so like I probably should know this off the top. Honestly, my favorite athlete of all time, my favorite, no doubt, which is interesting because I'm always a big Mavs fan, but I've never been like over the top beyond Mavs. But it's Dirk. I mean, I've always loved Dirk and what he brought to that franchise, and the fact that was the first championship I really got to watch as a sports fan was really cool. So I'd probably say like a signed basketball from the 2011 finals from Dirk.
Okay.
Like that would probably be one. Or it's like a game-used ball, but then he also signed it. Like it'd be something like that, big time.
Well, I got some good news. It's not from 2011, but I do have a team basketball for the Dallas Mavericks autographed by Dirk, Nash, Finley, Nelson, Cuban. So we got that.
Yeah, see, that's really cool. Yeah, that's a good ticket item, big ticket item.
All right, man. Thanks a lot for your time. Go Wing Green. Have fun up there.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, there he goes, Kyle Yeomans, and he said he'll stop in for Peace-a-thon with us so we can have some more fun. Entire station's going to be on at some point.
Really?
All the hosts are going to jump on. Yeah, Mike, you're going to be there for a little bit.
What time do you want me there?
And at 5:30 a.m.
Yeah.
I thought we started at 6 a.m.
No, we don't.
I feel like we did last year, too.
No, we
I
didn't.
feel like we did.
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
Here's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
Listen,
we did.
if you want to take
I'm
part,
going to Bobby Belt this thing.
if you want to take part in all of Peace-a-thon, you got to listen to the 5:32 first segments because those are the ones we care about the least. I'm be very honest. We get
That's
on
listener's choice
and we
to
let the
start.
listeners decide what they want to talk about. They text
Who's
in
waking
and
up
we decide.
Wednesday at 5:30?
Maybe you got to cook all day. Maybe you still got to work.
Dude, there are people on. I'm always surprised. Every time I filled in for Sean, we always do a segment at 5:30 called "What the hell are you doing up right now?" And people are texting in. They're like, "I gotta go chase that money" or whatever that is. Whatever they're doing, they're all busy that day. Kevin, I did just see this from the Pro Football Hall of Fame. CeeDee Lamb's gloves and a towel from last week's game where he had 10 receptions and 150 receiving yards for the third straight game are going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So CeeDee Lamb is already in the Hall of Fame this young in his career. Just like Mike, you're in the Professional Baseball Hall of Fame.
My head.
Yeah, his head is there.
My hat.
Well, the hat.
The hat that was on
Thanks,
my head.
Mike. I was able to figure that out, seeing as though you're not decapitated right now.
Also, we're going to do a real quick mini Are You Better, Kevin?
My good
and I know that I
night.
didn't prepare Ross for this, so this is my fault. Music's not going to be playing. But Rope Hintz is born today. Are you better than? Do you think Kevin's better than Rope Hintz, Mike?
I don't think so.
Okay, good call. I like that.
That's number 24, right?
I was hoping for a little bit more enthusiasm with your love of the star.
I don't know. I struggle with what you're better at and not better than. It seems like this. It's like this. I know that doesn't sound correct. It's like
I think you got it.
It's like,
I think you got it.
It's like if somebody's, let's say, military service or something really cool, you're going to be like, you're better than me. But if somebody's literally like way better than you at hockey, but they did something you didn't like on the ice,
true. That is
or
true.
off the ice,
Fair.
you're going to be like, I'm better than you.
Hey,
because
we're the top sports show, so
you're
we're doing
better
things.
than Tom Brady, right?
Fact.
No.
Right.
Fact.
But you're not better than
Rachel McAdams, 45 today.
Carissa Thompson.
Ooh, I think today, I'm going to say I'm better than Carissa Thompson, Rachel McAdams, man, she is definitely better than me.
She's a star ever since Mean Girls. And then, Kevin, this is the one I've been waiting for all day long, turning 79 today. Danny DeVito, the actual Danny DeVito, not the quarterback for the Giants.
No, not the quarterback for
How
the
old
Giants.
is he?
He's 79 years old and still in his prime.
He doubled up the passing yards of his son or grandson the other day by his age.
I want to tell you.
It's true.
For the 817, I really like this. Last year, I went all day from 5:30 to 7, and y'all did not disappoint. Remember,
Thank you.
Last year.
We go till 7?
Yeah.
PM?
Actually, we went till 8.
We went till 8 last year because there was
there's
confusing. And
I
then
left.
confusion, and Mike and Derek both go, good luck, you
It's
guys.
been a good run, guys. Thanks a lot.
One of the funniest things
Do you guys not have any responsibilities for Thanksgiving lunch dinner?
I do. But I need.
We
I could take
build
the
our
hour.
whole year around this, Mike.
No, I understand, but when you guys had to stay till 8, the reason I had to leave is I got to make the pies for the family.
I get that. I did check with my wife first.
And we do this. I know,
know
maybe we'll
I'm
talk
not
about this
cooking
more
I'm
next
brining
week,
a
but
turkey, bro.
We everything's around the Cowboy game at our
Yep.
house. There's other people that it's not, but it's like, no, we eat well before the Cowboy game. Like, Thanksgiving for us starts at 1 p.m. So then we have all the snackage during the Cowboy game we could have.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, no,
But a
that
lot
makes
of people
sense.
will wait till after the Cowboy
Usually we
game.
eat about 2:30 or 2, then you watch the game, then hit dessert at halftime. We'll get into this more next week, I do promise. And then Danny DeVito, one of the funniest things I've ever seen on TV in my life.
When he came out of the couch?
Yes, when he came out of the couch.
Did I name it?
Yes, you did. On the It's Always Sunny in
It's still
Philadelphia
hilarious.
Christmas episode, and they're like, what do you mean a man in a
So
couch?
hot.
And he comes out of the couch. I could not
still hilarious.
stop
Sweaty
laughing.
and naked.
Danny DeVito is definitely, you can see his tiny butt, is definitely better than me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's give you some updates from Michigan backing down, plus Masterpiece of the Week. I know people love this segment. Good news for you. It's coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
with a hole down the sideline. Can he get there? Blake the Great. Touchdown, Wolverine. 30 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. We've gotten to chat with so many awesome people today. So thank you very much to everyone who's already been out here or participated on the truckwreck.com text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. We appreciate all of y'all. I just wanted to throw that out there because we put a lot of work and effort into Peace-a-thon, and we usually get so much great response, and I just really appreciate that.
I also like to shout out my friends over at Noah's Fine Watches and Jewelry. He's
not giving away a car, right?
Yeah, he just learned about
Right
Peace-a-thon. Not right now.
Oh,
We'll actually be doing a live show from their location.
We'll give you more heads up.
Yeah,
for the
and
car.
that's when they'll be giving that
What
away.
day?
The 27th of December, I do believe.
Oh, that's my wife's
25th.
birthday.
22nd.
I'll take the
It's
car.
not the 25th of December.
It's the 22nd, I believe. Is what
Okay.
it is.
The
I'll make sure. I'll
yeah,
be.
the 27th is my wife's birthday, so it'd be perfect to give her. It's a Bronco, like a cool Bronco out there. Is that right?
So hold on. Would you go into this with your only plan for your wife's birthday being, I hope I win this car?
I hope so.
And but he just learned about Peace-a-thon, and so he's excited to hear for the
Yeah,
first
we're going
year.
from 5:30 a.m. till hopefully just 7 p.m.
Correct.
this year.
Correct.
But we never know what the schedule could not give the other people.
That is a fair point. It really is.
Yeah.
From the 310, are y'all still doing shout-outs? I want to shout out my wife who will be teaching her first sourdough baking class soon. It's the best bread I've ever had. That sounds
I love
kind
sourdough.
of awesome.
Don't you have to sour it up earlier before
For like
you
a couple days, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a buddy who does make breads, and he's brought over a number of sourdough breads. One that Adrian cut her finger off on. So that's a different story
What?
for a different time.
I feel like I've
yeah,
met
she cut
her.
the tip of her
Ronnie
finger
Lott.
off with a serrated knife. But yeah, the sourdough breads, like all the ones he brings over, they're amazing.
I think you just take a little bit from it or something.
Yeah, you don't slice it, right?
No. Like you have this lump of dough soured out,
Yep.
but you don't. You like only get a little bit of it, and then the other sits there, and so you can keep sourdoughing out of that one thing you've created, the bacteria yeast thingy that you're working with. I'm gonna look it up.
Okay, that does not feel right at all. From the 817, can I get a shout out from my buddy Jeremy Brown? He turns 34. Absolutely happy birthday. And then another birthday for the 469. Can I give a shout out to my son Jackson? His 9th birthday is tomorrow, and the Rangers have made this kid fall in love with baseball. I love hearing that. From the 940, for Peace-a-thon, what are y'all starting the bid at for the autograph? It says my autograph basketball. Assuming you mean the Mavericks team ball.
Oh,
I think it will start at
$23,000.
I think it's going to start at $240 with the buy it now for $1,200.
Okay.
I believe on that.
We should have the entire website up. Most all of the things should be up by Tuesday morning.
Yes, that does sound right. I wanted to go back to Michigan. And I saw a couple of people earlier were like, oh, the NCAA is not done with Michigan. I don't know about that. They put out a statement saying, quote, this morning, the university, Coach Harbaugh, and the Big Ten resolved their pending litigation. So they backed down. The conference agreed to close its investigation, and the university and Coach Harbaugh agreed to accept the 3-game suspension. So I hear what people are saying is they think that the NCAA is still going to come down with something. I don't know, because if they did bar Harbaugh from coaching in the playoff, if they make it there, then I think that's a hit for sure. Their system now, where he misses the 3 more regular season games but can still be at practice, I don't actually think that's that big of a deal.
Smart on his part to say
Yes.
we're not going to fight this anymore. We're going to back away from this.
I hope somebody got to them and was
Will
like,
he be able to coach against Ohio State?
Nope.
So he's out of the Ohio State game.
So I do
Is
see
he in the Big Ten championship?
he did not get ruled out of that.
And
so
he would be the bowl coach?
Yes. So that's why I think they got away with it pretty easy. And I hope somebody was like, hey, if we keep pushing and this goes through an appeal, then those 3 games could hit in the playoff, and they're going to be like, we're not giving you any break because you screwed with it the whole time.
Good talk. What do you feel like I said about sourdough bread? That sounded really off or weird.
From the 214 regarding the sourdough, for once, Mike is 100% correct.
Get
he was,
the hell out of
correct
here.
about the Airstream before, too, so that's for
A
twice.
sourdough starter mix is flour and water used to make sourdough bread that has been left at room temperature to ferment over the course of about a week. Throughout that period, the starters harvest yeast from around the air. If you feed it with new flour and water each day, the yeast will start to multiply and create good types of bacteria and bubbles. Those bubbles are what will eventually be used to leaven or give rise to your bread naturally without the help of commercially produced yeast. You only use part of it. You store the rest in your refrigerator, and you just keep feeding that throughout time, and that sourdough starter just keeps making sourdough for you.
Yeah.
But you don't use all of it in one deal.
I can't believe, but congratulations, Mike. I apologize. You were correct on that. Well done.
I watch a lot of Food Network and stuff like that.
I think the shorthand that you used,
It's
I was
bad.
like, that
It's
can't
bad.
be right.
You would not want me to write
Yeah.
that paragraph. If you dictated what I said about
then you get
4
the
or
little
5 minutes
thingy
ago,
and you put it into the thing with the cup, and then
you're
it's
going to
a-
be like, I don't know what he's talking about, but this can't be right. But this paragraph explains my words a lot better.
Right now, it's time for some masterpiece of the week.
She said, list this.
Hey guys, how's it going this Friday?
What up?
Good. It's time for me to lose right here, Ross, because I was only here 2 days this week.
You still win things, though, even just because you walk in.
Sometimes we have backlog
yeah,
stuff.
you mic it up, and then all of a
All right,
sudden.
let's see what Ross has on me.
Well, you see, even though you were only in 2 days, you still filled up a pretty good amount of the picks for Masterpiece of the Week. So you did pretty good. But for this first one, I'd like to start off with Corey because Corey, in case you ever need like a part-time gig, there used to be like an NBC program that had like the meme with like the more you know.
Yes.
And I think you'd be perfect for it. And here's your first PSA.
All right, murder's bad.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to start off strong.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
Murder's bad because I think we were saying that was. I think it was. I was about to say that Dak murdered somebody on the field, and then I was like,
that does sound right.
Murder's
Yeah.
bad, so let's take that away. But
I
yeah,
think
murder,
Ross is right. You got a future in this.
on the tier of things that the more you know, murder is the first one that you shouldn't do. Thou shalt not kill is the first one, the first commandment, right?
Is it?
Is it not?
Couldn't
Thou shalt
tell
not
you.
Steal. Thou shalt.
It's not steal.
It's.
Is it freedom of speech?
That's
Go to-
the
that's-
Declaration of Independence.
The what? Go to the next one.
That's the.
I got the D part right.
So for the next one, we've got,
shun.
you know how like a lot of like businesses, corporations are like, they'll have like a mascot or something. Well, what about body ointment cream? And what if they had a superhero?
This is a cream crime.
I really like that one.
Is a cream what?
Cream crime.
Cream crime.
I do remember you saying that. Was that about Oreos?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a cream crime that they used to have more stuffing in them, and now they're taking it away, so it's a cream crime.
We're not in the meat of the schedule. We're in the cream of the schedule.
Good Lord.
Because we're in the middle.
Yeah.
Play the next one.
So for the next one, there's like a lot of like teetering on like hitting on your fellow on-air talents. Kevin, I'll just let you take this one away.
We're all adults. We can take it.
Oh, dear.
And what can we take?
Man, that sounds bad because it sounds like, well, it doesn't sound good, I guess. But look, like I'm saying, if you're an adult and you're free and you want to take it, you can.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I am not in that situation.
Oh, because you can't go out there and kick in their window like at Blockbuster. So you're saying, like I'm about to go to the grocery store and get groceries. I'm going to try to shop for a lot of Thanksgiving
I think you
stuff.
could just, well, you should not.
I'm a grown
walk
man.
out.
I should just take it.
No, you should not.
You just said I'm
No.
doing what you're saying.
But I would like to recant that statement. Don't just take it.
Don't just take it. Consent is important, is what you're saying.
Recant is like two negatives.
You're saying
That makes a
consent is
positive.
very important
Uh-huh.
at all times, no matter who the person is, male, female. Always consent is important.
Of course.
There you go. You're already practicing for your more you know PSAs.
What our progressive show.
So if you're playing basketball and you're like, I'm about to take you to the hole, and that person says, no, you're not. Well, they didn't give you consent to take them to the hole.
That is valid.
But you still take them to the hole.
Yeah, or if you just want to steal
and
the
you
ball
dunk
out of
on their
hands.
brain head.
Yeah.
What?
What's next?
So next up, we had a clip from Mickey, and since we had him on today, I thought it was perfectly topical. But did you know a good alternative to glue?
They might have thrown a little spit on it too, right, to keep it in place.
Yeah.
That was taping your bicep down.
But, I don't feel like you're like, hey, spit on it. And then you're like, now it's fixed.
So here's the other thing I need to know. Your bicep connects from, the shoulder area down to the elbow area, the ulnar or whatever. How, when it popped at the bottom, at the base area, and they were able to push it back down, it didn't help him. So why didn't they just, what did they tape? How did they tape it?
I don't know either, because I don't know how. I feel like if you tape it that strong, you're not going to get any more circulation to the rest of your arm, and it's going to need a lot of help.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Do you feel like what Kevin just said right before you started talking, that should actually win?
Probably so.
About you spitting something?
Yeah.
Just remember that one, Ross, for next week.
Okay. Or don't. What's next?
So next, we've got Mike letting us know kind of a peek into what comes, late at night when we're all a little tired, feeling some type of way. And you mentioned Oreos. Well, boy, do I have the clip for you.
Because like the Oreo cookie type of analogy. And the meat comes later. But
man, I really the way you edited that off is pretty top notch. What were you saying there, Mike?
I think I just did it a few minutes ago.
With the schedule?
Yeah, Jerry Jones, the meat of the schedule is the final 3 games of the year. So if it's not the middle, which we thought like the meat was the middle, then we have to go to the cream of the Oreo cookie, because that is in the middle of the cookie. Or oatmeal pie. Would you'd rather have an oatmeal cream pie?
I love oatmeal cream pie.
Oatmeal cream pie is weak. The superior version exists in chocolate. It's called the fudge round.
No, those are terrible.
Take that all day long.
It's too much fudge.
I saw where somebody
pack it in there really well.
I saw where somebody took like a oatmeal cream pie and they pushed it into a muffin thing.
What?
I saw this too.
And then they put like apple pie filling in it, and so it makes like a mini apple pie, but the crust is, and it kind of crusts up a little bit, but it's still soft because it has the cream in the middle. Is you have the oatmeal cream pie nestling
you should
apple
make
pie
those
filling.
for Pizza-thon this year.
It sounds kind of good,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you should bring some up.
Apple pie filling that you buy out of the can has so little apple in it.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah.
All right.
Next.
So next one, well, Mike, this is kind of going back to the topic of, Kevin saying like, oh, like we're adults, we can take it. So,
oh man,
what exactly can we take?
You can shove it in my face. I'll take it and move on.
You guys. That is one of the things Mike says all the time, though.
It's delightful.
Yeah.
I feel like I've probably voted for this multiple times.
You can tell me how wrong I am, and you just have to take it.
Derek
That's what I'm
Lively.
saying. Yeah, I was wrong. This is a really good pick. I will say, I'm admitting I'm wrong. I'd like to say I was wrong about Derek Lively. I did not want to take him. I wanted to take Wallace.
Yeah.
Here from Richardson, who did go with the 10th pick, and then 12th was Derek Lively. But I was like, okay, I'm going to come around on this, that Derek Lively can be a valuable piece for the Mavericks in the future. I still didn't believe he could be a valuable piece his rookie year, and that's where I'm still wrong and will be, and hopefully will be really wrong, because he is a really nice piece for this year's Dallas Mavericks. In my face.
Next Shaq, are you ready to go ahead and say that?
No,
Okay.
Shaq would eat him.
Oh my God, that is probably true. What's up next, Ross?
So we got another good one, because y'all just somehow, whether you mean to or not, are really good at setting up all those I guess you call them double entendres. And
Right.
well, Mike gives us a little peer into what he calls his alone and personal time.
But like today, my wife pulls out
Thoughts?
Excuse me?
The car.
Okay. Okay, good.
The car is
All right, man.
We have a one-lane.
Lots of questions.
You know, I don't know what you call it. One lane.
A driveway?
Driveway. Man, that's a great word for that. I don't know where you came up with that. Is that in the thesaurus or whatever? Encyclopedia?
The dictionary?
The dictionary. Corey, the dictionary.
The Bible.
You couldn't what?
It's not in the Bible. There weren't driveways, Kevin.
Yeah, there are roadways.
I am going to vote.
Walkways?
They just
Horseways.
Stop talking!
Paths and desert. You know,
I'm going to vote for Mike saying you can shove it in his face.
Yep, I'm going to vote for that one, too. That's my winner today.
Same here. That's just
sweet.
A1 steak sauce.
All right.
Can we listen to that one more time, please?
You said that was the meat comes later?
Nope, shove it in my face.
Oh, shove it in the face. Love that.
Mark yourself saying that right there.
Take it and move
Mark
on.
yourself saying that right there.
Okay, but here it is one last time before we go to break.
You can shove it in my face. I'll take it and move on.
Yeah, we're going to need that for more future stuff.
Yeah, the
Burrow's
spitting
out
thing.
for the remember of the season.
Says who?
Adam Schefter.
He's not on the Bengals.
Holy moly.
And that's the real Adam Schefter, right? 10.6 million
Andy
followers.
If not, that's a hell of a fake job.
Yeah.
Andy Dalton's not there to save him.
Jeez, man, that's tough.
So
So yeah, they're done.
Joe Burrow.
That was a must-win.
Out for the rest of the season. Holy cow. I mean, I say holy cow, but I guess I shouldn't. When you saw that sideline footage, it was I felt so bad for him.
Jan Rappaport is also saying it as well. Ian?
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Joe Burrow is out for the rest of the season. I feel like you just heard that.
Breaking news.
Coming up next, we will talk with those fellas from the Gag Nation.
All right.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, before we talk about
Tell
that,
me about
I
it.
want to tell you about the holiday season. Did you know?
5 through the fan live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my 9-year-old. We're leaving DFW, headed to Houston to compete in the state tournament for jiu-jitsu. Awesome. He is the #1 ranked kid in the North Division, so good luck to Austin.
Oh, what if Daniel LaRussa's there, though?
That would be incredible as I get ready for that last season of Cobra Kai. And then from the 561, happy Friday, guys. Can I get a shout-out to my lovely wife, Erin? She's been riding shotgun with me, listening to the fan all the way from Texas to Kansas. That is outstanding. And right now,
put them in a body bag.
Brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Oh, Hagee, we are wonderful. How the hell are you?
I'm doing good. I do feel really bad. We hit the news on the other side. Joe Burrow out for the season. Y'all's thoughts?
Well, terrible luck. I guess that's why the Bengals were hiding his injury situation, because they were waiting for the best time to announce that his season is over. I think injury prone for Joe Burrow, no doubt. And the path to the Super Bowl just gets a little bit easier there for the future GOAT himself, Patrick Mahomes. Chance to add another one.
Yeah, it's demoralizing for the Bengals. I mean, that's Dunsky for them. And you're right, I hadn't even considered, but injury prone for Joe Burrow, that might start being a little bit of that label for sure. And
Joe
now
Porzingis.
Yeah, and it's like, who do you trust in the AFC as you look across? You mentioned, I mean, it's inevitably going to be the Chiefs and Mahomes getting back there. It's just who's going to be the competitors. It seems like Baltimore's legit, but
they
everybody
just lost
else,
their tight end yesterday.
Yeah, great point. I mean, and that hinders them in a huge way. He's their best outside of Lamar Jackson. He's part of their bread and butter. So that's going to be a huge loss for them. And then it's just, Miami, I don't know, Pittsburgh, I don't know, C.J. Stroud and company with the Texans. I mean, it's going to be a cakewalk, very likely, I think.
You look at the one team that Kansas City does not play very well against is Cincinnati, and that's because of Joe Burrow right there. Yeah. So their path got a little bit easier that way. Eliminate the Bengals. The Bengals are a 5-5 team anyway. Don't know how well they were really going to play down the stretch. Kind of put some things together here as of late. But 2 bad losses, the Houston loss last week, and then you lose your quarterback. How good really is Cincinnati? But, Baltimore losing their tight end, that's huge right there for them. But Baltimore seems like a very resilient team. When it comes to losing guys, they kind of find ways to kind of pull it together and get to where they need to be.
I appreciate you saying that, Broadus, because that just kind of answered what was going to be my next question is, I know Baltimore won. I know all 3 of their losses have come at the end of fourth quarters, but does the loss of Mark Andrews take them out of contention? Broadus was just talking about how resilient they are. What about the rest of y'all? Do you feel the same way?
I don't think it takes them out of contention at all, at least in terms of being a team that could make it to the conference title game. I don't think anybody's going to get past the Chiefs in the AFC, but I do think the Ravens still – I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Miami puts it together, but how can you really trust the health of Tua and the way that defense is played? Maybe they get it a little bit tightened up there in the second half of the season, but I think the Ravens are right there with all these other teams outside of Kansas City.
I'll tell you what, guys. I was surprised. Excuse me real quick, Mike. I was surprised yesterday. I think, Eric, you brought up the Ravens are one of the worst fourth quarter teams in the league when it comes to holding a lead. That was shocking to me. I'm not acting like I'm going to watch every single Ravens game, but the fact that they can't hold leads, I think that's something that we all need to kind of keep an eye on as well.
Well, Brian, I was going to mention our guy, Doug Peterson.
Yeah.
They didn't give me too much hope on Sunday afternoon against San Francisco that they're ready to really compete for a Patrick Mahomes versus Trevor Lawrence playoff game.
No, Doug is it's been a little bit of a struggle for them right now. I know you watch far more games than I do about that, but, for them to get embarrassed at the way they did at home, they clearly weren't ready to play that game. But, San Francisco probably was ready to play because they got all their guys back, and San Francisco, they're great at, they have 2 or 3 games where they're not very good because of injuries or something happens. And then again, they right the ship like everybody else does, and that's I think San Francisco is back to being who they were.
What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Hey, we are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here in Flower Mound. We will have Stephen Jones joining us at 3 o'clock. We'll take a look at the top stories of the day right out of the gates here in about 5 minutes.
All right, there you go. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Remember, big weekend of college football right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Chill.
Me and Mike will be at Trading Card World, and on Sunday, 9 a.m. pregame for the Cowboys-Panthers starts. Chris Arnold
sell that?
will have his player profile with Michael Gallup.
Okay.
And make sure you tune into
I'll
all
be at Old
of that.
75 for the game.
Yes, we got things
Get there
happening
early, start
everywhere. So come back with us on Monday, KNC, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Take your
On 105.3 The Fan, we are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. And welcome into the show. Hope you're having a great day. It is a proper football Friday. We do have full 5 hours for you on deck, and a lot of great things here going on at Southern Leisure. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champion, and Emmy Award winner. Says he no longer wants to be known as the #1 influencer on Cowboys social media because you guys keep coming after him too much.
Yeah, I can't take the smoke anymore.
Yeah.
Kind of a weak guy.
Well, it's bad for your mental health, Brian. I appreciate you being vulnerable and honest with us like that.
I think it's about time to pack it in, man. These people are just being so mean to me right now.
Be nice to your guy, Brian. For the love of God, he's just trying to give good Cowboys content.
More money, more problems, Broaddus. I told you.
What, man, I thought I could take it, but man, I really can't. I don't think.
Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup back there, 75 and fits you at Master Control. You have Eric Chiafalo here at Southern Leisure. Zach Wolchuk on assignment. He's got a big 4 or 5 days coming up going into the Thanksgiving weekend, so send him some love on social media. And I'm Gavin Dawson along with you. We are the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I believe Ryan's coordinating our video. I got an email from a Ryan who is coordinating our video, so send a shout out to him as well there if you're watching. Okay, it is a Football Friday. We have Stephen Jones coming up here at 3 o'clock, and we open with predictions as per usual. This should be an easy dub. That's what we're looking at here. No need to worry about that Arizona game. It's not going to happen again. That was your one. Nobody else is going to sneak up on you. And this Carolina's team is bad, you know. It's not that often you come up against a team that's bad on both sides of the ball, but they are. So this is an easy win for a team that should still be focused. You know, they have that taste of the defeat from Philadelphia freshly in their minds. You look over a team, you got to have at least 2 or 3 good wins in a row before you start sniffing yourself like that, as Dak would say.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more.
Nice.
I think these Panthers, my gosh, are they in a world of trouble? Which is the way, I mean, they're passing off play calling duties to one guy, and then just a couple of weeks later now they're yanking it back. J.C. Horn, that we thought was going to make an appearance in this game,
yeah.
He is not at the cornerback position. C.J. Henderson, their other corner, not going to play, so they're going to be without their best 2 corners. Their starting tight end, Hayden Hurst, absolutely. So this is shaping up to be. And I saw Frank Reich, they're working in like silent counts at practice because they're just in anticipation that the Dallas contingent might show up in a huge way.
Okay.
And so it might be like a little bit of a road field advantage situation.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be snapping up those tickets, probably willing to drive 3 or 4 hours in because it's not going to be that expensive. Should not be that many Panthers fans. You could turn that into AT&T of the East. Quite easy. So I'm going 38-17. The spread is 10.5. I think they double that. Double the spread, make it a 21-point game there at 38-17.
I went 26. I've been on a couple different platforms, Love of the Star, and then The Break, asked to pick the score. I went 26-13 is what I went. I think this is a game that maybe Dallas will try and see what their running game really is all about. I'd love to see this be one of those Dak Prescott games where he's 22 of 28 for 262 and about 3 touchdown kind of games.
I'll take it.
You know, something very efficient for him. But then you find their ability they run the ball for another $135 or $140. You know, with the combination of the two, something where you kind of feel really good about what the offense has done. A couple of hang your hat plays in the running game that they could kind of maybe take in because the game plan is going to be kind of. Not a lot they could do getting ready for that Thanksgiving Day game. There's not practice. There's no time. You're going to have to go with some plays that maybe you feel really, really good about. It'd be nice to see if the Cowboys have some of those in the arsenal, maybe running the football. Carolina might be a good team to test those out on.
I like that. Yeah. I'm singing the same tune with the way they go about this. Last week it was light it up. It's Dak. It's CD. It's cooked. It's the passing game. I think they will have great opportunities for moments, but I think by and large they are going to try and get this running game going for sure. And this is a huge advantage I was looking at something where like the advanced numbers will tell you like which matchups of the week are just a huge disadvantage or advantage for you, and your rushing attack versus their run defense and their rushing attack versus your run defense, it's huge advantage Cowboys. So I think we're going to come out of this game feeling like, oh my gosh, they did run the ball a little bit. There was some Dowdle, there was some Pollard, and then your run defense is probably going to look really, really nice. I'm going 31-13.
Cool. Yeah, that would be a wonderful Sunday afternoon, which, by the way, will start and end early. It's a noon start there in Charlotte, and a 3:00 post game, a 9:00 pregame there with your guys. So the 682 says, brought us my best friend trolls the bleep out of you, but it's all in love.
Oh, is it?
It is.
I still feel hurt by you folks a lot.
Yeah.
It hasn't stopped me completely. But, man, I'm getting close to just kind of breaking. I'm worried about myself and,
your mental health?
Yeah, but, hey, there's folks out there that have, real issues and stuff.
Yeah, you don't want to make light of it.
Yeah, I'm not making light of that. I'm just saying, though, man, you kind of
it's a real thing.
Be a little nicer to me. I'm trying my best.
He is. He puts a lot into this. The 214, hey, Brian, hang in there.
Yeah.
I don't always agree with you, but I always appreciate your take on things.
Oh, hey, thank you. I love you, man. I appreciate that. So kind of you to say that in holiday season.
214, tell these folks to stop treating Broadus like Parcells did.
Oh, Bill hated me. Initially, he liked me, kind of like the fans.
Yeah.
Fans initially liked me. Now they hate me.
When they had you in smaller doses?
Yeah, when I wasn't on so many platforms, and then they're like, but yeah, hey,
You've lived long enough to become the villain.
I don't see myself as a villain.
It's a testament to your staying power.
I just feel like, though, I'm trying to be honest, and folks don't appreciate my honesty.
214, screw your feelings, old man.
There you go.
Other
that's
214, be strong.
Yeah, be strong. Be strong.
Old man.
Old man.
Well, we appreciate you tuning in. My thought is it's probably 85-15. They really love Brian. The 15%. They're in a bad place.
I think it's 85 hate me now.
80 the other way.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't like to mute people or block people, but I don't know. I'm getting to that point. It's kind of tough out there in the streets.
I will mute some people. I have no problem doing that. I don't want to block them because then they'll know eventually that they got under my skin. If you mute them, they're just sitting there firing away at you and thinking, is he getting it? Is he seeing it? And you're just like
I haven't got to that point yet, though. But man, you folks are. You're driving me that way. You sure are.
Okay, what are the things we want to continue to see more of with this offense on Sunday, Chief? Where are you going?
Well, I certainly want to see continued use of pre-snap motion. I want to see the continued, as much as I think they're going to run the ball, I think when it's second and long and stuff, I don't think you should force it. I think you should be passing in some of those situations where, hey, all right, you ran on first down, maybe it didn't go your way. On second and long, let's not go back to the handoff well. Let's trust our quarterback here. But explosive plays, not just trying to get the ball out extremely quickly like you were doing earlier on in the season. So getting guys on the move and creating opportunities for chunk plays, even if the numbers aren't as gaudy as they were last week in the passing game, you should still have big moments of, there's Lamb. He made some plays in this game. Even Cooks, Ferguson, you want to see those things. But, the big plays. Plays.
Yeah, man, that is something we definitely need to see. It's the second most predictive thing in the NFL for victory after turnovers, and it's pretty dang close, actually. Big chunk plays might actually be making its way towards number one. Brian, what do you want to see?
How about some home offense going on the road and being like home offense on the road?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you mentioned the chunk plays and stuff like that, but here are the Cowboys having to now play. I mean, they're starting to look like a little bit of an indoor team. They create turnovers, chunk plays. I mean, all those things that are AT&T are now kind of like, I'd like to see them take those games, those snaps, those series, and bring them on the road with them now when they go to Carolina and places like that. Yeah. Getting ready to go to Buffalo, getting ready to go to Miami, getting ready to have to go to some places, potentially go for a playoff game. Give me that home offense now going on the road.
And they need that home discipline too, don't they, with the penalties?
Boom.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Been a big part of it.
Yeah, man, get outside and get on the grass and show that you still got that speed.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Joe Burrow out for the season. If you haven't seen that yet, that is the big story. Bengals are Dunsky. The Chiefs' kryptonite is out of the tournament. I assume Cincinnati doesn't have an answer here with backup quarterback. I suppose I don't want to speak too soon, but they were already struggling and trending their way back towards 500. An up-and-down season for Cincinnati, I believe, is done. You look at the rest of the playoff field in the AFC, I think the Chiefs are vulnerable because of their offense, and we've seen them in big moments in the playoffs and the Super Bowl just not be able to come up with points. So I do think against a good defense that is possible. Hell, it almost happened to them last year if Patrick Mahomes hadn't run them to victory. You have Baltimore, who I think is legit balanced both sides of the ball. And that might be the most complete team in the AFC. I just don't see the Dolphins being able to get it done, Brian. I do believe defense wins in January. I do not think you're going to win a championship unless you have a good defense. And Miami is going to go into the offseason thinking, okay, assuming Tua stays healthy, we've established that this can work with our offense. How do we fix our defense and go for it next year? So I think it's a two-team race in the AFC.
I think it's interesting you say that. And, man, I thought I saw something. I probably should have looked this up, but I was listening to what you were saying. I think Kansas City right now is number one in the league in scoring defense.
They are, yeah.
And that's a switch. It's usually their offense is number one in scoring offense, but I think they're 12th. So they're kind of like, outside the top 10.
Baltimore's not that far away, though.
Yeah, but this is a big change. Usually Kansas City, it's like you worry about their defense. Usually you're worried about
their offense.
Well, no. I mean,
with Kansas City.
But worried about them in a way of playing them. Their defense is the one thing that they kind of look at.
Oh, I got you.
That you say, well, they don't really stop the run all that well. Oh, they're giving up. They don't turn over anybody. They don't get they don't get sacks. Usually it's the everybody's worried about Kansas City's defense not being good enough to help their offense. In this case, it looks like they got a scoring defense. Let's see the opponents. I mean, Kansas City's schedule is probably pretty stiff because it's a Super Bowl winning team. You know, the schedule that they have to play. So, that one. But I'm kind of in that mode where as long as it's Andy Reid, as long as it's Mahomes, geez, they figure out everything about
Bengals fans have to feel cursed, though. Here you get Joe Burrow. You're rocking and rolling. The guy's got the cojones to make the big plays. And, a couple of times now, season-ending injuries. I don't know how I'm feeling about this if I'm the Bengals right now. Obviously, you bring them back.
Oh,
but
the calf injury earlier in the year.
Yeah, at any time, you could go from, cool, we got one of the guys that's going to be on the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks to, wow, he's out for the year again. You're not supposed to get hurt like this in today's game at quarterback.
I said this earlier. He's the one team, or they're the one team that's kind of figured out how to play Kansas City.
Yeah.
And make it difficult for Kansas City to operate,
Yeah.
And now he's completely out of the picture. Cincinnati, it's circle the wagons, as you guys like to say, drop back 10 yards, dig a ditch, and try and save the equipment because they're in some trouble right now.
For sure. And when it comes to Burrow, he's proven that he's a bit fragile, and they've proven that they can't protect him.
Yeah.
That's
true.
The entire time he's been there, we've
tried.
Talked about their offensive line.
They tried to buy it. They tried to buy a line, and they couldn't do it.
Here's La'el Collins or whatever it is.
Yep.
And he is tough. He's incredible his ability to take a hit and still play.
Right.
But maybe he wants to do a little bit less of that. Okay, both the Mavs and Stars are off tonight, in action tomorrow. Just to preview your weekend for the local teams, Mavs are going to be at the Bucks, and Milwaukee in action tonight. They are 7-4 on the year, going to be on the second of a back-to-back, so maybe a big opportunity tomorrow. The big issue for the Mavs right now is the paint defense, and it's pushing them now. They're 27th in the NBA in opponents' point in the paint. Their overall defensive rating has fallen to 25th in the league at 116. So to me, it's fine, because what expectations were, you're like, okay, this is cool. We're a winning team. They're an exciting team. They just need to fix their defense. And this should be easy. This year, you trade your players at the deadline and try to get a real defense. I think you could win it all if you make the right trade or two. And if it does not work, then you take your picks in the summer and go get another star to add on to this. It's about to be awesome for the Mavericks.
I kind of feel like eye test has told me that Dallas clutch defense is not the 24th or 5th worst defense. I kind of feel like they look better defending late in games.
When it's time to hunker
when it's
down
time
a
to
little bit.
hunker down and get some stops. They've gotten some stops.
Yeah.
But and you know, that's the thing about it. Either Dallas is going to blow somebody out or they're going to have to play a little clutch defense. And last year, yes, every time it got to that 4-minute mark or 5-minute mark, I was like, okay, guys, hold on to your rears. Here we go. Something's going to happen where I kind of feel like they've found ways to get stops in that clutch time. So maybe it's one of those things they always say, the early sample size things.
Yeah.
That maybe they are better in defense, but there's some things, the point in the paint stuff. I'll trade points in the paint for a team that runs like they're doing right now. You know, I'm like, fine, take the points in the paint. I'm getting out here in transition. I'm scoring buckets. I'm not. It's one thing not to give up points in the paint and then slow down to a crawl and then go late in the shot clock and throw something up and hope for the best.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like how they're playing basketball now.
No, your offense can overcome a lot of your inefficiencies defensively, but when you're trying to win a championship, that's something that's going to hinder.
Yeah.
But I think with the clutch defense, though, it makes sense when you have guys like Luka and Kyrie that at the end of the game are definitely going to be on the court.
Yeah.
And they're the guy that sort of picks their spots defensively. Well, the final 5 minutes of a tight game, that's the spot to pick.
Yeah.
And so now you have those guys like actually trying even more, and then the other three are like, okay, now let's
It'll
do
be
this
awesome
thing.
if we can look at the end of the year and be like, in the final 5 minutes, their defense took a big jump up.
Yeah.
And they were able to manufacture it.
Lively, for as well as he's played, he still has to figure out the foul stuff.
For sure.
Because it's always down, and they put him in the clutch time, and there might be a foul situation that he's dealing with, and maybe that takes away some of his aggressiveness. But if he can control those fouls and be on the court with longer periods of time, maybe you do get a little bit better.
We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound, where they are giving away a Kamado Joe Kettle Joe grill.
Whoa.
This is a great place to come and get any patio thing you need, hot tubs, but also your Kamado Joes, all of your seasonings, a good turkey brine, a great barbecue rub.
Yeah.
The rub that I use to make the Orange Magic wings is here. I can show that to you.
Yeah.
All in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off at all Southern Leisure locations today.
Yeah, Gavin, and if you're into that brining of your turkey,
Yeah.
they've got all those products for you to be able to do that, the brine and all that. They'll give you an instruction on how to use it. So really kind of a one-stop shop for all the things you need for your holiday season coming up.
And look at this, 0% APR financing through the end of November if you want to get a hot tub, year-end warehouse inventory clearance, discounts up to $6,000 right now. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, this is good at all their DFW locations. Tomorrow you can go see Kevin Hagelin at Trading Card World on Central from 12 to 2. Go say hi to Hagee, and we'll have college football on tomorrow from 2 o'clock all the way into the night, Georgia, Tennessee, and Florida, Missouri. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. G-Bag Survivor, can we pick a winner and avoid a bet payoff? That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Always a welcome.
Away a Kamado Joe Kettle Joe grill here. They got quick delivery and setup before the holiday if you want to get a hot tub. 0% interest through the month as well here at Southern Leisure. We're at the location in Flower Mound. This is good for all of the locations. It's time now for some G-Bag Survivor, where we try to pick a game and be right to avoid a bet payoff. Interesting game in division. Commanders are 9-point favorites against the Giants. This one stung me just 3 weeks ago as Washington. I think Sam Howell got fired that day. How do you like that one?
With the Commanders and the Giants, I think I'm
I
going.
took it. I took it.
You're going Commanders?
I'm going absolute Commanders on this one.
Well, Sam Howell's your guy.
Yeah.
And you just did a whole bunch of all 22 work on the Giants. You know how bad
we
they
all
are.
We all saw what the Giants are dealing with. That game's in Washington. If you trust the Giants to do anything at all, God bless you. But that's not a good football team. We saw that.
It's not that I trust New York. I just don't trust Washington.
Right, dude. You don't think this is look-ahead opportunity? Washington, Thanksgiving, Cowboys, bright lights, national television.
Commanders have too much skill for that Giants secondary.
But Washington's defense has fully fallen apart as well.
Yeah, well,
New York could look half decent in this game.
There's no way that New York can look half decent
in any game
with DeVito playing quarterback. I'm sorry.
Even if they were going versus air.
Yeah, I
mean, still think we're gonna have some drops, some incompletions, bad balls.
They can't get any of their skill guys the ball, and Darren Waller not being in there for the Giants, and the one thing I could see the Commanders being able to rush the passer a little bit. No,
wait, so they're still bad. One turnover, one special teams play. New York can win it.
I'm just you know what? If the Commanders lose, I'll do a double bet payoff.
Ooh, look at this.
I like this.
I'll do I will do a double bet payoff.
Because I do think that this Giants offense is currently constructed. If they were going up against air,
constructed to what?
For 10 possessions, they probably end up punting 3 or 4 of those possessions
against
right?
air.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Probably end
the
up
ball
punting,
hits the ground at least.
Well,
5
turn
times.
it over one time,
yeah.
and then they'll punt.
Yeah.
Well, Washington is not good either, okay? And
better than the Giants.
I think by the time the Cowboys are done playing Charlotte and then Washington, the worst thing they're going to have to worry about is overconfidence. That's what we're going to be looking at next week after burying 3 of the worst 5 teams in the NFL in a row. Okay. That's what you get to do. Do not get overconfident Sunday night and gas yourself up over a 12-pack of Miller Lite, okay, Tolos?
Don't call into the post-game show and wreck my night, too. No. That's another thing.
Let's go beat somebody.
Go beat somebody. Hey, let me ask you this. Does the Arizona loss look bad now considering what Josh Dobbs has done in Minnesota?
Yes, it looks horrible.
Yeah, it'll look bad no matter what.
Okay.
They did lose to New York, right?
Yeah, they did. I mean,
it was the only game that Josh Dobbs won in a Cardinals uniform was versus the Cowboys.
Yeah, that was horrible. And I think the only thing you do is you just shrug your shoulders. It's a house of horrors situation.
Yeah,
it is
that's
a hard.
What you got.
It is. It
that's
is
what
a hard
you got there in Arizona. That's got to be your excuse. I think I'm going Lions 7.5-point favorites against Chicago. There's some other good games out there. Dolphins 13-point favorites against the Raiders, but I've taken Miami already. That's an easy one. Jags 7 points against the Titans, coming off a horrible game against San Francisco. Jacksonville trying to push back into contention. I don't know if I trust them to that extent, but
nope.
Not as a 7-point favorite. I would take the Titans all day to cover that 7.
Texans are at home against Arizona. Houston a 4.5-point favorite there. Niners 11.5 at home against Tampa.
That's who the Wooly Bully took. He took San Francisco this week.
And there's another game that intrigued me. I almost did it. I still have the Bills. They just terrify me. But they're 7 points at home against the Jets. It's a rematch of Week 1 when New York won that game. There's no way I'd bet Buffalo. There's no way I'm laying 7 points. But in a straight-up situation, that's a decent opportunity.
Who's been more disappointing, Cincinnati or Buffalo?
Buffalo, yeah. Because Cincinnati was hurt. Joe Burrow with the calf early. And then he's trying to fight through that. As the season started, it was clear he was not 100%. But Buffalo's just I guess Buffalo had a lot of injuries as well. They had two big ones on defense.
But because Cincinnati's been dealing it with their quarterback, I think that's more understandable. So the Bills are more disappointing.
As a Cowboy fan, you want Buffalo to implode.
You do. I think for Buffalo fans, this is devastating though, because you thought you had not only a great team but a great quarterback. Like they were trying to tell themselves he was on the level with Mahomes. And that's kind of what it looked like for a brief period of time. Now your team's bad. You don't know when you're going to be a playoff team again. And you're looking at your quarterback like, dang, he is just one of those other guys. He's not a Mount Rushmore guy.
What if the Giants traded for him with the second overall pick? They sent the second overall pick to Buffalo for
I'd be
Josh
fine.
Allen.
I'd be fine. He's had some great teams.
Him and Brian Daboll get back together again.
Chiefs are 2.5-point favorites, by the way, in the Monday nighter against the Eagles. Boy, that's
they win that thing outright.
Huge opportunity.
Kansas City wins that thing outright. Am I right about that?
I would hope so. Yes. Yeah. Okay, it's time now for the G Bag of the Day as we're broadcasting live from Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Check. 1, 2. My mic sounds nice. Sound good?
Sound good.
All right, 1, 2. Mic sounds nice. All right, here we go. 2 of these G Bag of the Day nominees right here, Dawson.
Yes.
They might be relatable to you.
Okay.
As I was recording, I said, man, this is stuff Dawson talked about or experienced.
Cool.
But first, we're going to get to our G Bag of the Day winner. This is the Bat Boys from Instagram. They caught up with Ron Washington. Hit him in a round of questions, and all his answers were awesome. I figured we ought to just celebrate Ron before it's going to get nasty pretty soon, you know?
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite piece of sports memorabilia that you have?
I got a key to 3 cities.
Whoa. Which 3?
I got a key to Fort Worth, Texas, Shreveport, Louisiana. Damn, what's the third? I can't think of the third.
What's your best 60-yard dash you ever ran?
The best 60-yard dash I've ever done was a 6-1.
6-1?
Yeah, I did a 6-1. I was running at the time with Willie Wilson and UL Washington.
Yeah.
And they was running 6 flats.
That's incredible. Who's your favorite Spanish-speaking singer and favorite English-speaking singer?
Well, I don't know much about Spanish singers. I mean, when it's playing, I'm into it. But as far as a favorite, I don't have one. I like Millie Jackson.
Yeah. Millie Jackson?
Yeah.
What advice would you give to former players who maybe have just retired and are thinking about going into coaching?
Be patient. The talent that's in the game of baseball today is so young, and they don't have any experience. And you can't put expectations on them, so you have to be patient. And let whatever they have inside of them grow and come out. And the only way that can happen is through patience.
Awesome. That's all I got. Thank you so much.
What a beast. Man, the way he says his words is so cool. I would hope the other city, by the way, is Arlington, but who knows? And by the way, I looked it up. 6'1" is flat out flying in the 60s.
Oh, no, he's flying. Yeah, absolutely.
There's like 1 or 2 prospects a year that's doing a 6'1". Yeah. So Ronnie was getting up and down them base paths.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Oh, man, come on, fam.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
What are we doing, dog?
It's uncalled for. It's uncalled for.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a slow Willie Washington, by the way. Willie Washington sound like a fast name.
Yeah.
You ain't faster than Willie Washington, though.
No, you're right. You're right.
Let's see here. What do we got for you boys? Okay, this one you might be related to in a sense. Remember that SUV you seen shot up on the highway?
Yeah, Rockwall coming across. Well, I guess that would have been Garland at that point. But yes, that dude had a pack of cocaine and was running from the cops, stopped, started shooting at him, and they lit his SUV up with probably 30 bullet holes when I drove by. It created a traffic jam for like 10 hours.
It's happening?
No, I drove by like 20 minutes later.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
So this kind of is like the same situation. It happened in Houston.
Okay.
There was a guy that stole a car, and he got into a shootout on a highway with police officers over that darn car and everything. But there was a Samaritan that came out and helped the police officer that got himself shot.
Oh,
drug him to safety. It was amazing. This happened last weekend. Let's go to ABC 13 for the report.
He was driving on the Southwest Freeway around 10 a.m. when he found himself in the middle of a shootout between a carjacking suspect and multiple Houston police officers. Lolly saw one of them get shot and didn't think twice before coming to the rescue.
Just kind of ran over there and I grabbed that guy,
with the other police officer, and me and him together, we grabbed him by his vest and we dragged him behind the truck, and I kind of tucked him underneath the truck so he wouldn't get shot again.
Come here. Come on. You're okay, bro. You're okay. You're okay. Over here.
A drastic turn of events for John Lawley, a former criminal who became a hero Saturday morning.
That's a real G-bag thing to do, in my opinion.
Yeah. That was great. Get that man a get-out-of-jail-free card for that one.
Yeah.
That was
now,
clutch
I
right
kind
there.
of thought that was wild that the media want to let us know he was a former criminal.
Exactly. Yeah.
I thought that was kind of wild.
Yeah, those are the first two words. Former criminal, so-and-so, turned hero.
Rehabilitated himself.
Yeah, I don't know how I would do there. You know, I guess I want to be safe, but also guy might be bleeding out. He needs his fellow man to come grab him.
Yeah.
I hope I'd go be the hero.
I mean, my man didn't have a protective vest on or anything. I'm not talking about the cop. I'm talking about the Samaritan. So he really jumped out on some bravery, bro.
Nice.
On some bravery, former criminal. They are wild. Let's go to this one right here, to the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these guys is Chop? RJ was working blue. You know what working blue means?
Working blue.
In comedy.
Oh.
You're talking, like bathroom humor?
Yeah,
Okay.
that could be it. Sexual innuendo.
Innuendos.
Maybe some cursing.
Yeah.
When you said blue, I was thinking it was Sarah. Something happened. But
That's Choppy's fastball right there.
It is Choppy's fastball. But this one wasn't over the plate today, bro.
Uh-oh.
He bombed on a joke that he delivered to Mike McCarthy, Coach McCarthy, and the silence was golden.
I'm a big believer in the quarterback body type has to give you the ability to play in the pocket and out of the pocket. So that's my preference.
So what you're saying is size matters.
Okay, come on now. The kids are listening.
Oh, man, it's sure to get hot in here. I got that white stuff forming at the side of my mouth right now.
Hey, man, shoot or shoot.
Yeah, shoot or shoot, bro. You got to go for it.
It was a good effort.
They do have good chemistry going on that show.
They do.
They're all kind of like, Northeast kind of gruff guys. They kind of speak each other's language.
Yeah, a little bit
Let's go to
loud.
Dunkin' Donuts to get some coffee. Yeah.
McCarthy was great with him this morning, too. He admitted he was sad that they didn't wish him happy birthday last week.
Yeah.
And he actually came clean. He was a little bit sad about that.
Well, it's the opposite because Brad wished him a happy birthday, and he gave Brad, he waved him off.
Yeah, he did.
Like, oh, yeah, well, thanks, Brad. Yeah.
Didn't upset me.
You can't care about being wished happy birthday as a man after the age of what? 13? 12?
Okay, 13.
Thank you. Yeah.
Somewhere in that ballpark.
That's not leadership, Brian.
No, it's not.
That's not leadership.
Mine's
I
on
guarantee
December
Dak
12th.
doesn't care if you forget his birthday.
Yeah.
Who's next, Lucius?
You want to do another one?
Well, we could vote. Sorry. The time.
Yeah, I'll be looking at the time. Hey, shout out to the time.
Morris Day.
Shout out to the Bears.
Oh, hallelujah.
Yeah, that's a great song, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, is it our champion, the Bat Boys with Ron Washington? Is it the guy that stole a car and got in a shootout with officers? Good Samaritan comes through with the rescue. Or the RJ and Choppy show. Chop's awkward joke there with Coach McCarthy. Whew. I do love Ron. I'm going to vote with Ron there. Chief, how about you?
Give me Chop.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, shout out to that Good Samaritan, man. You were no criminal in my eyes, player. But yeah, RJ and Chop.
Okay, it's 2-1, Brian.
Yeah, chopping them. For sure.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Mike McCarthy's reaction to an RJ Choppy joke. Okay, we are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Great weekend to get yourself a hot tub. It's going to feel great over the holidays. Factory rebates up to $1,500 on Bullfrog Spas through the end of November and 0% APR. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we're going to go through the officials for this game for the Cowboys this weekend. I've also got a nickname game for my guys on set here. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, will it be another cruise control recap of Cowboys in Carolina? We'll do star up, star down. It's a Cowboys.
Richardson. Kickoff is at noon, so let's get ready to party Sunday.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with the unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. Hey, you might need a new grill out there to get the Thanksgiving work done. You might want to buy a grill for that griller in your life. Whatever the case, you should join us at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. All in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off today at Southern Leisure. They're giving away a Kamado Joe as well. Here's Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General.
Cheers.
Yes. The official for your game this weekend, Clay Martin, is your official. And the nice thing about Clay Martin is he is the least penalizing official in the National Football League.
Ooh, that's just what the doctor ordered.
He is, through 8 games, he is at the very bottom when it comes to calling penalties. You kind of feel like this would be one of those games that you want Clay Martin in a game against Philadelphia, or a big game like that where you're Maybe not somebody
Yes.
you're going to handle. You want him in a game where they're going to let you play, both teams. But Clay Martin, what you need to know about Clay is his crew, they will call offensive holding. That's their number one penalty, but only 23 of those. Defensive holding, he's got 6. Unnecessary roughness, pretty high number for official to have. 6 unnecessary roughness penalties. He's officiated 8 games, as I've mentioned, so we're getting close to getting.
Better relax.
Yeah, better not
Don't be hitting people out of bounds.
Yeah, people out of bounds.
Late.
Take a late shot, swing at somebody, getting off a pile. Maybe take a run at somebody in the secondary, that kind of thing. So,
or the Neville Gallimore laying on your back, kicking up.
Yeah, that one.
Opposing player.
Sam Williams or any, Evans ripping a guy's helmet off his head, that kind of thing. But other than that, he's pretty much very, very calm when it comes to offensive pass interference. Matter of fact, his offensive pass interference and his defensive pass interference are 50-50. So it's 3-3 with that. So Clay
well
Martin,
balanced.
Yeah, very well balanced. And but Clay Martin, he will let these guys decide it on the field, and then hopefully when you get later in the season, you'll see Clay Martin again, because I'm all about those officials that will let you play and let you decide it on the field. So
Clay Martin sounds like just a great guy to go have a beer with. Go honky.
Clay Martin is the guy that's your neighbor. You're saying he's probably washing his car.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, what do you got going on later, Dawson? And Clay, I was thinking, let's go. We'll go down. Come on around and we'll watch the games, have some beers. You're right, Clay Martin.
Yeah, sounds like he owns a dealership or something. Clay,
Yeah.
come on down here to Clay Martin dealership. We take care of you, Clay Martin Ford.
Yeah.
Clay Martin Ford. I like that a lot. All right, so now you know who's calling your game this weekend for the Cowboys. We like to have fun around here on this show, and we have fun with the nicknames on Basketball Reference and Pro Football Reference and baseball. They give the history of the player, where he was born, all those good things, all the details, but they always provide nicknames. And I always wondered if these nicknames are actually true or not. But they're pretty entertaining, right?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I would say they're entertaining. And, I believe most of them are true. Like the Basketball Reference pages they're pretty on point. They're taking the stuff
Do you think they're taking it seriously?
I think they are,
Do you think they're asking, their teammates, you think they put out a text or something like, hey, listen, what's the nickname of this guy?
Questionnaire.
Questionnaire kind of thing. That'd be a questionnaire. You're right.
How do they undercover these? Because some guys, you know them by whatever their main nickname is, but then Basketball Reference will tell you there's 3 or 4 or 5 other options.
There's other names that you just had no idea that was really that guy's nickname.
Yeah.
So,
Sometimes they don't even know.
Yeah.
They're like, what?
well, didn't we ask? We asked the pitcher Montgomery.
Yeah.
About the whole Gumby thing.
Yeah.
And he goes, I haven't been called Gumby in never.
There was a brief moment in time where somebody called him Gumby, and they were running with it on the bios.
But they've also, I've heard on broadcast, they even mention it.
Oh, really? Yeah, about Monty?
About Monty
being Gumby?
And Gumby gets down there. You're going, I don't know, man. We asked him. He said he didn't even know anything about that.
That's great.
Yeah, that's kind of a great thing. All right, I'm going to throw some nicknames out there of some of these guys, and I'm going to give you 3 choices. And you're going to tell me who this nickname of the guy really is. Okay?
NBA only?
NBA only, because I think the NBA's got some really creative ones. Since we're in the NBA season too, we'll stick with that one. All right, the first one I have for you. This gentleman is known as the accountant. Is it Tobias Harris, Franz Wagner, or Alex Caruso?
Could you say B's name one more time?
It's Franz Wagner, right?
I don't know. I can hear you say
Wagner,
that.
Right? The
German.
German.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Wagner.
Yeah.
The guy in Orlando, right?
Wagner.
Yeah.
The accountant.
The accountant.
That's got to be Caruso with his bald head routine he's got going on. He looked like he was a middle-aged accountant when he got drafted there with the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'll go with Franz.
You go with Franz? It's actually Alex Caruso.
Mm-hmm.
You're right, General. Good call there.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is known as simply the old man. The old man.
Ooh.
Is this Draymond Green? Is this Paul George? Or Jaylen Brown?
Bro, that's so rude.
This gentleman is known as simply the old man.
That's so rude, bro.
I'm going to go with my main man, Jaylen Brown, as the old man. I think he's wise beyond his years, and his young teammates think he's old just because he doesn't play their reindeer games.
Oh, because the old man game is a guy who can beat you with the left a little bit, and that's not Jaylen Brown's game.
Okay.
You know, he just can't dribble with the left. So it's not Draymond, but who's the other name?
Paul George.
Give me Paul George.
It's actually Jaylen Brown.
Son of a gun. Nailed it. So rude going after Paul George like that, man. Who put Paul George's name on that list, bro? That's so rude.
That's Brian.
That's me.
I love this.
This next gentleman is simply known as Taco J. Taco J. Is it Jay Crowder, Jason Tatum, or Jalen Brunson? Taco J.
Crowder.
Tatum.
It's Tatum.
That's right. The power of context clues.
I had no idea this was your
Could
wheelhouse.
not be stopped.
What was the
I didn't
context
either.
clue on that one?
Tatum, Taco.
Yeah.
Mm.
Tatum, Taco.
Taco, there you go.
Alliteration, man.
Okay. This gentleman is simply known as by his teammates and around the league as the Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
The Cookie Monster. Is this Kevin Love? Is this Jokic, Nikolai Jokic?
Yeah.
Or Robin Lopez? The Cookie Monster.
You went with Robin there.
Robin Lopez.
I don't think Robin Lopez is getting Cookie Monstered. I'm going to go with A. Choice A.
Kevin Love?
Kevin Love.
I'm going to go with Jokic. I think he was on Inside the NBA, and Kenny was joking around, or Shaq was joking around about cookies with him. And I don't know exactly where it comes from, but I have that as a foggy memory from the last 6 weeks or so, Brian.
That's weed.
What do you say? What do you say?
That's the Joker.
Yes!
Nikolai.
4 for 4.
My dear God.
This might be the greatest guessing I've ever done.
I feel like that you looked at my notes at some point in time here. Maybe not. I don't know.
He's just
would
on
never.
a heater right now.
He is on a heater. The final one. Let's see if Dawson could get all 5 of these.
I'm just trying to get on the board here.
You are trying to get on the board. This gentleman is simply known as Big Smokey. Big Smokey. Is this Larry Nance Jr., Jimmy Butler, or Klay Thompson?
Big Smokey.
This guy's known as simply as Big Smokey.
Give me Larry, because why the hell not?
Yeah, I feel like if it was Jimmy Butler, you would know it because you're a Miami sports insider. I feel like Klay Thompson's too much of a nerd to be known as Big Smokey. So I'm going with what Eric said.
Larry Nance Jr.?
Yeah.
That would be Klay Thompson.
Oh!
He smoked bud.
Big Smokey.
Big Smokey.
Man, he's
That would
been
be Klay
smoking them 3
Thompson.
balls here over the course of the season.
I
Klay
guess
Thompson's
so.
been he's getting crushed on the socials.
You know what? I think he got popped in college for it. Yeah. Should have known that one.
That was in Washington.
Yeah, it was
right?
Washington State. He was a Cougar.
There you go.
Pac-10 Player of the Year.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Brian. And thanks to Southern Leisure Spas and Patio for having us out today. We are just getting started in the Flower Mound location. All in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off. You've been waiting to get the Big Green Egg or the Egg Niter or a Kamado Joe or the right pellet grill. Today is the day, 25% off. Then there's 0% APR through the end of November. You want to get a hot tub, factory rebates up to $1,500 off Bullfrog Spas through the end of November. Okay, when we come back, Nation, it is time for Stephen Jones to join you. We'll be talking with Stephen Jones about the Cowboys' big game coming up this weekend. That's next year on The Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you, though, before we do anything else, because if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault tonight or
free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. The Flower Mound location is our home today, and we'll be here for the next 4 hours. Stephen Jones is set to join us here. We'll be talking Cowboys and Panthers, and we do have all in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off at Southern Leisure today. Year-end warehouse inventory clearance, discounts up to $6,000. They can get you quick delivery and set up before the holiday. You can be rocking and rolling with the family in town next week if you want to get a new grill or a new hot tub. Tomorrow's going to be a big day of college football. We have Georgia, Tennessee for you right here on The Fan, and Florida, Missouri. Back-to-backers. Little doubleheader of college football for you. So I know you'll be fired up about that. And you can go see Kevin Hagelin of the KNC Masterpiece at Trading Card World tomorrow from noon to 2. That's on Central. Trading Card World. Little Kevin Hagelin appearance there if you want to hang out with Hagee tomorrow and talk some cards, talk some sports. Both the Mavs and Stars are off tonight. Mavs back in action tomorrow against Milwaukee. Stars going to be in action tomorrow against the Avalanche. Big game. I feel like their roster is good to go, though. I really do. I mean, I'm sure they're going to make a couple of, role player or depth acquisitions at the deadline. Hell, maybe they do go get another star, but I don't think they need to.
Yeah, this will tell you a lot. The next 3 weeks will tell you, the next 3 games will tell you a lot about the Stars and who they're playing when you're dealing with the Avalanche, the Rangers, and then the Golden Knights. These teams are all quality teams. They've got rosters that have their own stars. All these games being at home, though, so Stars have found ways to navigate these tough stretches, and I'll tell you what, if they can find a way to come out of these games with some good points, that only bodes well going forward right now. It gives them some confidence, too, that they're one of the better teams in the league.
Yeah, it should. It absolutely should. And, I feel like they've been knocking on the door for a couple of years now, the trip to the finals, the trip to the conference finals, and this absolutely could be the Stars' year. So it's getting exciting. I've been talking with a lot of my friends who are tuning into them earlier than ever.
Right.
Because they feel like, they could be watching a championship team come together every night. But
you don't want to be late to that parade.
No.
That's one right there. I think when you look at the Stars and what they've built, that's a team that last year, getting into the finals, and then they made some additions this year. They've got some young players that they've developed, that have come up. I mean, some really young guys that are playing very, very well for them. It just doesn't look too big for them right now. So they're a tough out for any team that they come across in the NHL.
Okay, we'll get Stephen Jones here before too long on your home of the Cowboys and your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. I don't know if we have time for a full round tripper today, but I wanted to ask you guys about this article from Kevin Sherrington in the Morning News. He's kind of moving to kill our Shohei Otani dream here a little bit. And he's just coming at it from a common sense perspective, not necessarily doing insider reporting, which he is capable of, but that's not what he's doing here. The headline, the Rangers are often mentioned in the Otani sweepstakes, but they aren't knocking, okay? Says, based on how much he's already spent the last 2 years, how careful he was with money for the first dozen years, conversations with enlightened folk, and the fog of the TV rights deal is that the Rangers will try to run it back with essentially the same cast except for a couple of tweaks and a reupholstered bullpen. Says don't expect Jordan Montgomery back either. That's Kevin Sherrington this morning in the Morning News, and I think those are good observations. They did win it. He was a cheapskate for the better part of a decade. And you've already spent so much that you're pretty close to the luxury tax deadline. And, you are competing against the absolute biggest of markets. I couldn't quite put my finger on how I felt, but I feel like Kevin Sherrington did. For whatever reason, I don't expect Otani. Now, I didn't expect Seager. I didn't expect DeGrom, so maybe this front office is going to deal me a big old shock for the third offseason in a row.
I'll tell you what, if it turns into Otani going on the short end of a deal, we'd heard some whispers that he would be maybe a 1 or 2 year deal, and then try and get back into free agency. that way.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a 1 or 2 year deal, man, the Rangers have got to get in on that, right? If it's long term or something that's going to massively put them over the tax, I get it. But if somebody's willing to play the short game, if Otani's willing to take that 1 or 2 year deal to kind of test things out with your team, and there's all it's costing you is money. Let's think about this now, guys.
Yeah, I just think the difference is then you got to be fully prepared to come out of pocket heavy off the jump. I think part of the love for these long-term deals is it gives them the ability to stretch out some of that money, so he may not be getting quite as much on the front end there. Like if I'm giving him a 2-year deal, that means I'm coming out the $40 million, the $50 million, whatever it is, boom, this year. He's got it. If I sign him to a 10-year deal, I can slow play how these, the structure.
Yeah, but I'm looking at these long-term deals now. Like when you look at and I know the Deshaun Watson deal is completely guaranteed. Let me in and out of the deal quick. Let me in and out of, and that's what Dak Prescott's really doing. If you look at,
he's LeBron James did it.
Yeah, I mean, you could find a way if it doesn't work out, and with Otani, it's likely going to work out. Because, you've seen it. You've seen the success. He's had success in your ballpark.
I just think at his age, maybe you want to get them the most possible years. You don't know it. I'm betting on myself at 31. I've been hurt in the 4 of 7 years that I've played.
That's why I'm trying to get him. If it's only a 2-year deal, I can live with it. It buys me more time to get my younger players ready. And up to speed that I don't have to go into my, the Wyatt Langfords and the guys like that. I could, I don't have to go to my minor league system right off the bat. I could win with the guys I have and then implement those guys as I need be. But to me, I just feel like though, if they're going to play a short game on me, fine. But that Otani deal he signs here, that deal will pay for itself. With
Absolutely.
The attendance, television, and I say this again, your thing with Bally's right now is on thin ice. You all of a sudden find a way to get Otani. Now your rights across the country, across the world, with what you're going to plan on doing, you can name your price on that.
I just don't know how the owner's going to look at it, Brian. You talk about let's get the Metroplex a World Series. What's that do to your motivation after you get that done? Is it job well done?
I want another one.
You would
at my age,
but a billionaire.
Yeah, but at his age,
sure.
Jerry.
But all the owners are billionaires. You could say that about every one of them.
No, there's no question.
But they don't get into the bidding war because they're more worried about their nest egg and what that number is when they kick the bucket. They want to go out on top financially more than they want an extra World Series.
I know my team would be more valuable. Mark Davis, I saw him in Oakland. His team was one of the least valuable NFL teams. It was one of the last teams that got to being over $1 billion. You know why? Crummy stadium, nobody showing up, all kinds of unknown things going on.
Yeah.
He moves to Vegas, he goes to the top of the food chain.
No, you're right. It might be an incredible investment.
If I could keep, there's a reason why the New York Yankees are one of the most valuable teams, and so the Dodgers. Because
They've had the best players.
They win every damn year, and there's interest in them.
Yeah.
There's a reason, the Cowboys win. They just don't win championships.
Yeah.
These other teams I'm talking about are in the mix for those.
But Jerry knows how important it is to make stars out of the players. That's what Shohei Otani is no matter where he goes. You don't have to have any effort.
My team before the World Series might have been worth $2 billion. Now with a World Series championship and I get Otani, this damn thing might be worth 3.5.
Yeah, it could.
It might be, you might, with a TV deal, his stadium deal, the way his team's playing right now, a big-time general manager, he's going to have to do something with his manager here in probably a couple of years because Bruce is going to want to go back to Nashville and relive that life. But he'll have somebody in place. We trust Chris.
It looks like they got old Venables.
Yeah. No,
Venables
he's absolutely
going to be floating around, maybe the guy.
Yeah, he's turning down jobs right now to be the Rangers guy.
Well, it is doable, when you have bottom line interested owners, and after the deal for Prince Fielder and Shin-Soo Choo went bad in 13 or 14, they didn't do much at all in the money department for 7 years or so until Seager and Simeon happened. He has that gear in his mind, and if the championship satisfies him, like I believe the 3 satisfied Jerry Jones. He's not doing everything in his power to get another championship. I think it's like, okay, check that box off. Now let's manage things and hope to get a championship while we're managing everything from a business perspective.
But I think 10 years of Jason Garrett hurt you on not getting a championship, my opinion.
For sure, 100% it did. But from the baseball standpoint here, I mean, you bring up some good points about this is the rare free agent guy who it's not only just the on the field, it's good for the team, but it might actually be worth from a business standpoint, it might actually be the right business move because of how much Otani brings.
Okay, here's a guy that knows about the business of superstars. It's Stephen Jones of the Dallas Cowboys with you here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good, guys. Good afternoon.
Right on. Yeah, we were just talking about Shohei Otani and all the excitement about the Rangers, but of course you guys are no strangers to star players and being the top conversation piece. My question's about what's happening there on the football field since the bye, Steven. Have you guys improved or are you just getting to play lesser defenses here over the last 4 weeks?
Well, I think it's just a continual upward trend, which is what you want with the team, is to get better each week, execute better, continue to improve, and I think that's what our offense is doing. And, we still got plenty of room to improve on this football team. We point to a lot of areas. I know, when we played Philly, I know Dan was very disappointed, when we did give up 4 drives that they all ended up in touchdowns. And, of course, offensively, as good as we're starting to throw the ball around the field, we can still improve running the football, and just feel like, we still got a lot of room for improvement here before we hit our peak. But it's still a lot of football to be played, and we still got time to continue to get better.
Steven, I know this is not a question I'm going to ask you about your team itself, but is it still the most terrifying thing to try and find a quarterback when you're doing your team building?
Absolutely. I mean, you just, I'm not in any way being negative, but you see when a team like the Giants, when they don't have Daniel Jones, how it changes their team. I mean, it's just difficult. And sure, their young quarterback's going to continue to get better, and they'll like him. He'll grow as he gets experience. But, that's a hard thing, and that's why we were willing to give up a big-time draft pick for Trey Lance. I mean, he's got a lot of talent, and certainly, people could have said, well, you got Cooper Rush, who won a lot of football games for you last year. Why did you need to do that? It's just people worry, I'm sure, around the league, all 32, of not having the right guy.
Steven, would it be insane, with all these quarterbacks getting banged up, would it be insane to propose something to where there's no trade deadline when it comes to moving quarterbacks?
I think there's a fine line. Of course, I'm fortunate to be on the competition committee, and, me personally, I think it could be later. I do think there is a point in time where you don't want people just fire selling players and, really changing the balance of power in the NFL in terms of, trading away guys that, because they're out of it. So that's the fine line we walk is, when is it too late and when is it too early? And so you have to really watch that. But, me personally, I'd be for it being a couple weeks later, but I don't think you can continue to push that thing back. At some point, it's a point where, it's like I said, you don't want people fire selling players and, having that type of situation going on, which can be even more complicated by the fact of, who you might trade a player to or that type of thing. So, it's not as easy as it seems, but me personally, I certainly would be for, a week or two back, but not a lot more than that.
Okay, so on Trey Lance, do you think we're getting closer to him maybe playing in a game like Cooper's had an opportunity to a couple of times?
Cooper's doing one heck of a job, and under the NFL rules, it's just hard. With the third quarterback, we certainly carry a third. We dress him. he's certainly eligible to get in if we have injuries. But, hats off to Cooper Rush. He did what he was supposed to do last year and won us a lot of football games and kept us in contention to stay in the playoffs. So those are all things that you measure. But I go back to it again. You can't have enough of these guys. And, when you look at teams around the league and they don't have one, then I'm sure there's a lot of teams look over at us and say, you got a guy like Trey Lance and Cooper Rush, and, you want to be in that situation. Certainly we have, certainly respect what a quarterback's worth in this league. And, Trey Lance is just doing one hell of a job, but so is Cooper Rush. And obviously Dak's played his way right into MVP contention, and well-deserved, and hats off to him. He doesn't listen to all the noise around him. He just goes out and does his job every week, and things are paying off for him.
Being a gambling man myself, I'd like to put Trey in there and try to dial up like a 70-yard touchdown pass and then watch that phone ring when we get to March.
Well, we'll see how all that goes, but we are fortunate to have a great quarterback room.
Yeah.
Stephen, I'd like to give you the credit for being the voice of reason over there when it came to waiting on Rico Dowdle. And congratulations on you guys showing patience on that one. Are you starting to see the things with him that you envisioned, when you first got him several years ago?
Yeah, I mean, this better than anyone, Brian. When players go through injuries and they're out there busting their ass like Rico does, and a lot of guys, their mindset is I got to play through injuries, and sometimes playing through injuries doesn't mean playing at your optimal level, and you could pay a price. There's other players who have it in their mind that, hey, if I'm not 100% or I'm not medically ready to go, then, I'll be docked for not performing at my highest level, and they don't go out there and play. But Rico, and I would say a big majority of our team has the mindset that, hey, I'm going to go out there and they need me, I'm playing. And that's Rico, and now it's paying off for him. And, we just have nothing but the utmost respect and for what he's doing. And he's certainly, bringing a lot to the table right now for us in terms of making sure that Tony Pollard's going to, we're not going to tear all the tread off that tire, and he'll be ready to go as we head down the home stretch here as we head toward the end of the season. And as I said, there's a lot of football to be played, and it's great seeing a guy like Brandon Cooks. I saw something either today or yesterday where Tony Pollard will have his day too, and I'm sure that will happen.
I just added Rico Dowdle to a couple of my fantasy teams, so you think that was a good move? I guess. I'm going to start him too, by the way, just so you know. I think he's going to be rocking and rolling. I'm excited about the rushing attack. I think running the football is going to be something that is going to put a smile on everybody's face this Sunday versus Carolina. That's just how I'm feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, North Turner was the king of, we were such a big running team, but he would always say, if you really watch our games with Troy, we'd start out getting the ball to Michael and Novacek and Harper, and we'd back them off, and then you'd pound them once you started moving that ball, throwing it, then they'd have to respect that. And I think it's just a matter of time to where these teams know they can't continue to let C.D. Lamb catch 10 to 12 balls a game and 200 yards worth, and let Cooks and Ferguson and these guys, Tolbert and guys like that stepping up and making big plays for us. Eventually that's going to loosen it up, and I think that running game is going to come to us. I agree with you.
Stephen Jones with us here on The Fan. You're going up against the rookie Bryce Young, a little bit undersized. Where are you at in the evaluation of these quarterbacks from a size standpoint these days? Do you still have the prototype?
Well, we love Bryce Young coming out. I'll be the first to admit it. We had a big first-round grade on him, and he's not the tallest guy, and he's certainly, he's not the heaviest guy, but he's a baller. And if I'm betting on somebody, I'm betting, at the end of the day that he gets his hand around our NFL game, and he's going to be a great quarterback ultimately for the Panthers. I just think he's built the right way. He's got the right nervous system. He's really knows how to play the game. And, this league, sometimes it goes, you come right in and it all falls into place. And then sometimes you can ask Troy Aikman, Hall of Famer, and 3 Super Bowl rings on his finger, that his first year was a tough one. I think we won 1 game, and, he went through games where he had 10 sacks, and ultimately he rebounded to go and have a Hall of Fame career and go on and win us 3 Super Bowls and, be right there with Roger Staubach as the greatest quarterback to ever put a star on his helmet. So, these things will come. I have nothing but respect for what he's done, and I'm sure they're going to ultimately have a great quarterback there in Bryce Young.
Speaking of great quarterbacks, Dak's playing so well. You mentioned it earlier. If he keeps going like this, he's going to have a heck of a hand to play in negotiations again. Steven, are you guys ready for it?
I'm ready for that. I hope he's loaded when we get ready to sit down again, because that means the Cowboys have done well, and he's done well, and our team's done well, and that's only a positive. He knows what winning championships mean to the Cowboys, and he's a team guy. He's an organizational guy. Jerry and I have always been very consistent in terms of knowing that Dak's our quarterback. He's our future. He's our now. He just does things the right way, and we'll figure out the business with it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how many times now have you had to have Adam adjust that spreadsheet you guys carry with all those projections? Is that thing it must be like your trade charts.
Just once a week, Brian. We get it every Monday or Tuesday.
I just wondered, because you got all these guys like Lamb's, probably like poor Adam's, like, you're telling Adam in there to, hey, Adam, update that spreadsheet for me here a little bit. Project that year a little further for me out there, right? Every time?
Well, I like it when the spreadsheet's going up and that we got bigger problems, because that means guys are playing really well.
There you go.
And right now, the only thing we're concerned about is trying to bring a Super Bowl. You mentioned the Rangers. It's certainly just all it does is make your fire and your belly burn brighter. And trying to do what the Rangers have done, which my hat's off to them. What a great year they had, and we're certainly would love to bring a second championship to Dallas as well this year, but we got our work cut out for us.
So, Stephen, on that note, when you've won and then there's like a top of the market star, we were talking about Otani. If you sign him, does that guy make all that money back plus some? How does that work from like a sports business perspective on your bottom line? Like, are you sacrificing and losing money trying to get stars, or are they so valuable that the ROI is positive?
Well, I think at the end of the day, the Rangers did it the very best you can do it, which is win a championship. I mean, that's where it pays its ultimate ROI. I mean, I think, obviously fans get excited, and we've been fortunate that Cowboy fans have always been fired up about our team year in, year out. We've just got to deliver a championship. That's what we have to do. But the ultimate ROI is when you get these star players and you take that thing all the way to the end and bring a championship back to Dallas and North Texas and all our wonderful fans that we have that follow us, and certainly there's sports fans that follow all our teams in North Texas. So I certainly see, the Rangers are in a great spot. They're building on coming off a great championship, and I'd like to be in their shoes when we're done with this 2023 season.
Well, I'll drink to that. Shoot ya. Have fun out there in Carolina.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Always good being on with you.
Take care. There he goes. Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, here we go, G-Bag Nation. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Thanks to Stephen Jones for joining us. All in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off at all Southern Leisure locations today. If you need anything in the grilling world to take care of Thanksgiving or the holidays coming up, you want to get to a Southern Leisure location and do that. NFL News of the Day is coming up next, Chief. What do you got in store?
Teams with the most at stake this weekend, next right here in the nation.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you. Thanks.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, Flower Mound location. All locations today, 25% off all in-stock grills and accessories. You can win a Kamado Joe, Kettle Joe, and they have 0% APR financing through the end of November if you want to pick up a hot tub. This is the place to be at Southern Leisure. Okay, it's time now for the NFL news of the day. Chiafalo in for Wolchuk. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at truckwreck.com. And here's Eric with your NFL news of the day.
877-881-1053. What's the with the new number jersey rules, and there's really just it's a lawless land now.
Sure.
What's the number and the position that ticks you off the most? Because last night watching the Ravens, they got a corner that's number 10. And then they got Jadeveon Clowney, who's a pass rusher, wearing number 24. I don't know which one bugs me more. I think it's the corner wearing number 10, but I was finally like, you know what, maybe we were wrong to do this numbers thing.
Yes. I don't know why. You want to give the players the chance to wear whatever number they want, so I guess that's the win. But it's been messing with me too, and I wonder if it'll ever be normal. I don't know. To me, the Washington Wizards will never be normal. It's the Bullets. Arizona Diamondbacks, Toronto Raptors, Grizzlies. These are teams that weren't around at the beginning. They're Johnny-come-latelys, and it's weird to me. So I think this is where I join the Crusties, and it's just I'm going to yell at the sky on this one. I wish it'd go back to the way it was.
Yeah, the number 10 as the corner. I think even Pat Mahomes was recently talking about how the number changes has made things a little bit more difficult to identify.
That's what Tom Brady was talking about, too.
Yeah, I do remember that.
That linebackers wearing single-digit numbers, and you're thinking, is that a linebacker or is that a strong safety standing there? Yeah.
The number 0 is probably the weirdest, though.
Oh, you got when Brian Burns for the Panthers is a 0. And that's strange watching a guy rush and wear a number 0.
It is.
It
is.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, watching Roquan Smith play defense for the Ravens is pretty fun. He's wearing number 0. I think he wears it well. He threw the truck stick on old Joe Mixon last night when Joe Mixon stepped up to try and block him in pass protection. Gosh, Roquan Smith's an animal. They actually threw up a graphic that just speaks to how dominant Roquan Smith is and has been since being traded last year to the Ravens, and the difference he's made for that defense is just insane, where they go from before being traded last year, the Ravens were 19th in points, 24th in yards, 26 passing touchdowns, like bottom third of the league in every category. And then in the 19 games since trading for Roquan Smith, the Ravens defense is second, first, tied for first. It's just like it's pretty amazing the difference he's made for them, and he was a monster beast.
There's some teams that are really good at evaluating players. And the Ravens, they've had the coaching staff together for a long time. I know Wink Martindale moved on to the Giants and stuff. But they find plug-and-play guys that play at a really high level. Now maybe the wide receiver crew has been a little off, trying to address that. But any defensive players that they grab, you're probably sitting in an office somewhere in one of these NFL cities and going, damn, why did we not get in on that? Especially when you're watching Roquan Smith play on tape.
They've been doing it for 20 years.
Yeah.
They really have.
Ozzie and those
Roquan's
guys,
a player that the league missed on twice.
Yeah.
You could have drafted him. You could have traded for him. You just tip your cap to them. I don't know, if you can try to replicate what they have going on, Brian. I think it's just some teams have a great culture of player evaluation, and they can lose their GM, but like the support staff and what's in the DNA of the building is really, resilient.
No, you're absolutely right about that. The places that have continuity.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I think continuity where the scouts know exactly what the coaches want. And then the pro guys understand, though, if we go get a guy, this is how he fits. So you're not selling the vision of the player to the coaches. They already know. They've already told you what they want in a player.
Mm-hmm.
So when you bring, everybody's on Roquan Smith because he's short.
Yeah.
That was really the knock at him. But you watched him in college and even with the Bears, he made every single tackle. There's something to that. I don't care if he's short. Just watch the games. He makes every single play.
Well, I saw this from Pro Football Focus, the teams with the most at stake this week when it comes to percentage chance of making or missing the playoffs. The Bengals were a big one. If they would have won last night, it would have given them a 58% chance at making the playoffs. It's now down to 27%, and even less when you consider Joe Burrow. That was before the Joe Burrow
They look
injury.
like a team that's picking 13th in the draft now.
Yeah, it's 0% chance now for the Bengals. But for like the Steelers, if the Steelers win this weekend and go to 7-3, it gives them an 80% chance at the playoffs. If they lose, it drops under 50%. The Browns over 80% chance of the playoffs with a win and 50% if they lose. The Bills with a win are still under 50% at making the playoffs.
Holy
and with
cow.
a loss, it makes them like a 12% chance at making the playoffs. So this is
they must have a nightmare schedule.
Yes, yeah. The Bills got some. That's what we were talking about. It's like they're at a nightmare situation.
Dallas is in there with them on that.
They get the Jets, but then they're going to get, I think, Philadelphia and Dallas, and they'll get Miami again in Miami. They got some tough games. So the playoff stuff, you're already starting to think about seeding and where you're going to be. And a lot of these teams in the AFC right now, this is a weekend where if you don't win, your chances could go plummeting.
Well, as the weather is getting colder, one of the greatest places you can be is in a hot tub, and Southern Leisure Spas and Patio is the place to get one this weekend. We're at the Flower Mound location. Factory rebates up to $1,500 through the end of the month, 0% financing through the end of November, and they have quick delivery and setup before the holiday there if you want to hang out with the friends and family coming up for Thanksgiving and the holidays. You'll have a great time here. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, and we're back with a Friday staple, the biggest L, biggest dub. Isn't that right, Chief?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Next right here on The Fan.
I want to talk to you about D&M leasing, though, and it's more important than ever because everybody's disposable income is getting squeezed right now.
for the Cowboys and the Rangers.
The fun starts at 5:30, goes all the way to 7 Wednesday.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with the unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lucius. We're talking Cowboys and Panthers coming up at 4 o'clock with you here on your home of the Cowboys. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo and the Biggest L, Biggest Dub as we broadcast live from Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. All in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off today. 0% APR through the end of the month if you want a hot tub. Here's the Chief.
Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
214 John and Fate, Biggest L, no World Series champions to watch until April.
Yeah, that has left a void.
There's no question.
Is that March 28th, actually, opening day? Cubs, Rangers, right?
Yeah, that's March 28th. That's right. March. So
yeah, not April, March.
That's right. That's right. G-Bag Nation will be
probably
out at the park.
Yeah.
It'll be a banner unveiling.
There will be.
Brats, beers.
Yes.
Oh, champions.
Be at spring training before that, too.
It's going to be wonderful. He does note, though, Big Dub, he survived his students this week at school, and now he's got the full week off. This upcoming week.
So. Oh, yes. That's a huge dub for kids these days.
Love it, John.
We used to only get the Thursday and Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's horrible.
He's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I used to get the full Thanksgiving week, which was a special time.
We had a single week for spring break and 2 days for Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And then would you get 2 weeks for Christmas and New Year's?
Yes.
That was the big dog.
Yeah, that was the big one.
214 Kyle and Addison, Big L had to cancel the fishing trip early after stabbing my hand working on the boat.
Ouchie.
Ooh. Can't move his thumb. Big Dub, though, his dog Ranger got to go swimming this week. So congrats to Ranger. That's a huge victory. Some dogs, I mean, is there certain breeds that want to swim, or is it literally a dog-by-dog personality basis of whether they're comfortable swimming?
Those labs.
Oh, yes. There are some that are more inclined to do it. There are some that are more confident, and then some that are incapable, as you'll find with your pugs. You know, if they get into water, it's the rare one's going to survive. It's got to be a very athletic pug.
903 Biggest Dub, check engine light was cured with the new gas cap.
Let's go.
Yes.
Oh, man,
that's the thing that's tricky about the check engine light. It could be the most catastrophic thing ever for your vehicle, or it's a gas cap that was screwed on a little bit incorrectly.
You're hoping gas cap, sensor.
Yeah, give you a little sensor issue.
Sensor light. Just give me plug that thing in, pop it out kind of thing.
Yeah, man.
Let's go.
I have waited out the check engine light. Sometimes you just have to have more stamina than the light. You know, and you'll look at that thing and then all of a sudden, boom, it pops off after like 3, 4, 5, 6 months, maybe 12 months. I've had the on and off check engine situation.
Do you think the check engine light, though, it kind of is like it takes a human approach that knows that you're just kind of waiting it out, that it's kind of like, okay, I'm going to keep flashing. Okay, he doesn't care now. I'm just going to turn off. And it's going to wreck his car.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some blue cars out there.
If it's a human approach, I would say it knows you're not going to pay attention to it.
Happy birthday to the 469. That is their Big Dub. I don't know their name or their age, but somebody in the 469 has a birthday today. So happy birthday to you, sir or ma'am. Let's see here. 903. Biggest L, my wife has chemo today. Biggest Dub is that I'm on vacation until Monday after Thanksgiving. That is wonderful. And salute to your wife and Godspeed to her.
Yeah, hopefully she gets better.
Yes, that is an L that'll turn into a Dub. I got a good feeling about that. All right, we got, let's see. What do you guys think about this one? WWE superstar Becky Lynch. She made hit. I mean, she becomes the first player in Jeopardy history to answer 0 questions correctly.
Wow, it's never happened?
I'm surprised about that as well. I mean, the vetting process for Jeopardy, I think, is pretty high. But when you start doing these celebs, it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
They'll just let,
So she was a negative for the whole game?
I guess she put up a bagel.
It would be a pro wrestling gal that I would bet on. You
Right.
know, if there was a card where you could wager which one's going to answer 0 correct, I'd probably go with the lady in WWE. But still, it is surprising because what they do is they make that thing easy.
I know they dumb it down a little bit, maybe?
They do. Yeah,
They have to for the
celebrity.
celebrities.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. Do I give her the L, or does getting the victory because you made history? You made Jeopardy history. You'll be remembered forever.
I think that's an L.
Okay, very good. Rick Pitino getting a big victory because apparently after St. John escaped with a win on a brutal late game sequence a couple of nights ago in a little college basketball, it was over my North Texas Mean Green. So this one ticked me off quite a bit. But that being aside, Rick Pitino claimed that he, after that win, was going to consume his very first beer in 10 years.
Okay.
So assuming he had that sip, huge W, Rick Pitino.
I would think so. First
Welcome
cold beer in
back.
10 years.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I guess he needed a beer more than anybody else last night.
It's a pretty good run. Got some NBA and former NBA Ls we mentioned earlier in the week. Glenn Big Baby Davis, your LSU guy over there, getting it done in a big way with the insurance fraud. He's going to be behind bars before too long. Same with Will Bynum, former NBA player. They were both convicted in the insurance fraud
How many years
scheme.
they get for that? So that's a white-collar crime, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the charges will look like in terms of sentencing.
Jail, still jail.
They'll yeah, but I do think there's a huge difference.
Yeah,
like
maybe you're right.
the white-collar crime jail,
Yeah,
right,
they're
Lucius?
going to camp jail, bro.
Okay, well,
There's no gun line in camp jail. Just come on back, please.
Okay. Jail to me is terrifying to begin with, though.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care.
Well, I mean, but these kind of jails, they're not bad.
It's different.
You know, like, and all you have to do is pay attention to the rules there.
Yeah.
They're saying if you're cool, you can stay in this jail. Once you start fighting people and not following the rules, then it gets progressively worse. So there's jails where you can totally chill if you're not a violent criminal.
Yeah, remember Victor Conte said he used to leave on the weekends and come on back.
Yeah.
I got to go back to jail. I'm back.
Not too bad.
I kind of like the jail from Goodfellas, where they were like, they were cooking meals and stuff like that, and they're getting boxes of lobster tails sent in and all that. That seems like a good jail.
My guy Seth Ferranti, who did 20 years, he's now a former prisoner author. He says it's still going down like that. The wise guys, they're still having like family dinners on Sunday.
So they get the
and
tomahawks and all that going off.
Yep,
doing a big Sunday dinner.
You got to be connected if you want to eat well.
That's tradition, right?
I took a big L last night. Showed up to soccer practice. Abby's running practice, and I'm like, okay, this is pretty cool. Actually, she's 12. Assistant coach, who is the dad of one of our star players, had to leave because she's sick. And we got a big revenge game coming up tonight at 9 o'clock. So I'm pretty nervous about this one.
Flu game opportunity for the young lady?
That's what it is. I'm trying to plant the seed. But I asked him earlier, how's she feeling? He said, I'll get back to you soon. That was 8 hours ago.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is there any way we could get this young lady an IV and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Go be a legend. Be a legend. Big, let's
I got
see.
an L too, bro.
Oh, yeah, hit me.
Yeah, so my old lady volunteered to do some dog sitting.
Uh-oh.
So now we have 3 dogs at the crib. And she works 12-hour days, so I'm basically watching the damn dogs.
No. She volunteered
Why you
you.
gonna volunteer me?
Oh, no.
I thought, Lucius, you were going to say that you're babysitting the dog, but you like the dog and you want to keep the dog.
No, I love the dog, but we're
That's what I
outnumbered.
was. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Lucius, I'm not giving the dog back.
No.
They're taking an L because I'm not giving the dog back.
No, I remember that street dog we found and rescued?
Yeah.
That fool loves to decorate the house. And I'm talking about with poo and destroying things.
Recoloring the carpet there for you.
Man. I'm ripping up that carpet. I don't care what's below it. That's what we're going to live on.
Oh.
Do they do doggy diapers? I'm like so not in the pet world.
They do.
I would doggy diaper these bad boys, man.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, I don't want to undo the doggy diaper, but you know what? You might be right. Let it sit there for a whole 12 hours and be like, girl, since you volunteered us, you clean up all those doggy diapers. We'll be over Derek's house.
Right. Yes, dude. Oh, my gosh. Well, Godspeed to you this weekend, Lucius. We'll be pulling for you.
All right. Thank you, Chief. We have
3 more hours remaining in our Football Friday show. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. You can enter to win the Kamado Joe Kettle Joe Grill. The drawing is tomorrow. All in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off. Year-end warehouse inventory clearance with discounts up to $6,000 on some of these beautiful hot tubs from the top brands. 2 reasons why you don't have to worry about the Cowboys overlooking the Panthers. That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turned it on. Leave it on. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Is this another trap game for the Cowboys? It's time now for Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We'd love to hear from you on the truckwreck.com fan text at 877-881-1053. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. This team is every bit as bad as the Arizona Cardinals were. Cardinals beat the Cowboys, made them look bad, actually. Week 3 of this NFL season. Are you worried about something similar happening with the Carolina Panthers? Why or why not? And we'll get to your best text here in just a second. As we're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, well, this is the place to be if you want a grill or if you want a hot tub. 0% APR financing through the end of November. Interest rates sky high. Southern Leisure keeping them at 0 for you. All in-stock grills and accessories are 25% off. I figure you're not really even doing it right if you've never done Thanksgiving with a smoker. You know, you got to try it at least once in your life. Go down that path.
Yeah.
You know, I know you're eyeballing it, Chief. I know you're ready.
Yes, dude. I'm really itching to get in the game of smoking. As Snoop Dogg is bowing out, I'm trying to see if he'll tap me right in here.
There you go.
Because everything, all the smoke stuff is just better. Like, you have the chicken on, and then you try to smoke. Wow, I think I actually like that better. You get the searing smoked steak at Cousin's Barbecue. All of a sudden, you're going, my dear God, smoking steak's actually a pretty awesome idea. So, yeah, doing the turkey that way. The ham, we smoking hams?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Beautiful. Now, when you smoke it, do you still is spatchcocking still the best way to do it?
For turkey?
For a smoke?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so too, because you want the bird to cook evenly. And that's what spatchcocking does. It makes everything flat.
Yeah.
So you get the same amount of smoke and the same amount of heat around it because it's flat. When you have it, when the turkey's whole, maybe there's some parts of it that doesn't always cook equally, and some side might be done a little bit more than the other. But that's what the spatchcocking part of it does. It keeps it flat. It makes it cook more evenly.
When you nail it, though, it is just a thing of beauty.
It is a thing of beauty.
It's tough to pull off. You know, I'll be honest with you. It is one of the trickier things. It's kind of like ribs, where you can do the same thing back to back and have different products. It's just like, I'm not sure exactly what is different, but salute to those of you that can keep it consistent. But you're looking at a brining and injecting.
Exactly.
Peeling the skin back.
Peeling the skin
you
back.
You got to open up that skin, open up, put rub in there on the actual meat.
Yeah.
So you get that seasoned.
Right.
And if it all comes together perfectly, then, Brian, the final thing that I have no idea how to do with this turkey, because you only get one go around.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like we're practicing turkey every week. My skin peels. I think the grill gets too hot.
Yeah.
And the skin kind of peels off, which ruins the aesthetic of the bird when you're marching it in there for the big presentation.
I think what you need to think about then is some type of not spreading butter on top, but maybe drops. You know, taking your brush and not brushing it, but just drops of butter on top.
Okay.
But when you get to that final stage, maybe tint that thing with foil.
Yeah.
You don't let that thing get to the point. I mean, you could get it with that butter. You could crisp it up with the butter.
Yeah.
I think the advice that you gave when you're making sure when you get your turkey taken care of, when you get it out of the brine, make sure you hit that thing, paper towel that thing off. Get that thing as dry as possible. There's some people that maybe will make a little bit of crispy skin.
Yes.
They'll put that turkey back in the refrigerator overnight and let the skin get dry out. And so give you a little bit more crisp.
Well,
but the advice you gave with that slather of butter, herbs, just take that skin will come. Don't worry about ripping it. Make sure you get that breast taken care of there.
It can look right and everything, but I think the important thing is getting butter and seasoning on the meat.
Right.
And if I have to sacrifice the skin getting all jacked up or burning off or whatever it does, I'm willing to do that to get the flavor proper.
I've seen people, and this is the way I cook with turkeys. I tend to just cook with the turkey breast. I don't want the big the legs and the carcass and all that stuff. I just want the actual turkey breast so I can focus on that and make that as good as possible. That's what everybody's kind of eating on anyway. The injection, I'll peel the skin off that. I'll just completely take the skin and trim everything off that's hanging off, all those little bits and stuff, and make it as clean as possible. But I'm trying to get as much seasoning onto that meat part.
Absolutely.
Is what I'm trying to do.
And you can tell with that turkey that you were making those sandwiches with, it was properly salted.
Yeah. Well, the salt and pepper ratio to me is super important, in what you do. Like I say, make sure if you're going to keep that skin, like Dawson told you, just go underneath it. Just pull that thing up. It'll come up and then cinch it back down. You can do that.
Well, this is the time. This is the weekend where, you really should be acquiring that turkey, getting it thawed out, and then getting it brined, early.
It's not a day before thing.
No, yeah,
This is the next. If you're thinking about your Thursday right now, you need to be on the game now.
We want to get that bird in the fridge tonight, probably.
Exactly.
Sitting there thawing out until early next week.
Exactly.
And then boom, because the next thing you know, it's going to be Thursday morning, and you don't want to have to be, trying
scrambling.
To speed through that whole process.
Well, it's not defrosted, too. That's another problem. Nobody wants to throw. You're not, especially if you're deep frying a turkey. Man, you do not want any ice on that thing because that you're looking for a disaster.
That's how you burn your house down.
Exactly.
Right there. Yeah. If you're looking to get into frying turkeys, you're a brave man.
Done it a couple of times.
They're so good.
They are great. You put on when you're carving them. You need your rain suit. Because the juice is flying out of that thing.
That's awesome. Where you just want to peel the skin off and just eat it by itself because it's so incredible.
It's good. Yeah.
Okay. Trap game at 877-881-1053.
That was the most fun we've had this week talking.
I love talking about your turkey breast.
I do love talking about breast.
Micah Parsons on a possible letdown like they had versus Arizona. What do you think about it? He said, we already made that mistake once. We can't make it twice. Yeah. I think during that time there was a lot of adversity that the team was facing. We were missing half our O-line. We're way more healthy, way more locked in. It's November, December football. We can't have those kind of mishaps happen. We got to go out there and win at 877-881-1053. They are healthier. I think that's key. I'm not worried about a letdown at all. The Cowboys were undefeated. They had a historic first 2 weeks. You just can't get that overconfident again. It's impossible for this year's Cowboys, after losing to Arizona, at one point losing 3 out of 6 games. There's nothing that could transpire for the rest of the season that could put them in such a bad mental state that they would go out and play as bad as they did against Arizona week 3. What do you think of that?
I agree. I'm with you. Like you've already seen how low this thing can go if you let it, and that's losing to a team that can't beat anybody other than you in Arizona.
Yeah.
So I think part of the reason you're confident going into this one, amongst a million reasons, being the better team, is also knowing what we know about. Hey, they've already had their one mistake, so that taste is still in their mouth a little bit. And it's not like they're on some crazy run here. They just lost to Philadelphia, what feels like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So everything's out in front of them. They need to go dominate, and they can be sold, I think, a little bit on the fact, too, of like what you were saying, Broadus. You want to see this offense in particular do it on the road.
Right.
Like every time you guys are jumping up and down and loving each other, you're at AT&T Stadium. Let's go into someone else's house and dominate.
Yeah, the fact that Frank Reich and his staff felt it's important to work on some silent count on a home game tells you that they feel like that the Cowboy fans are going to be very prevalent there. So take advantage of the Cowboy fans being in the building and working through that. But you're also playing right now some really good football offensively. When you look at Dak Prescott, what CeeDee Lamb's doing, you got Brandon Cooks on the go now. You got Tyron Smith playing at a very, very high level. We always talk about block the front. Block the front, you run the ball, you look for balance, you find some things to build on. Dak's doing everything he can not to turn the ball over. They've done a really great job with that so far. So just go into attack mode on these guys.
Yeah.
There's no reason for Carolina, with as many people as they're missing right now, they're not going to have Horn. They're not going to have Henderson. They're compromised in a lot of different areas. They're playing with a highly touted rookie quarterback right now who doesn't look like he's ready to play.
Yeah.
Don't let
Needs
him
some
get
seasoning.
any confidence at all.
No. You don't want that to happen, and it can happen. I mean, we've seen the Cowboys lose to some teams that have been head scratchers. It's not just Arizona this year. But I think the fact that the players know that is the biggest key. Chief, though, you're talking about the road, though, and, to me, part of me says it's just Arizona, and the history there is impressive and it's compelling, right? It's Cowboys go to Arizona and they lose. I was thinking they're not going to go to Carolina and lose, but maybe they go commit 12 penalties.
Yeah.
It is crazy how many more penalties and how many more turnovers they're throwing out there once they get on the road. They have been two totally different teams. So if you want to build a case to like be paranoid, it is there for the taking. But then they don't like. How much is Bryce Young going to run? Right. I think that's another key.
See, that's I don't think he wants to run, but he's capable of running. That's the thing about it is
and now you have a play caller who's desperate.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You're going back to the head coach who's now calling plays. And I always like to say, if you feel like you're overmatched, what's the one thing that gives the Cowboys defense problems? It's when you make them have to play a disciplined game. It's like, oh, hey, we got to face some RPOs here. Oh, quarterback pulls and runs. Oh, here's another fake, but now we're going to throw it to the outside. Oh, wait, we're not going to handle the screen very well over here. Anything to do with the Cowboys have to play with some discipline seems to get them problems. And if I was Frank Reich, I would think about, I can't beat these guys straight up, I don't think, with my offensive line.
No.
But I've got to maybe turn this into kind of a college game.
That's when it goes bad, and then Dan Quinn says stuff like, you have to earn the right to rush the passer by playing with discipline. You get a Micah Parsons who had no big plays last week at all. Did he even have a tackle? I don't know.
No, he had a pressure off a twist, which got Gallimore home.
Yeah. So he was part of some successful plays, but like, is he thinking right now, we need to go make plays instead of we need to do our job? And that's when a number of Cowboys do that is when they can be absolutely embarrassed. Okay, Jerry Jones talking Cowboys football with you this morning with the KMC Masterpiece. Here he is, cut 2 on the Panthers and the challenges of having a young quarterback, which they do.
One of the biggest challenges in sport is for a player to come in and initially have his first steps in the NFL playing quarterback. And I'm reminded of Aikman when his early years of protections, sensing where the protection needed to come from, just those kinds of things alone. So, unlike so many other sports, you have to have a sense of what's happening around you, and especially at that spot, not only for your protection, but where you're going with the ball in case you're throwing the ball. And then you've really usually gotten quite a responsibility on setting it up before the snap, and then, of course, you're reading after the snap. Now, I don't need to go into all of that. It is, without a doubt, the hardest position that I know of to play and have the normal athletic abilities come out that I know of in sport.
Yeah, and he has tremendous athletic ability if he gets comfortable. Yes. If you let him get comfortable, it'll be one of the biggest disappointments the Cowboys have had.
It would be, but everything that Jerry said was right about the issues that Bryce Young is going through right now. You could tell there's times where he is holding the ball, he's not reading the coverages the right way, and we always talk about eye level with a quarterback. It's down on the rush, and that's giving him problems.
Okay, one more cut here. What Jerry talked about with Coach McCarthy before the season started.
What was discussed is that we have in place a lot of great fundamentals that, of course, that we have had with Dak, over the ensuing years. You don't want to throw all that out with the trash. We want to build off of it. And then Mike, has been around this for the last 3 years. And so we want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of now the experience you have and the opportunity to be with a quarterback. And that's one of my most frustrating things is they haven't, with their pocketbooks, really gone for it in any one of these years, Brian.
I think the one thing that Mike McCarthy, you need to give him credit, is for his ability to listen. Something happened, and Jerry taught me, the question was about what did you talk about and all this, that, and the other. There was a conversation after that San Francisco game.
Yeah.
Clearly there was. CeeDee Lamb went to Dak Prescott and said, bro, we cannot operate this way. We can't. We've got to figure out some different things here. And to Mike McCarthy's credit and the staff's credit, they've made some adjustments. They are a different team offensively since that San Francisco game. There are motions. There are route combinations. There are getting guys involved. There's more than just throwing slants and flats and stuff like that. the issues they've had are goal-to-go situations. Still a problem. Simple fix in my book, get underneath center, hand the ball to Hunter Lipke, hand the ball to Rico Dowdle, take Pollard out of the game in those situations. That's a simple fix to me. Play 4 plays in a row in shotgun, you're probably going to get stopped on the goal line.
But they're also talking about like how the offense has evolved, and early on, Mike McCarthy felt like we had to take the responsibility off of Dak.
That's exactly where I think.
And I think throughout this year they figured out we can't take that much off, especially if we're going to run the ball like this.
They went from like going, okay, we need to kind of watch Dak to like really watching Dak, and then they realized, wait a minute, we're over watching Dak here.
Yeah.
We got to let him play a little bit more. And he's done a great job. When they've asked him to play, he's gone out and played.
See, what I think Mike didn't know that he would have known if he was around in 2016 is naturally Dak will protect the football.
He will.
Yeah.
He absolutely will.
He's gonna make big plays when it's asked of him. But like he came into the league looking to protect the football and not turn it over. And I think after last year, they were like, wow, we really got a problem here and we got to get through to Dak. And what ended up happening is you had, less big plays.
They
less
overcorrected. They overcorrected. Now they've spun it back to where it's manageable.
I hope it can hold against the better defenses, and I hope they can get a run game going as well, because they're going to scout this up, and I think they're going to face a counterpunch here in the coming weeks. Wooly Bully's Top 10's coming up next. Now, Zach is out. He's on assignment being a big family man. He's getting married and all that. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. And the Chief has the top 10 next. What's the subject matter?
Let's celebrate National Bread and Butter Day. What is the best type of bread next year in the nation?
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every Factory.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Come enter to win a Kamado Joe Kettle Joe grill. The drawing is tomorrow. All in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off. That's at all Southern Leisure locations today. Go get that grill to smoke your turkey or make your steaks or whatever you want to make. Southern Leisure is the place to be. This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car, truck wrecks, and DFW. If you or a loved one's hurt in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here he is with Zach's Top 10. Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Happy National Bread Day and Happy National Butter Day. It's not National Bread and Butter Day. It's National Bread Day as its own category, and then we are also in the same day, I imagine for good reason. It's a great duo, bread and butter, but it is separately also National Butter Day. Wow. So I went ahead with the breads. Okay, I think we all got respect for the bread here. What is your favorite kind of bread? I do think the NFL's in a bit of a situation here, or specifically, the Bengals. But when it comes to Joe Burrow, he's going to be out for the season. But we talked about the conspiracy theory going into last night where there were photos of him wearing some type of wrist guard thing that you might see at a bowling alley near you. And we were going, what's the deal? The Bengals delete the picture. Okay, is he banged up? Does he have a hand, wrist? What's going on? Of course, he gets the wrist injury in the game. He's now out for the season. But in a world where it's legalized gambling,
yes,
and he was not on the injury report,
yes.
And now I'm somebody going, okay, well, I bet on the Bengals, thinking that they had a healthy Joe Burrow. They clearly did not. Now this is a problem.
This is a big problem for the Cincinnati Bengals and
for the NFL.
And for the NFL. But the NFL is the ones that are going to police this. They're the ones. Jerry Jones on this morning with Sean and RJ, or was he with the midday show?
Yeah, KNC.
Yep. I was like, they asked him the question about that. Hagee asked him the question about, and Jerry was talking. The word he mentioned was transparency. The league wants absolute transparency when it comes to the health of your team. Coaches don't want to give it up. Coaches don't want to make anything in a way to kind of give anybody an unfair advantage or an advantage over them. But the league is serious about that, and I would not be surprised if they find out that Joe Burrow was not on the injury report for a sprained wrist or some kind of wrist injury. If that's the case, there's going to be a heavy fine and maybe even a loss of some draft picks.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, millions of dollars are on the line here. I would love it if they could just do like hockey and say, we're not going to give you any information. But the problem is the wise guys find the info.
Right.
So if you want to have an even playing field, or, you want to avoid the kind of drama that's going to arrive from some people having the info and some people not, I think they're doing it the right way, but it works for hockey. I would lean into that. Who cares? Figure it out. It's gambling, right? There's a lot of things you're gambling on, and like that quest for information is the edge you can get.
Yeah, but if I was gambling hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm sitting there, and I'm sure if I was gambling hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'd probably have really good information. I wouldn't be a casual. You're not a casual bettor betting hundreds of thousands of dollars. But I know one thing. If I knew that Joe Burrow had a right injured wrist going in that football game, I would have absolutely loaded up on the Ravens.
Yeah.
I would have even if I thought Cincinnati, I like Cincinnati. Wait, Burrow's got a hurt wrist going into this game and he's going to play? Give me the Ravens and I'll lay the 2.5 points or whatever it was.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. All right, 877-881-1053. The Woolly Bully's out today. He's moving into a home.
It's a home.
With his fiance. I mean, how about that? That's a big day.
So grown up.
A giant, monstrous day here.
Zach
in the
Martin
world of the
approved
Woolly
yesterday,
Bully.
remember? Zach Martin told him it's a good idea to live together to kind of figure things out.
You got to make sure you don't drive her totally crazy.
Right.
Right. We know she's going to drive us crazy, and we just put up with it.
Right.
We're signing up for it.
Yep.
Yeah, the inevitabilities.
Yeah.
So, and he's moving. He's having to do the double move. They're moving her out of her apartment today and into the house, and him out of his apartment into the house. I mean, just a nightmare.
Yes.
A really, really, really tough day, I would imagine. Once you get settled in, it's beautiful, but it takes a while.
I mean, you could have boxes floating around that place for months before you really dig into all of it. So
they're still in the honeymoon phase, though. That's not. It's not bothering him. He's loving this right now. He's probably showing off his little muscles as he's lifting boxes he shouldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's when you're 16 years deep and you're like, God darn it, I said pick it up.
No, you're right. You're right. And shout out to Walchuk for not asking any one of us, right?
That is
that
is a definition of a true friend.
Yeah.
If you will not ask another to help you move, you are a true friend.
Yeah, it's pricey, but it's worth just getting those movers and letting them knock it out, man.
Yeah.
Maybe 22, 23 years old, I'm willing to ask a buddy, but after about 26, 27, it's a for sure no.
Yeah, I fell out with some cousins because I asked them to help me move one time. I was like, man, I get y'all some pizza and beer. They was like, pizza and beer?
Yeah. Maybe $20 an hour.
They really fell out with me, bro.
That's amazing, man. They don't talk to you even during the holiday season, Lucius. They avoid you.
They definitely don't come by the crib.
Yeah.
But you ask your friends to help you move, there's always something that gets broken. You bang the couch into the door or something like that, or somebody gets hurt.
They're going to end up drinking beer all day.
It's not worth losing a friendship over damn it, Dawson, watch where you're going. I mean, you get late in the day, you're getting tired. And you just don't want to, but then you bang something into a big old gash in the wall or something like that. And then you're like, why did I even ask you?
I'll tell you the biggest pitfall with those people today, though, Wolchuk and his fiancée, is all of the things that can be found in these miscellaneous boxes from your life in the past.
Ooh.
The pictures of a lover.
That's good.
The intimacy swing that you've never used.
Right.
Where's this from?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's an interesting piece of lingerie, honey.
That doesn't smell like me.
Yes. There's all kinds of things that you forgot about in the back of your closet.
Didn't care. Yep.
But,
Totally.
But you're picking your closet. I mean, you're picking everything up for you. You're doing that by yourself, right? You're kind of picking your stuff up.
You should.
So you're going through that and throwing stuff out. Matter of fact, going to the next place.
You're proactive, though. But rookie mover guy?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been caught there. I've
Busy
been caught
guy.
slipping.
I mean, Bully's doing the pre and post game show.
You got
been
caught
there?
slipping on this?
Well, just here's a random scrapbook that some random girl made that you didn't even. It's been collecting dust, but now all of a sudden it's a topic of conversation. Now I gotta start defending myself.
Eric and Angela forever. They got you all hugged up with your Letterman jacket on.
Yes.
Her and her mom and everything, bro.
Always the Letterman. Always that Letterman.
Yeah, and she's just fine. You know? Solid 9'8".
Always.
Man, as soon as
bringing it.
As soon as you're in that relationship, all those things are gone, right? You're not keeping any of that stuff.
Yeah, no, for sure.
What are you keeping it for?
You thought you got rid of it.
Right, this is like mom and
Don't
dad's
admit
house.
it,
This is many years. This isn't your college apartment. This isn't your 30 years old and you're still. This is like I'm moving out of my parents' house that I've lived in forever, and I'm discovering things that, oh my gosh, this is like 10 years old. But I didn't even realize this was still here. Oh my gosh, I got a bunch of coupons. I never cashed in on that one thing.
Yes. Dang.
You start kicking yourself a little bit there.
Is that still her number?
Right. Is there any expiration dates on these coupons?
Oh, my man is dialing that number. Figure that out, right?
Who are you on the phone with, honey?
Hi, Candy. I just found your number.
So all these thoughts are going on in your head, and you're trying to tell the new love of your life that it's a nothing burger.
You just
That's
don't.
okay.
It's
total chaos.
You don't give her the chance. You don't.
I barely even
give her the
remember
chance.
doing that.
All that stuff is gone.
You're right.
That's not even.
You're right.
You're not even thinking about carrying that to the next place.
No, I hear you. Okay, let's get into these breads, boys. Lucius, what's the top bread in your opinion?
The kind you can stack, baby.
That's it. I knew this. I knew this was going that way.
No question about it. That's the one seed.
Yep.
What about the kind that you put in your mouth?
I'm not a big bread guy. I don't like a lot of bread.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. This is. I think Lucius has some of the hottest food takes out there. When you consider the French fry take, Lucius. When you consider never had a pretzel. I mean, that hits me from time to time.
To me, yeah.
Never had a pretzel. And so kudos to you, man.
I didn't have Cinnamon Toast Crunch since I was an adult. On this show, in fact. Wow. Yeah, I was pressured.
What a day. You didn't even want it. You didn't even want it, bro. Outstanding. Lucius just scoffs when they bring the bread and the butter to the table before he's ordered his entree.
He's at a restaurant. They put it out. He just pushes the basket away.
Thanks, but no thanks.
His hand push away. Yeah.
You know, I do. I love the Pillsbury crescent roll, not the croissant, the crescent. I think that's just outstanding. That might be my favorite bread. A good brioche, the Outback loaf, Outback Steakhouse brown loaf.
Yeah,
it's fire
usually made with some kind of whiskey or something like that.
Is that what's going on in there?
Yeah, it's a whiskey bread.
Hawaiian rolls.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes, but I don't know if there's many biscuits that I don't like. A buttermilk biscuit, amazing.
Absolutely, dude. Well said. And I'm with you. I had to Google the crescent roll, but I totally understand where you're at now. It's not quite the croissant, but it's in the same family tree. And
it's like delicious. The American version of the croissant.
Yes, yes. And croissants still getting it done in a huge way.
Absolutely.
The versatility of the croissant. Maybe it's a dessert sort of pastry croissant. Maybe it's a breakfast sandwich croissant. But it is pretty special. Broadest bread.
I tell you what, I embarrass myself at that Einstein Bagels place.
Oh yeah.
I walk in there, and you know what? And they're like, "Well, how would you like that?" I go put them in the bag.
Yeah.
I don't want them cut. I don't want them toasted. Just put the damn bagels in the bag. And I had a conversation yesterday. The lady behind me is like, he ordered a chocolate chip one, a blueberry one, and a green chili. He had to, I'm like, thank you, ma'am, for remembering what I ordered. And all I asked for was just put it in the damn bag. And I'm on my way.
Just put the bagel in the bag. Put the bagel in the bag,
and let's go.
So you're just biting that bagel. You don't need to cut it. You don't need to put the schmear on it. You don't need to dip it, toast it, nothing.
I just straight bagel. Yeah.
Kudos to you. Okay, let's jump into these breads. Cornbread, outside looking in, bit surprising. Shout out to our guy Ruben, who did a little Mavs project that we're going to get to in the rim sesh here in a few minutes. But he also did a little jalapeno cornbread situation a few weeks back.
Oh yeah.
Didn't get to try it, but it looked outstanding. I think that's a heady play.
Cornbread can dominate. It really can.
Cornbread with chili is really
just don't overcook it.
Yeah, don't overcook it.
Yeah, don't dry that bad boy out. Pita bread outside looking in. Brioche actually outside looking in.
Brioche was what I used the other day on the Thanksgiving sandwiches.
Okay.
Yeah, the bun.
Yes.
Brioche. It's a heavyweight bun.
It's a good play. Monkey bread outside looking in, dude. That's crazy.
That's somewhere between a cinnamon roll and bread, right?
Yes, man. It is. Gosh, I think they called it crazy bread maybe at Little Caesars. I used to crush it at Little Caesars.
Is it twisted up? Is that why it's?
Yeah, they got that. They got the twist. It's a great presentation, but then you taste it and you're like, it tastes even better than it looks.
Yeah.
Tortilla.
We're heading for this Christmas brunch in a couple of weeks. We do it every year in Bend. It's got crazy monkey bread.
Oh my gosh, dude, I'm jealous of that. Tortilla comes in at number 10. Okay. Banana bread. Banana bread. Lucius, I know you love the banana bread. There he is.
There we go with some butter on it, bro.
Some butter, dude.
Yeah. Put it in the microwave for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Get a little hot.
Yes, dude. Are you going coffee or are you going milk with that, Lucius?
Yeah, almond milk. Yep. The vanilla flavored.
Boom.
Yep. Coors Light.
Coors Light, buddy.
Ciabatta comes in at number 8.
That's
I'm here
good.
for some ciabatta.
Yeah, that's good.
The biscuits at number 7. The bagels at 6.
Bagels at 6. Still in a bag.
A little Mediterranean naan at 5.
That's tear bread. Tear it up. Yeah, it's good.
You tear and then you dip into some oil or something.
And like
hummus.
hummus, olive oil, herbs. Oh man, yes.
Croissants on the Mount Rushmore coming in at number 4, as it should be.
Too flaky.
Oh, too flaky.
No
such thing.
Yes.
My dear God, too flaky.
Too flaky.
How about too hard? Let's get to the baguette. That's something that's a Jawser size situation when you're eating the baguette sando. Yeah. I mean, it's just it's a lot to chew. It's a lot to chew.
Crust could be devastating to gums because it's how hard the crust could be. You're right.
I'll pull a tooth out.
Yeah.
The baguette's at 3. Sourdough comes in at number 2.
Not a bad. I appreciate Mike Bassett today explaining how you make sourdough bread. He's actually right.
Yeah.
Impossible.
The fermentation and all that.
I refuse to believe anything you just said.
He was dead on it. And everybody on his show was like going, okay.
He might have been dead on with that one, but yesterday he lost all credibility when he thought a mouse and a possum were in the same family of animals.
Remember he was trying to convince everybody? And I just kind of quit. I quit. I admit it. I kind of like, Mike, I don't have that. And Gavin's over there like, it's a marsupial.
With the pouch. And he was getting real National Geographic
looking around, nodding at everybody.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I just thought they were rodents. They're a little gray with tails. They're the same.
Those teeth,
Tomato. I'm with you, Baskey. Garlic bread is number one.
Boom.
Boys and girls, garlic bread. Cheese it up.
Yeah, cheese it up.
My heavens, garlic bread.
Butter it up.
I love you.
We used to go back and forth between the French bread and the Italian bread.
Yeah.
I think the Italian, they did it better.
Yeah.
More
the
butter.
Herbs and all that stuff.
Yeah, they nailed it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chiafalo, filling in for his nosebleed brother, Zach Wolchuk, who is on assignment, has a big weekend, getting it done in a lot of different ways. We are getting it done at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, the best place for you to do some shopping. Get that grill today, 25% off. You know you want it, whether it's a Kamado Joe, a Big Green Egg, a pellet grill, gas grill. They got all the good ones. 0% APR financing. And if you've been eyeballing a hot tub, today's the day with 0% APR and factory rebates up to $1,500. Okay, you mentioned that rim session, Chief. Is there some good association content?
Yeah, we got a little Mavs research project here when it comes to the clutch and bad parenting next year in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, will it be another cruise control recap of Cowboys in Carolina? We'll do star up, star
Hey, come on out to the 105.3 The Fan official watch party for the Cowboys with me as they take on Carolina at Old 75 off 75 in Richardson. Kickoff is at noon, so let's get ready to party Sunday.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with the unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Sounds good to me. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. If you want to stop by, you can get 25% off all grilling accessories and grills, 0% financing on these hot tubs. Some of the best hot tubs you can imagine for your backyard, your patio. Heck, I suppose your bathroom. You know, if you got a big enough bathroom, you could park one of these in there. Just have it be your bathtub. It's time now, though, for the Chief to take us around that rim. Here we go.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Broadus has a Mavericks take, and then you find out he absolutely freaking nailed it. We've got ourselves a little Mavs research project going on after the first segment of the program.
Ruby, help me out on that one?
This team in the clutch, yeah, Mr. Rubin, Mr. Basketball over there, engineering the hell out of this broadcast. Yep. I mean, he can engineer your broadcast. He can dial up a little jalapeno cornbread for you, and then he can hit you with a little Mavs research project.
Last week we were doing Cowboys Post, and they were playing, I believe they were playing New Orleans. And Ruby put it up while we're doing it, so he had the screen up. We're doing the Post. I'm arguing with fans, an 8-minute rant about, kind of things going on there. But we got the Mavs game on.
It's good.
So my man, he loves him some association.
Hey man, that's a guy who pays for NBA League Pass. Yeah. Okay, he's not messing around with his basketballs.
Hey, you pay for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
He shook.
He has NBA League Pass.
Shout out to the Pirates.
You got it.
Yeah, man, I love the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I do love the Pittsburgh Pirates too, and the Somali Pirates. They get a bad rap, I think.
What about the Caribbean?
Pirates of the Caribbean. Jack Sparrow's an all-time character, right?
I think so. Yeah, he's a legend. Now, you brought us mention we were talking about how the defense is still an issue overall
that was
when it comes.
That was just an eye test deal.
Yeah,
I'm glad
for sure.
I was right.
Well, no, it's
somewhat right.
It's great when the numbers back up the eye test and vice versa. And so you mentioned how, hey, this Mavericks defense right now is not where you want it to be. It's bottom third in the league in terms of defensive rating. And so you're going to need to get that closer into the top 20 instead of being in the mid-20s there. But you mentioned that in the clutch, it seems like, man, when it's time to hunker down in the final few minutes of a game,
they slap the floor and play defense.
They do. And you'll see that the Mavericks in the clutch, which is the final 5 minutes of a game that is within 5 points, the Mavericks have the third best defensive rating.
Let's go, Brian. Good eye.
The champion Nuggets and the Eastern Conference co-champion or whatever, Celtics are number 2. So those are legit teams, and you're right there with them in terms of defensive rating in the clutch, and that's hugely important. And I think a lot of that has to do with, hey, in the final few minutes of a game, you know who the Mavericks are going to have on the court. It's going to be Luka and Kyrie for sure. And Luka and Kyrie are at a stage of superstardom where they can pick their spots defensively. And I think we've all been pretty impressed with their defensive efforts, for the most part throughout this short season to this point, but especially when it comes late in the game, that they're really going to dial in those moments. And so when you get great effort from those two guys, you're always going to get great effort from the other three because they have to. They're role player dudes.
They have no choice.
So
they see the others playing well and they got to go.
So I don't know if top 3 is sustainable, but maybe top 10 is.
Yeah. And how that can help you. I mean, the way you close out quarters and especially close out games is hugely important. So that's what the Mavericks are going to need to do to overcome the fact that by and large they're not going, like, defense is never really going to be an advantage for them over the course of 4 quarters against many teams, but your offense is pretty much always going to be an advantage. So you can out offense your poor defense, but also can you find little ways defensively to come up big? And they have the margin for error because of their great offense. So I think it's pretty cool, and it was a great note by you, Broadus, and we got it confirmed by Ruben, so thank you.
Good eye.
Appreciate the teamwork. Really do.
All right, let's get to some bad parenting here. We go to the ESPN broadcast. Doc Rivers is calling games now, and I haven't heard him actually call a game yet.
Has anybody Gavin, you heard him at all do games? Doc Rivers?
Not this go around.
I haven't
I've heard
either.
him in the past,
I'm sorry,
though.
man. Now here's something I'm not
good.
prepared on.
Yeah, he's good, but he makes
Is
me
he
rub.
good?
Yeah, he makes me rub my throat like every 15 minutes. So I'm like,
yeah. I need a peppermint patty or something.
Damn.
Take a
Get
sip
that man a
of
throat
your
lozenge.
take a sip of your drink while you're watching.
Yeah, like what the hell's going on in my throat?
I get a sore throat watching Doc Rivers games. But here he is. It was Kings and Lakers earlier this week, and I believe this would be considered by any rational human being to be extremely poor parenting, Doc Rivers.
This is the story maybe of the decade. Doc, you got to tell, who did you hire to be your babysitter? Not your babysitter, your kid's babysitter?
Well, it was a one-time thing, but when I was in San Antonio, I wanted to go out, and we used Dennis Rodman for one night babysitting Austin, which explains Austin and some of our kids. I don't know if I'm parent of the year or the worst parent.
What made you go to Dennis Rodman of all the choices?
He was over the house, and he actually said, hey, I can do that. I love babysitting. And he did it. He did a great job. The house was a mess.
You're probably fortunate it was just the house that was a mess and the kids were okay. Transition opportunity.
House was a mess. Transition opportunity here for the Lakers.
Yeah, it's always a transition
It's always
opportunity.
a transition opportunity.
When Rodman's in the building. I think that was, my dear God, of all the people, all the teammates, Doc Rivers must have really wanted to go out that night. I wonder what city he was in.
San Antonio, right?
maybe knew Dennis Rodman well. Yeah. Like, some people, they surprise you how they interact with kids. Next thing you know, you're like, wow. Maybe this isn't that crazy of an idea. If you eliminate like drugs, alcohol, and sexy women, maybe Dennis Rodman could be responsible for like 4 hours.
I was going to set the over-under at 4 minutes.
4 minutes, yeah.
I would say that's quite an education for the kids if all those things were involved. Like, Dad, can we have Dennis do more? Yeah, we want him again next time.
Yeah.
The boys are
if you're young Austin Rivers, maybe 13 or 14 years old, it could get real interesting.
Exactly.
You'd have a new favorite babysitter real quick.
Exactly. Well, there's your and Beverly and everybody else that came on over.
Thank you so much, Eric. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Factory rebates up to $1,500 on the Bullfrog Spas. That's good through the end of November. 0% APR financing through the end of the month as well. And you stop by this Flower Mound location. They're doing a drawing for a Kamado Joe Kettle Joe grill. It's a great grill, and they're doing the drawing for that tomorrow, plus 25% off all in-stock grills and accessories. And we're having a great time here. 2 hours to go in the show. Looks like Football's Finest is up next. Chief, back to back to back. Where are you taking us next, buddy?
Football's Finest audio edition featuring a couple of mics, a beast, and a felon, all next year in the nation.
But check it out. It is the weekend, and if you want or need a new vehicle, the old-fashioned way would be to go into a dealership.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. General at your service, at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Has LA Live coming up here in about 40 minutes. And Eric Chiafalo is here. Zach Wolchuk is on assignment all weekend long. Send him some love on social media. Time now for an edition of Football's Finest, and here is Eric Chiafalo.
We got some great football sounds to play for you here over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. I did want to show you guys this 3-leg parlay that a gentleman laid $10 on before the season. Should he pull out of it and cash out now, or should he just run with it? Before the season, it was plus 245,000 on the odds.
Holy cow.
So it's a 3-leg parlay. He got Jalen Hurts, regular season MVP at plus 1,200. He got TJ Watt to be the defensive player of the year at plus 800. And then Tyreek Hill plus 2,000 for offensive player of the year. That's the 3-leg parlay. He laid $10 on it. He could cash out now at almost $500, but the total payout would be about $25,000.
Okay, I'm going to let it ride. I needed to get to a number where it's somewhat like worth a celebration. $500, cool. You know, we can go to a really nice dinner. I want to go on a vacation. I want to buy a car. I want to make a couple of mortgage payments. I'm not doing that for $500, but I'm starting to get intrigued. I don't need to ride these things all the way to the end. I'm not going to make it 99% of the way there and then be like, nope, I want the whole deal. I'll settle, but we got to be well into the 4 figures before I get there, Chief.
Which leg do you worry about the most?
TJ Watt being decoy. I think, and I don't know what the odds are right now for these guys, so I might be speaking out of turn, but I think for me, TJ Watt being decoy that would be the one, because I think Jalen Hurts, right now he's the leader in the clubhouse to be MVP. And Tyreek Hill, offensive player of the year, that
seems like the lock.
Yeah, that seems like he's certainly in the top 2 or 3 for that one. And TJ Watt certainly got a chance. It's not like he's just got some random defensive player there. So I'm with you, General. I think that you're going to need to let Jalen Hurts and Tyreek Hill in particular keep dominating. And then all of a sudden you get to well over 1,000 into the couple of thousands. And then you say, okay, maybe it's pullout time.
I kind of worry about TJ Watt's health down the stretch.
All these guys, really. Jalen Hurts.
Well, Hurts, I think Hurts can, Hurts is playing through some things right now, I think, with that knee. But there always seems to be that TJ Watt, that growing injury is right around the corner.
I got odds from just a couple of days ago. He's sitting at plus 225. Your favorites, Myles Garrett at 175, and Micah Parsons is in there actually at plus 200, which is a horrible bet right now. But yeah, I think all of those are good bets. And the $500 isn't enough.
No, I agree.
No, Vegas needs to be kicking this thing up here pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
On a $10 bet though.
$10 bet.
Yeah,
$10 bet.
But they're looking at it now. It's a $25,000 payoff.
Right.
Yeah, that's the relevant number right now.
Yeah. No, I understand. That's $25,000.
What do you let it get to?
What do you let
$5,000?
That's going to say. Does it get to $2,500? What if it gets to $2,500 for you? You walking it?
I don't think I'm walking it. I think I'm going to push this as long as I can, because all these guys are going to be in the mix here as the season winds down.
And I feel like the sports book is trying to take advantage of you. They're trying to take advantage of your fear and your greed, and they're giving you a crappy payout right now. If it jumps to $2,500 in a week, it's because all 3 of those guys had a great game, and the implied value is significantly more than $2,500. I got to call the manager up here at the sports book and be like, dude, if you're going to get me off this bet, you got to come correct on Monday. Enough of this nonsense.
See, I would have been worried to make the bet, like I said, just because of TJ Watt and availability. That's where I would have.
But he's clearly in the mix. I mean,
he is in the mix.
So that's a heck of a parlay right there. That right now is looking really, really nice, and $500 is definitely not going to do it.
What a fun bet!
More. Yeah, that's a fun bet for sure.
That's why I like playing poker tournaments. I couldn't stomach the idea of like losing $400 or $500 sitting there playing poker all night with people, dollar for dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Let me buy in for $10 or $20 and see if I can be the grand winner for $500.
Yes,
that's my kind of odds.
All right, let's get you some football sounds of the day. We'll start in Pittsburgh with head coach Mike Tomlin, and I mean everything's looking good right now for Pittsburgh. They're sitting at 6-3.
No, they still got Matt Canada as their OC.
No, that hurts. I mean, in terms of winning a Super Bowl, doing something special, but like getting to the playoffs is very realistic now.
Yeah, it is
that
realistic.
Deshaun Watson's out in Cleveland, Burrow's out in Cincinnati. Yeah. You're 6-3. I mean, that's
you're
it's a
still
good day.
bad on offense, though.
For sure. There's no question about it. That'll be your Achilles heel. But here's Mike Tomlin being the master motivator. Right before kickoff on Sunday, he went up to his long-tenured defensive tackle, Cam Hayward, and had some words for him.
Hey, don't be acting old today. I'm not. We'll take care of your ass all next week. All right. But your ass can't be old today. I got you. You sit on the couch till Thursday. But we need your old ass today. Let's go. I got you. We're the gatekeeper.
I like that there from Tomlin. Master motivator. Who's the best motivator from a coach standpoint that you've come across, Broadus?
I'll tell you what. Can I tell a real quick story? I hope it's quick.
Yes.
Urban Fryer. Do you remember Urban Fryer that used to play, was a wide receiver with the Philadelphia Eagles?
Absolutely.
Urban Fryer has a history of where he's, if you Google him, it's not a pretty history of some off-the-field things but then he became a reverend. And I remember John Gruden one time walked up to him before a game, we were stretching, and he goes, "Hey, Rev, I need that mean, nasty SOB that used to be in your body playing today. I need that guy that was mean and nasty and did bad things to people.
Channel that guy.
I need that guy today." Urban Fryer looked at him and goes, "Yes, sir." But John,
that's awesome.
I mean, he's stretching for the game. I'm standing there, John. "Rev, I need that mean, nasty SOB that used to be in your
with
body."
the hard R. I think, I wanted to walk that one back in real time.
Well, now it works. You know, we talk about Gruden or something, I can throw it in there. You know what I mean?
That one stuck with me. I was like, oh, my dear God.
I think Bruce Bochy is the greatest motivator I've ever seen. You know what I'm talking about?
That's a good call.
Sure.
That's an absolutely good
What
call.
a beast.
All right, speaking of beast, great transition here. Let's get to beast mode. Marshawn Lynch, listen to him talk about when he started taking his money seriously as only beast mode can.
My financial advisor came in, and he came in there and he was talking, and I had this thing where I could go to sleep standing straight up. And so he came in and he started talking all and I fell asleep straight up.
It goes in one ear out the other.
Man, it didn't go in no ear. I'm asleep, dead to the world.
Yeah.
And he make he don't say nothing. So as he finishing up, and he, you know what I mean, kind of come to, and up on the board, I see all these names. And these are names of NFL players who, I thought if you play in the NFL, you like the richest person in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at all these names, and I'm saying, like, they got a number on the side to the right of their name in another column, and I'm like, damn, like they got all this money.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of it, we go through like 3 slides, and I'm talking about maybe some of the most notable names in football. And at the end, he say, all bankrupt. And I'm like, what the f***?
Yeah.
Like, no money. I'm like, nah, hell no.
Right.
Now I'm up.
Yeah.
But now it's presentation.
Now I'm awake. Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, hold on. What you mean they bankrupt? Like,
yeah.
I seen some of the names of individuals who, I look up to. Like, nah, what the f***? So after he said, man, you slept through my whole meeting. I said, yeah, I did. You know what, my bad. But
can you start from the beginning again?
The part where you said all of these players up here is broke now. Like, what the f*** is going on?
And the number next to them are the millions in debt they are.
Yeah. Man, and I'm like, how do I not become one of them?
Good for you. Good for you.
Well, you know what, Marshawn? First of all, you can't go to sleep in my meeting. How do you right. Quit bringing up old shit. We talking about moving forward.
Oh, man, what a great piece of audio.
Yeah.
And that'll do it. I think it was him and Gronk that like never spent a game check. It was all their endorsement money that they were living off of.
Yep.
And we just bank all of their game checks, and it's doable. I wish there were a lot more stories like that, but unfortunately, it's human nature. Most of your lottery winners are broke as well.
Sure.
Yeah, man, that's wild when you see some of that, and we don't even have all the details. But those guys, they get the legit list of who knows how many dudes that we don't even think about that could be struggling financially.
Yeah,
that had great careers.
Andre Rison was one I remember.
The great thing is, I think, even if you're irresponsible throughout your entire career, if you're a big enough star, you can go be a spokesman in a college town or in a pro town usually. But yeah, there are stories because there's tons of dudes that weren't big enough names or did not play in a place like Dallas where the entire fan base is going to remember you for 40 or 50 years.
All right.
Some of these football towns you can end up, it's like the fan base almost looks at it like DFW looks at hockey. You have your big pocket of passionate fans, but the majority of the sports city is kind of watching other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, man. Tons of financial horror stories throughout the world of sports. The idea that Marshawn Lynch was sleeping standing up during a very important financial meeting is pretty dang hilarious. Quite the talent.
That's a level
standing
of
up and sleeping.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive there.
Okay. I can't even sleep while sitting.
Yeah, like you got to be fully horizontal.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, we all remember Chiefsaholic, right? The guy that dressed up as a werewolf and was robbing banks just so that he could afford to attend
He's in jail
Chiefs
right
games.
now, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
he is. He's about to get popped pretty hard. ESPN is dropping a documentary, on this guy.
I'm in.
Here's the trailer for it.
Describe Chiefsaholic to someone who's never heard of him.
He was honestly like the poster child for Chiefs fans.
It had a good look. People really were attracted to it.
I texted him. I was like, dude, you just put 80 racks on the Chiefs? And he's like, don't let that get out. I like to hustle in private.
Chiefsaholic is like on the run.
How dangerous do you think he is right now?
How dangerous is armed robbery? How dangerous is anybody who's alleged to have committed an armed robbery?
Allegedly, he entered the bank. We believe he jumped over the counter, had his face covered, with a gun in a woman's chest, asked to be taken to the hundreds.
I believe that my client is innocent.
That he didn't commit any of these crimes that he's charged with.
I believe that my client is innocent until proven guilty.
It doesn't sound like a good lawyer.
No, not at all. Until he's proven guilty in about 6 weeks.
Exactly. Until this thing's made official.
Going to jail.
What a great name for the documentary, though. Werewolf.
Yes, I know. WAGERE. It's fantastic.
And that was a great outfit. I can't imagine the thrill of robbing a bank.
I know.
You know, the adrenaline just pumping through your body, and hearing the sirens as you're trying to get away. I mean, I couldn't imagine actually doing it.
I know.
But to go ahead and be that guy, and also one of the most famous super fans in the NFL, it's got to be quite a story. This is going to be must-watch TV, if you ask me.
I think we all sort of have that itch a little bit to be involved in one of these deals. Most of us can scratch that with a little Grand Theft Auto. You can scratch that itch.
Yeah.
Just playing a little video game. What it's like running from the cops, being wanted for something crazy,
pulling off the heist.
Yeah,
outwitting people.
Yes, dude. The ocean stuff, the bank robbery stuff.
Terrified of jail. No way.
Well, that's why we don't do it, but we fantasize about being able to do it.
No way.
The other thing that I wonder about is, like, could you operate coolly and calmly, or would the adrenaline start pumping? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the biggest tests of being a man. Could you successfully execute it, Brian?
No.
I know I wouldn't.
Not with the thought of going to jail at the end of it. No, absolutely not. I couldn't.
Too scared.
And is he a dumb criminal for dressing up like what he's goes to games in?
Well, he didn't dress up like that to go rob the banks, did he?
Yeah, I believe he did. I think he had the werewolf outfit on, didn't he?
I think when he was robbing the banks, I believe when I was watching that trailer, they had stuff where it was not the wolf outfit that he was actually robbing the bank. But I'm not sure. I
thought he was dressing up. That's how they caught him, I thought.
It'd be hilarious.
He was on the run for months before his arrest in Sacramento in July of this year. Just cut his ankle monitor. I didn't realize you could cut those things. I thought you would need like a welder, or some sort of fancy cutter.
Or the strength of a werewolf.
Maybe that's what got it done. Okay, thank you so much, Chief. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. Stop by. You can enter to win a new Kamado Joe. A texter was saying, is it Komodo? And it might be if the second vowel in that letter word was an O, but it reads Kamado to me. A Kamado Joe Kettle Joe grill. You can enter to win that. And all in-stock grills and accessories, 25% off. It's at Southern Leisure right here. You know what time it is. Quitting time on a Friday at 877-881-1053. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. It's next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about Diamonds Direct with you, though, because it is here, the best sale of the year.